The date is August 18th, 2009. Two twin brothers named Michael and Carrie Huang are on a plane ride from Hawaii to California. It would be on this trip where the two would imagine what would later become the cultural phenomenon Battle for Dream Island. It would take only a few months for the first episode to be dropped on YouTube. Since then, this once small animation series would grow to be 5 seasons long, host countless meetups, and bring together thousands of fans.
Hey, what is going on, guys? Worst Trends here. Today is a big day. If you watched that teaser from all that time ago, then you know exactly what we're doing here. That's right, I'm gonna be reviewing every episode of BFDI, BFDIA, IDFB, BFB, and TPOT. But I'm not like those other guys who are just reviewing the episodes, no. We're gonna be hitting all the shorts, the songs, the damn TikToks. Okay, not that, but still a lot of stuff. I'm effectively doubling the amount of content I'm talking about here. But that's not all, because I'm going to be individually talking about every significant character in the entire series. That's gonna be contestants, hosts, non-existent, you better not think I'm joking, I'll do it again, and place them all on one big tier list. I may be far from an OG with this series, but ever since I first discovered it in 2018, I've been in love. It's one of those channels I never really stopped watching after finding it. Up there with Dog, Alpha Oxtra, and that's it, actually. Sorry, Pat, you should have kept uploading. This show has changed my life a lot, actually. It got me into web shows and got me interested in animation. With that said, I may or may not have a fully written object show episode sitting on my shelf waiting to be made. And you know what? Here's a sneak peek. As you may have noticed, this video is very long. If at any point I call a character by the wrong gender, which is likely to happen at some point, you do not have to comment it. Look, I know you guys love doing it, but odds are I just wrote it in the script wrong and didn't catch it while recording. It's recently come to my attention that someone already made a video ranking every episode of BFDI all in one video. Only 2 hours? Wow, that's cute. I guess you could call this a video essay, but I have a lot of nitpicks with the genre. For one, they never give out a sense of time. So that's why I'll be throwing out dates while I work on this. So that way you know exactly how much time, pain, and suffering went into this video. For starters, as of writing this, it is February 29th, 2024. As of recording this, it's January 9th, 2025. And as of editing this, it's January 10th, 2025. I feel like the intro for this should be a lot longer just because of how big of a video this is. But I know what you're all really here for, so I'll stop beating around the bush and let's get into the reviews. We've got a long journey ahead of us. Let's go. Wait, you thought BFDI 1A would be the first video? Get real. There really isn't much to review here, considering it's pretty much just a math lesson. But this is still a very important episode of BFDI. If this didn't exist, then Yellow Spider would be the host of BFB. I don't know about you, but that's not the kind of world I want to live in. Let me ask you this though, is this, along with the other Algebraian videos, canon? Genuine question. We know that all of the numbers from the milestone videos are real, but are these specific events canon? Who's to say? Okay, I don't really have anything else to say with this one. Since it's the only video I've talked about, it's obviously going at number 1, but let's just get to a real BFDI episode. Look, I'll be the first to admit that this one hasn't aged the best. This goes for a lot of the earlier episodes this season too. The voice acting is a little annoying, the animation is stiff, and the writing isn't great. But then you remember, this was made by 10-year-olds. Let me ask you this, what were you doing when you were 10? Eating sand at the beach? Yeah, me too. Look at me, I don't think you've truly grasped how insane it is that 10-year-olds made this. Not only that, but they continue to make episodes monthly for the next 2 years. They did everything. Writing, animating, every single character was either voiced by Michael or Carrie. That is sheer talent and dedication. Huge respect to both Carrie and Michael. But going back to the writing, it kinda blows. I'll excuse any clunky dialogue like,
"Pen though, you're cool."
But why would Blocky ever help pin Leafy and Teardrop when they are literally a push away from getting out? I swear, if anything like this happens in the series again, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm being dramatic though. I'm definitely gonna be cutting the first 10 or so episodes this season some slack, because they, you know, created an entire genre. The episode, yeah, it's pretty solid. Why does Woody's chip never get fixed? It makes no sense. So unlike every other Split episode in this series, both halves released at the same time. This is because back then you couldn't upload videos longer than 11 minutes. That's just how it was 14 years ago. Isn't it crazy to think about that this episode is older than like a lot of people watching right now? And that's not an insult or anything, BFDI is just old. This episode isn't quite as interesting as the last. It's a pretty solid challenge, but without much action. There were two funny bits when Eraser landed on the bed of nails and Blocky got eaten by the fish. But there's also at least one dated part of the episode when Leafy, Corny, and Ice Cube fly over the canal. It's one of the rare parts of the season where I can say, yep, this was made by a fetus. I will note that this is the first ever appearance of the iconic scream. Get ready to hear that every other episode. Wow, episode 2. Did you know that 39% of all object shows don't make it this far? I mean, I just made that up, but it sounds pretty accurate, doesn't it? I realize you're all probably really bored right now, but there just isn't much to talk about with these super early episodes. I promise I'll start having a lot more to say about the time Teardrop gets eliminated. And once we get to BFDIA, we're gonna be chilling, don't even worry about it. But this episode...
I mean, it's alright, like...
Wait, what am I talking about? This one's good. The obstacle course is pretty creative and interesting. We've got the 3D shot, the first Blocky's funny doings, and the first Yellowface ad. I was moderately entertained by this episode, best one so far. This is the test episode. It's also the first ever episode to have a character's name in the title. I'm sure all you guys really cared about that fact. This episode is pretty alright. It's a test, which is kind of boring, but they really tried making it as interesting as possible. But I don't know, man, there's only so much you can do with the characters taking a test. There's some entertaining moments like the doodle, test answers, and the fire. Speaking of which, this is the first ever time in BFDI history to give us the universally loved gratuitous Ice Cube violence. I'm gonna keep track of these as we go. My guess is that we'll end at about 25. You guys should place your own bets as well. Whoever's the closest gets an airstrike sent to their house. Also, isn't this like the only time in the series it's rained? Like, actually, I'm pretty sure that it is. Unless it rains in TPOT 9, I don't feel like checking. I guess you guys will find out in like 4 hours from now when we get there. But overall, this episode is pretty uneventful. It's the kind of episode that could only work in modern day if it was carried by character interactions. At this point in the series, it's pretty excusable though. I'd say it's the worst episode so far. It's not terrible though, it's just kind of uninteresting. Right off the bat, I want to say just how good this episode is compared to the others. The animation and cinematography used in this episode is leagues ahead of BFDI 3. It's nothing spectacular, sure, but it's some neat stuff. This one's very funny too. Once again, way better than anything we've seen so far.
Golf ball? Say, I tasted.
But I didn't put in any dirt.
Putting in dirt and lying? I'll say 0.
I will too.
And so does the die.
Wait, a die doesn't even...
There's the die, the cyanide, the money amounts, the spinner. Even the cake at stake is better, being way more dramatic than last time while still having some good jokes on its own. The only negative I have towards this episode is the tiebreaker. It's pretty memorable, but very disappointing. The challenge for this is to bake a cake, which takes up 90% of the runtime. At the end of it all, the cherries win, but for literally no reason, there's a second challenge to eat 100 chocolate balls. Then after that, there's a tiebreaker, which the grapes win, meaning the whole cake baking portion of the episode was pointless. Not sure why they did this. If the goal was to be anticlimactic, mission accomplished, I guess. Other than that though, this episode was pretty damn fantastic. I hope future episodes are more like this. Future episodes were not like this. There isn't much to talk about with this one, it's kind of back to basics. The challenge is to cross a bridge, which, similar to episode 3, isn't particularly interesting. There were a few funny parts like when Snowball rips the bridge off, or when Penn climbs on the black bendy straws. But other than that, it's just whatever. They even end on the tiebreaker again. Come on, that was literally the only bad part about last episode. Not to mention, this is the 4th time in a row the cherries have lost. Whatever, moving on. I've started to notice a pattern. Every even-numbered episode has been way better than the odd-numbered ones. BFDI 6 is no exception. This is the Amazing Race episode where the teams are temporarily split. The race itself is pretty tense because the teams are always switching places. The The numbers in the corner are a nice touch. I've also noticed some bits of really good animation again. The only other thing I want to comment on is that Golfball makes a big complaint about Snowball stacking the blocks. Now, if you could remember in TPOT 2, Golfball's entire joke in that episode is that she's obsessed with the stackability of blocks. That always made me want to set a building on fire when I saw it, but I guess it's nice to see it had some inspiration from somewhere. Overall, this one's pretty good. This one kind of sucks. BFDI 7 is one of the shortest episodes in the series, clocking in at 6.5 minutes. The elimination takes up almost half of the episode, which is fine, but it leaves the challenge feeling unfulfilled. The grapes finish the challenge in about 3.4 seconds, meanwhile the cherries take 3.4 ever. Please, everyone, calm yourselves. The most interesting thing that happens in this one is that Fiery switches over to the grapes, leaving the cherries extremely outnumbered. Next, please. Okay, seriously, what is going on? Yet again, the even-numbered episode is good, but the odd-numbered episode wasn't. When I made that observation 2 episodes ago, it was kind of a joke, but now this season has followed that to a T. The challenge for this episode is a relay race. It's simple but pretty tense. There were a few good jokes in this one too. I quite literally laughed out loud once. The episode also includes the iconic Ice Cube smashing bit, meaning we are at our second instance of gratuitous Ice Cube violence. Add it to the counter. But seriously, it's an amazing bit, and since it's only episode 8, the Ice Cube violence hasn't been overdone yet. This scene made me realize that recovery centers could end world hunger. Take any food character like Taco or Dona and repeatedly kill them. This would then in turn create an infinite food source, but it would also probably be seen as torture, but you know what, that's a small price to pay for the greater good. What am I even talking about right now? Like I said, the challenge for this one is a relay race, and I quite like it. It spends a little too much time dicking around with the spinner, but after that there's a fun tense race between the two teams. Plenty of good jokes like I mentioned before. There's a loser cameo, and they even announced the first rejoin. It's a damn good episode, and I couldn't imagine life without it. I mean, I could, but I don't want to hurt its feelings. The series is really starting to come together now. With this episode in particular, it feels like they've really found their footing. The voices are all distinct, the writing is more sophisticated, and the animation is getting really good again. I just like all the little bits of unique animation sprinkled throughout the episode. But why is this episode called Insectophobe's Nightmare? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think a single bug appears in this episode. Hey, editor's note here, it turns out my dumbass never read the description of the video. It explains it all right there. This episode is pretty eventful actually. We start off with the first ever rejoin, with it being Blocky. Then after that the teams are split. Golf Ball, Tennis Ball, Coiny, Fiery, and Blocky all leave the grapes and create a new team called Another Name. This has started a decade-long running joke where Golf Ball keeps naming her team name using the word name. A streak that was later broken in TPOT. I still can't decide if I'm mad that they stopped the joke or glad that they actually did something different. The cherries end up winning the challenge. Finally! Meaning next episode, the 2 most voted contestants will be voted on by the cherries on who should be eliminated. What a cool method of elimination. I sure hope nothing awful and horrific comes from this. This episode starts off with a reused Ice Cube line. It's pretty hilarious right now, but I'm sure 3 hours from now it's gonna be pretty tiring. But you know what doesn't tire me? Teardrop getting eliminated. Yes! Yes, yes, I hate you! I hate you! So in what is likely the most controversial elimination in BFDI history, Teardrop is eliminated instead of Snowball. Teardrop had 5 votes and Snowball had 18. But due to the new elimination method, the winning team chooses Snowball to stay in the game, meaning Teardrop is eliminated. Now look, people love to cry and whine about this elimination, but I've said it before and I'll say it again. Teardrop does nothing in this season. I'm not exaggerating when I say Teardrop's relevance peaks in episode 2 when she fills the water buckets. Any point beyond that, you could remove Teardrop from the scene and it would be exactly the same. She adds absolutely nothing. This is why Carrie and Michael chose to keep Snowball over Teardrop. I'll respect the opinion of any Teardrop fan, but I better not see anyone complaining about this specific elimination. Any other scene, any other elimination, any other season, you can believe whatever you want. But this here is beyond defending. Rocky does more in any given episode than Teardrop does in the entire season. End of discussion. The episode is titled Crybaby, but that part of the challenge doesn't even last a minute. Maybe it's named that from all the Teardrop fans in the audience. It ends up being a tie, and the real challenge is skiing. I've always wanted to ski, but I've never really been able to. Maybe one day. It ends up being a tie again because it's unclear if the cherries or namers got there first. So the tiebreaker is to rip a tie. Nah, I'm just kidding. Could you imagine though? The real tiebreaker is a handstand contest. And I think the general consensus is that this challenge is lame or anticlimactic or shouldn't even be in the episode. But I don't know, I kinda like it. The animation is absolutely superb, and I just like how quick and fun it is.
Go. Another name has already lost.
Maybe I was wrong and people actually like this scene. I forgot where I heard that. Overall though, really great episode. 2 good challenges, a couple funny jokes, and no one even got eliminated. The cake at stake for this episode was actually in my top 10 eliminations video. I don't remember what placement it was, maybe like number 8.
Lobster.
You know what, maybe I'll just copy and paste that section here. Nah, I'll just wait for an episode I really don't want to talk about. Just watch that video. Please. This is the shortest episode in the history of BFDI, being just under 6 minutes. The cake at stake takes up about half that time, so there isn't much to talk about. I guess I'll just list everything off real quick.
Okay.
This is really funny, I laughed way too hard at this. And this is the first instance of the whoa, whoa. You know, the whoa. You know what I'm... Bami has the iconic line. Okay, that's it I guess, but it's still a very good episode. It manages to pack a lot of good jokes in just 6 minutes. Hey, wait a minute, what did Penn mean when he... A leg up in the race. I always confuse this title with the relay race one and the 6-legged race one. And I think that sums up the episode well. It's very forgettable. Not bad, just forgettable. The challenge is to climb up these ladders. It's sort of interesting, but it goes by quickly. The main event for this episode is the points bit. It's pretty fun to see all the pillars go up and down. The only other thing I want to mention is that we see the first ever recommended character screen. I can't wait for these things to grow bigger and bigger until they start taking time out of the episode. Also, what was going on with the peanut butter bit? People say he was non-existent, but he wasn't even recommended yet. It's still really random. I wonder what that's about. Wow, what an opener. This is the first time in the series anyone other than Bubble, Ice Cube, and Fiery have died. I always thought the amount of deaths in the series would be more gradual, but nope, we're just gonna go straight from 0 to 100. Nice! I can't help but wonder why the series even has so much death in the first place. And these recovery centers, where did they come from? Well, I can actually answer that question, I think. Back in the first episode, Bubble had the Bubble Recovery Center. It was the first and only recovery center in the series. This is because Bubble can get popped very easily, so Carrie and Michael knew that they needed a way to bring her back each time. This then evolved a bit with Ice Cube and Fiery. These two characters also died pretty easily, and thus got their own recovery centers. This idea continued to grow and grow until we got the Mastery Recovery Center, where at this point death is just a regular thing. I find it pretty interesting that if Bubble was never a character in this series, then there would probably be no death at all. Kinda crazy to think about. Back to the episode, we've got a new cake at stake intro, which is neat. Snowball gets eliminated. Who cares? This episode has the red ball contest, which is pretty iconic, I think. It's okay, I guess. Well, I don't have a lot to say about every episode. I've got over 140 of these things to talk about. Cut me some slack. Damn, dude. This was actually the first episode of BFDI that I ever saw. I distinctly remember it being a snow day, and I was watching YouTube on my Kindle Fire. Skylanders Boy and Girl would be my guess. And I kept seeing this thumbnail show up in my recommended. I saw this video at least half a dozen times until I ended up getting annoyed and clicking on it. Imagine if I didn't click on that video right then and there. What if this series never got recommended to me again? I would have no interest in animation, no interest in writing, my channel would have like 4 subscribers, and most importantly, I wouldn't be spending hours of my life sitting here talking about a silly object show instead of going out, getting a girlfriend, meeting new people, experiencing new things. Oh God, what have I done? The main event for this episode is the rejoin, where instead of voting, the eliminated contestants compete in a challenge. This being centered around the titular loaves, with Spongy rejoining in the end. It's alright, I don't think it's anything crazy. It's not bad, it's just all stuff we've seen before. I was about to move on and call this episode okay, but it really picks up halfway through. We get some classic bits with the hydrochloric acid and the arm cutter, but then the real challenge is to jump hurdles, which is one of my favorites. It's quick but pretty funny and entertaining. I love all the stupid little lines in this one.
Oh no, look at the next one.
BFDI 14 is solid. I mean, it had to be a good introduction to the show if I'm anything to go by. For this episode, the contestants actually get to choose about what challenge they want to do. The choice is either a taco challenge or a barf bag challenge. This episode is alright. I cannot tell a lie. This episode is not very good at all. This is the one with the puppets at the beginning. It's a cool segment, no problems there. But the rest of the episode, not so much. The challenge is to knock down bowling pins, which is already not very interesting. But then all the armless contestants are immediately disqualified, which is just stupid. The rest of the episode has the contestants take away points from other people. It's kind of fun to watch, but there's a reason this episode is so forgettable. Isn't it sad that Eraser, Pen, and Blocky all got eliminated one after another? Anyway, the challenge is to throw frisbees! Why did I do that? Stupid. It's not super exciting or anything, but it is very funny. I like how the frisbee gets stuck on tennis ball, how the points get revealed, and how Ice Cube dies immediately after getting recovered. I also noticed a few nice shots of animation in this one. This episode also includes the debut being announced, which includes Non-Existy. Oh man, I can't wait to talk about him later! I'll say it, this is probably the most underrated episode in the series. It's actually really good, but I never hear anyone talk about it. I guess until now. Okay, you can cut the... This elimination sucks. Tennis Ball was one of the best characters in the whole season, and to have him get auto-eliminated after a tied contestant vote is lame. Especially when Ice Cube was right there. She's easily the worst out of the three up for elimination. The writers even knew this and ended up doing the same thing to her a few episodes from now. In an alternate universe, Tennis Ball could have made it to the finale. Let that sink in. Anyway, the other cake at stake this episode is great, being the debut, with David joining. I know a lot of people hate David, but I honestly love him. His stupid ass design and voice clips just crack me up every time he shows up. One of my favorite characters of all time, dude. The challenge is a staring contest, which is pretty funny. It kicks off Leafy being mad at Bubble for throwing away the springy shoes from earlier. Also, how can you watch this scene with David and not laugh? This is comedy gold. But then we get something pretty awful happening, the scoreboard. After the old TV gets sold due to budget cuts, it's replaced by this wooden scoreboard that for some reason can only hold 2-digit numbers. So after Pencil wins the challenge and gets 60 points, her score overflows, leaving her at the bottom of the board. Now, normally I'll just pass this off as a funny bit if it wasn't for the fact that Pencil actually gets eliminated next episode. This moment is infamous now because Pencil really shouldn't have been up for elimination to begin with. I totally agree, but if Pencil wasn't eliminated after this, I wouldn't have bat an eye at it. There is a lot to dislike about this episode. Honestly, David carries it, along with the challenge. There's a lot of good and a lot of not so good. Personally, I'm gonna lean slightly positive, and yes, it's because David here, he never should have gotten eliminated in BFB. That shit was rigged! Like I said, Pencil got eliminated. I'm honestly surprised it wasn't Spongy though. He hasn't done much since he rejoined. I'm actually glad it wasn't him because he becomes one of my favorites pretty soon. Other than that, the challenge is kind of boring. It's a unicycle race, and other than David's song, the only thing worth mentioning is the very first mention of Yoil Cake. Bubble says it after winning the challenge. But imagine how different the series would be if Yoil Cake and thus Yoil Land never existed. 1984, never heard of it. This is the real alternate universe I want to hear about. Some other notable moments are Crying Acid,
More.
the opening scene,
More.
the patches of good animation,
More.
and...
More.
What is that?
More.
No. No, you can't possibly mean.
More.
No.
More.
No!
More.
No. No! The announcer's diary is shown in this episode, which reads as follows. Ugh. Today was absolutely terrible. I received a call from the broadcast company that the payroll funding has been cut further. This, quite obviously, has a severe impact on my pay. Diary, I'm very sorry to tell you this, but I cannot remain on this earth for much longer. My innards are composed of various substances that have a repulsion towards the planet. Thus, I have a natural propensity, whatever the word that, toward the vast void known as space. Only my built-in Earth attraction unit keeps me on Earth, but my shrinking pay will soon fail to cover the cost to maintain it. Perhaps it's just my mind, but I can already feel the grass slipping away beneath me. A distant memory comes to mind. The day I left my home for a complete alien world, I felt a melancholiness that I thought I'd never feel again. Everything I'd ever known, everything I'd ever relied on, everything I've come to know and love was replaced by cold, unfamiliar mist and shapes that never fit solidly in my mind. I knew, or at least I thought, that I'd never have to experience that such departure again. Now the wounds are open. I feel my attraction to Earth diminishing. With every vibration of the speaker driver, attraction and repulsion duke it out. Attraction wins for now, but as it diminishes, the pull to space stays steady, as though my innards yearn, unsatiable pull of curiosity towards the wild blue yonder. I don't know how much longer my Earth attraction unit can hold out. To you, diary, the heavy dose of bittersweet morosity, I impart that I may soon depart. Goodbye, world. I miss your people, your sunsets, your breathtaking vistas, your seas, and your gravity. It's lonely out in space on such a timeless flight. So this is kind of crazy. Couple this with him floating at the end of the episode, and we've got ourselves a new theory channel. The announcer is confirmed to be an alien, but this leaves us with so many questions. Why is the announcer here? Why is he making a show? What is his home planet? Does Dream Island have anything to do with this? What will happen if he can't stay on Earth? And as I sit here and write this, I realize none of these questions are even remotely entertained in BFB. There isn't much to theorize about now, but I'll get more into it in BFDI 25. BFDI 19 though? Alright. I want to mention that everyone is perfectly fine breathing in space this episode. Just hold on to that for me. It'll be very important in exactly 4 seasons. I'll say it, this is easily the best cake at steak intro. This beats Hey 2 by a mile, don't at me. Do people even say that anymore? I mean, now that I think about it, I don't think I've heard anyone say that in a really long time. Am I cringe? This episode takes place in space, like I said before, most likely because the announcer's Earth attraction unit stopped working, forcing him to float into space. David sadly gets eliminated in this episode. I just want to take a minute to honor his loss. Yeah, that's enough. Rocky gets abducted by aliens, and the UFO looks exactly like the one the speaker boxes use in BFDI 25, where they are also abducting contestants. Not sure what this means, but I thought I'd make note of it. The challenge is surviving in space, which is interesting enough. There are a few good bits, such as the black hole being sold due to budget cuts, which I believe this episode has the first instance of that line. Also making its debut is the Master Recovery Center. If I ever made a tier list of recovery centers, you can bet that this one would be S tier. At the end of the episode, the final rejoin is announced. This feels a little late, but I'm not the one writing the show, am I? Overall, pretty solid episode. Definitely beats the next time they go to space. Or the next time they go to space. Okay, I mean whatever. Oh, I also forgot to mention Leafy's niceness chart, which famously has a level titled World War III Causingly Nice. Which, yes, does imply there was 2 world wars in the BFDI universe. Whether or not those were anything similar to our world wars, I will leave up to you to decide. Oh my gosh, don't tell me. You actually thought BFDI 21 was next? Are you stupid? Oh my god, this explains it. This explains why your family doesn't love you. I know it doesn't make much sense, but I'm gonna be ranking every single song alongside the regular episodes. I considered putting them all in their own separate ranking, but I want to rank the more modern songs alongside the episodes, so we're just gonna do this. Our first song is one of those music videos that only use clips from episodes. They're called YTP MVs. It's really impressive. These kind of videos look like hell to make. I don't know what editing software they had in 2011, but this could not have been easy. I've been playing it in the background for this entire section, and I'll continue to do that for every song. As the very first original song in BFDI history, it's not bad at all. It's got a good length, and it's also the celebration of 1,000 subscribers. It's honestly crazy to think it took them 20 episodes to get there. I would have thought they would have hit that around like episode 5 or something, but I guess not. This one's pretty good. B tier. Oh my gosh, don't tell me. You actually thought BFDI 21 was next? Are you stupid? Another good one, and an iconic one at that. Not much else to say, this one's just good. However, there's a part in the middle of the episode where it randomly becomes bad and loses its beat. It gets repeated a second time too. I'd still say this is better than the last one though. Dude, this is the first ever mention of Yoyo Land, as well as Yoyo Berries, and their ability to turn people metal. This episode also includes probably the most unfair elimination in the series, being Ice Cube. It was a contestant vote in which the reasoning was stupid, and to top it all off, the final rejoin took place immediately after this, so Ice Cube didn't even get a chance. Speaking of the rejoin though, how the hell did Teardrop almost join? The only logical reason is that people thought her elimination was unfair and wanted her back in. That would be pretty reasonable, if only these people decided to cast their vote to an actual character rather than just a plank of wood. Hell, a literal plank of wood would have been better. Pencil and Tennis Ball both had unfair eliminations, yet they don't make it in. I fail to see the logic of Season 1 Teardrop fans, but let's just move on, I guess. The Long Jump Challenge features the first ever 2,763, and that's it. This episode's fine. Damn, I forgot how funny BFDI 22 is. A huge part of that is the new speaker boxes that become the hosts after the announcer died. They have such a good dynamic and they crack me up every time. The elimination in this episode made it to my top 10 list, and oh my gosh, how did Rocky even make it this far? I guess it's because he doesn't do much and people just never think to vote for him. That's why Vote to Save is far better in my opinion. The challenge is to escape a volcano, which for some reason has some of the best jokes ever. Firstly, the contestants constantly running into the lava. Magma is just super funny to me. There's also that damn fish monster, and that stupid sound effect they use every time it eats someone is hilarious, and I don't know why. Oh, and Spongy crushing the house really tickled my funny bone. I don't even mind when it ends in a tie because the episode was just so damn funny. Flower is such a good character. She's such an irredeemable asshole. I'm gonna try to enjoy this version of the character for as long as I can before we go to the dark side. This episode is super underrated, short and sweet. Definitely one of my favorite ones so far. This episode opens with the immediate murder of the flower speaker box. That kinda sucks, but at least it makes up for it with all these other speaker boxes. Okay, hold on. The announcer acts like he doesn't know these guys, but they come back in BFDI 25 and leave together. Also, who built the announcer recovery center? The note left is signed by Fly Kid Fly, but I think it's implied the other speaker boxes built it, as they show up right after. They show up with the clone of the fiery speaker box, which means 1, the one from BFB 8 might be the clone, and 2, the speaker box is built to clone to the fiery speaker box for some reason. I don't know what any of this means because we haven't received any speaker box lore since BFDI 25, so all I can do is list out the evidence like I just did. Even though there's still 2 episodes left, this is the finale episode. You know, where the contestants have to go through every challenge from the series. It's a cool concept, and one I've seen repeated in countless object shows. However, the tension is never really set. It kind of plays out like it's any other challenge, which I found to be a bit weird. Leafy gets mad at Bubble because she doesn't want Leafy to help her anymore, and Bubble gets immunity. Flower might also be a human. Let me explain. She randomly loses a petal during the challenge, and in BFB we see that she can apparently add and remove more at will. She also has a full-on brain. Just something to think about. Yeah, the episode was alright. This is the penultimate installment in the season, and it's not a very good one. Firstly, that Ferris wheel's in this episode. I want you to imagine BFDI without this. I don't care enough to do it myself. Apparently, all the recovery centers got sold, but it adds nothing to the episode. When everyone dies from the bugs, they just appear again. They say that they faked their death, but I don't know how that's possible considering we clearly saw all of them die, including the eliminated contestants. What, did they all fake their deaths too? I just don't see a reason for this bug scene. It adds nothing. We are in the same exact place before it as we are at the end of it, especially considering the announcer buys back all the recovery centers at the end of the episode. This episode's elimination feels the need to show a montage of every elimination up to this point. Flower gets sent off. Good thing too. Imagine if a rejoiner won a season. That all pales in comparison to the yellow face ad this episode. For multiple reasons, this is one of the worst moments in the series history. I mean, in the moment it's funny, but it leaves some long-lasting impacts I'm going to be talking about later. I don't know, this episode was pretty disappointing. Most of everything that happens in this episode is either standing around and talking or completely removable from the script. We got one last pit stop until the end of the season, so let's move on to that, shall we? You might think that there's not much to talk about here, but you'd be dead. This was a random video dropped due to BFDI 25 being delayed by 1 day. This video shows the appearance of Foldy, Stapy, and Mai, with all of them being in a fight. Now in BFB 1, Lai talks about a time when she killed people and felt disturbed.
Yeah, I have, but it felt extremely disturbing.
Also in that season, Foldy and Stapy really hate Lai. It seems to me like during the events of this battle, Lai killed Foldy and Stapy, leading to her feeling disturbed and them hating her. It might sound pretty obvious, but I've never heard anyone talk about this episode before, much less any lore behind it. I can't imagine this one doing well in the ranking though, it's just not a real episode. I think its existence is funny, but it just can't really compete. Oh well, that's all I wanted to say. Now let's get on to the season finale, baby! Woo! Oh my gosh! The first ever time waster! I love these things! This is where instead of doing something interesting or entertaining or meaningful, they sit the camera on something no one cares about and, as the name implies, waste time. Oh yes, yes, oh yes! Look how long they hold on this. It's fantastic! I'm still talking, and the scene hasn't ended yet! Obviously I'm being dramatic, it's not that bad. But we'll be seeing a lot more of these time wasters as time goes on. Let's just talk about the episode. For some reason the reveal of who won is super undramatic. They reveal it like it's nothing, which is weird.
Let's show the votes.
What? No drum roll?
Let's just speedrun the rest of the episode so I can get to the theories. Fiery doesn't let Leafy in Dream Island, leading to her buying it. It's a cool twist. I mean, it's stupid as hell, but I don't care. Flower destroys every recovery center, leading to her, Bubble, and Woody having permanent deaths. I like it when they do that. It makes death more impactful. We'll see more of that next season. Fiery saves Leafy, the announcers leave, happily ever after until like 5 minutes later. Lore number 1. What are the announcers? The ATD, or Announcer Transportation Device, abducts some contestants, just like in BFDI 20. Later on, they have this to say.
We're glad you managed to recover the funds we've lost during this campaign.
It's proven unsuccessful, and now it's time to come home.
But what about...
It's okay. We can always return.
I genuinely have no idea what their goals are. As far as I can remember, this is never mentioned again in the series, not even BFB 29, so all we can do is wait. Lore 2. Leafy is evil Leafy. This is a theory I've had for a while. We see Leafy flicker between her and evil Leafy, which made me think they are the same person. Think about it, we've never seen these two characters at the same time. But then I remembered that in BFDIA, Leafy dies and evil Leafy still shows up. Lore number 3. Dream Island isn't real. This one is definitely true and I can prove it. We never see Dream Island, even before Leafy buys it. There's nothing behind that gate. And notice how the contestants that go in are still on the side. They never walked onto the island. The closest we get to even a glimpse of the island is when the announcer is playing in a ball pit. But watch this clip from BFB 29.
And in turn, I returned home. Until suddenly, I was caught off guard by another season of BFDI.
See that? The announcer has a ball pit in his home. With that said, this might mean the announcer has an affinity for them. It might just have one laying around to play in. How could an island even disappear anyway? It's a cartoon. I know damn well it's a cartoon, but it just doesn't make sense for a giant island to just disappear. Where would it go? If Leafy bought it, shouldn't she know where it is? This episode's alright. It's got good mysteries and okay twists, but nothing that interesting. I don't really know how to feel about it. If it wasn't a season finale, I'd say it's a lot better, but as it is, it's okay. And that's season 1, everybody! Today's date is March 11th, 2024, meaning it took me 12 days to write this season. For reference, Animatic Battle 2 came out just 3 days ago. It's really good, by the way. Admittedly, it took a little longer to write this than it should have, but what can you do? Overall, season 1 was kind of a mixed bag. It started off pretty slow, as you would expect a show made by 10-year-olds would be. But around 10 episodes in, it really picks up. And by the end of the season, it feels like a genuine show. I actually ended up loving a lot of these episodes, which I really didn't expect. There were only 3 or 4 truly bad episodes, and most of them were from really early on, so I can't really complain too much. I really like this season, and the best part is, it only gets better from here. Hope you guys are enjoying the new camera quality. iPhone 14, baby! Yay! 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 Be really funny if I put that in the video. If you were disappointed about how little I had to say about last season's reviews, don't you worry a little thing, because I am going to have a lot more to say from now on. I can already tell that the amount I write is gradually going to get longer and longer as we go. I just can't wait to bitch about BFDIA 11. That one's going to be That one's gonna be fun. It's not that BFDI was a bad season, far from it. It's just not nearly as interesting to talk about. Every single episode ranges from solid to not that good. BFDI is the most consistently liked season too. I see people hate on every single other season of the show, but you'd be pretty pressed to find a season 1 hater. For the rest of this video though, you can bet that I've got a lot to say. But as for BFDIA's first episode, how is it? Right off the bat, this is such an iconic opening. It goes on for about a minute and 30 seconds, meaning we'll mark this as our first ever BFDIA time waster. A BFDI time waster is a moment when a significant amount of time is taken up by a scene that adds very little to the overall plot of the episode, and more or less only exists to, you guessed it, waste time. Trust me, they pack a ton of these in just 5 episodes. Obviously, the contestants are chasing Leafy because she stole Dream Island, but last we saw, she was on a hang glider. It wouldn't be until 8 years later when we finally get to see what happened in between these 2 events. I'm not complaining or anything, it's really not a big deal at all, I just think it's kinda interesting. Leafy uses the map from last season to go to Yo-Yo Land, and immediate cut to the voting results. Can we just talk about these for a second? The poll used for this allowed people to vote as many times as they wanted, which kinda sucks because people were able to mass vote for contestants that really shouldn't have been in the season. Teardrop, Rocky, Pin, and Needle come to mind. Now hold on a minute, I am very glad that both Pin and Needle are in this season. They are great characters. But looking at their performances in just season 1, there's a bit to be desired. With that said, this is a fantastic cast, ignoring these 2. I wouldn't have it any other way except these 2. Since Leafy, Flower, and Bubble are either missing or dead, they get kicked off the list, allowing Book, Puffball, and Yellowface to join. Good thing too, I couldn't imagine a season without these 3. Yellowface wasn't even on the season voting, enough people just wrote him in to get him onto the cast.
Well,
just my luck. Not even 2 minutes after the last one, we get yet another BFDIA time waster. This one is the Yahoo I Wanna Know scene. Overall, this is probably one of the better time wasters this season, just because it's early on and Puffball has a nice voice. Yo, what was Fiery doing though? Something's not looking right. TV becomes the host of this season, even though he's barely a character. Next, the eliminated contestants get sent to the LOL. As you can see, Evil Leafy is thrown in there. That doesn't make sense though, because we see her free in just 1 episode from now. Well, in BFDIA 6, we learn that Evil Leafy can face their windows, and wouldn't you know it, the LOL has a window right there. Finally, the contestants get to pick teams. There's an argument that is quite humorous, I assure you, and we end up with Pin, Coiny, and Donut on one team, and literally everyone else on the other. Finally, getting onto the challenge. Oh shit! Oh my gosh, don't tell me. There's a 3rd BFDIA time waster in just this 1 episode. Yes! Thank you, whichever Huang twin wrote this one. I've always wanted to watch a minute-long scene of static shots. My life is complete. The challenge lasts all of 2 seconds, and the obvious team loses. I'll say it, this isn't a very good first impression this season. I'm not even joking, a 1/3 of this episode's runtime is time wasters. I just don't understand, like, sure, they're funny sometimes, but a 1/3 of an episode's watch time is a little much. I just want to point out that I'm not actually mad about the time wasters. This time. The running scene was definitely warranted, and the other 2 aren't that bad at all. I'm just playing it up for the funny. One thing I will say though is that the animation is a massive step up from last season. This one shot of Leafy on the canyon tops everything in season 1. It's also a lot more creative too. It has characters squash and stretch, and their limbs extend far periodically. It's good stuff. And I'd be lying if I said there were no funny bits. But I don't know, this episode just doesn't have much content. By the time the episode feels like it's starting to get going, it's already over. I swear that this is just an oddball in a group of great episodes though. I know in my heart it gets better later. This one isn't very good. It had me at the beginning, but in the middle, it completely loses me. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of you guys never even heard this one before. Unlike a lot of other YTP MVs, I'd never heard this one in the background of an animation or YouTube video. I'll admit, it's a little unfair to be ranking these alongside the regular episodes. I mean, they just can't stand a chance against actual writing and editing. Oh well, it's too late to change it now. How the hell did they come up with the Woe Bunch name? It's really creative. I mostly skipped over the eliminations last season, but from here on out, I'll be putting more focus on them. This is because a good amount of the time, there's gonna be something interesting to talk about. Like here, Donut gets eliminated. This is incredibly obvious. He spends the entire first episode being mean, and then gets put up for elimination against 2 veterans. The walking scene is great though, I won't lie. After the elimination, Teardrop switches teams. This line from Pin has always resonated with me ever since I made that Teardrop video all that time ago.
Yeah, TD. Everyone knows you aren't a real contestant.
The challenge is to make yoyal stew. Coiny actually got some yoyal berry seeds as a prize during the cake at stake, so they finished their stew fast. They get a total of like 10 seconds of screen time this entire episode, not including the elimination. And for some reason, those 10 seconds are randomly animated really well. I'm not complaining, I just didn't expect that. Over on on Team No Name, Fry says everyone digging. Wow, what a silly and memorable joke. Imagine if they ever brought this back for no rhyme or reason, only for the purpose of nostalgia and riding on the coattails of an already well-made joke from years past. Wouldn't that just be cool? Evil Leafy. Bro, I love Evil Leafy so much. And they started off on such a good scene. After Gelatin knocks Book, Icy, and Spongy off Puffball during the episode's first time waster, they get chased by Evil Leafy into the evil forest. I love how they make her move instantaneously. It would remove so much of her intimidation if she just ran. The screaming getting faster and higher pitched as the chase goes on is just hilarious to me. I will never get sick of this series' sound bites. Spongy trips though, and Evil Leafy gets to him. We don't quite know what happens to him yet. Back to Puffball, Needle, and Gelatin. They finally get to Yo-Yo Land and get some Yo-Yo berries. Regular Leafy appears instantaneously. Maybe my Evil Leafy theory from before wasn't too far off. Never mind, it's confirmed that they're not the same person. They get chased out and the time waster is repeated, faster this time. Look, I don't actually hate the time waster for this episode because it has really nice music, but what the hell is going on in the background? Most of it's normal, but there's randomly a bunch of weird stuff in the middle of the canal. I can only assume and hope that this is just a throwaway joke and all this stuff isn't actually in the canal. But also, this shows that Yo-Yo Land is right off the coast. Don't worry, we're gonna have a bit of a discussion about the map of Goiki when we get to TPOT 4. You would never guess it, but this little map right here causes so many problems for this series. The only other thing I need to mention is Ruby joins the Alliance and Team No Name loses in a blink and you'll miss it review. This episode isn't perfect, but it's far better than episode 1. A lot of the characters actually get something to do this time around, and Golf Ball has a big role, which I really like. Pretty solid. I had a really hard time deciding whether I liked this elimination more or less than the next episodes. As I made that video, my opinion changed like 4 times until I eventually decided to put this one in second. I have listened to this one so much though that I can recite the entire thing from memory. I never did that in the original video because I thought it would be weird, which it is. But what the hell, why not do it now to prove it? Alright, let's do this. Alright, okay. Whew. Gotta get this right, guys, gotta get this right. I can't embarrass myself here, alright. Alright, here we go. Tennis ball is safe with only 55 dislikes. Yeah. So is my owner with 59. Also safe is Bommy, Needle, Ice Cube, Rocky, Book, Gelatin, and Fiery. Now half of you are safe, and half of you are not. Well, I just know I'm going to lose. Nickel is wrong, and Spongy is also safe, despite possibly being dead. Oh no, Alliance, none of us are safe yet. Pencil is overreacting, her entire Alliance is safe, and so are Golf Ball and Yellowface. Finally! Dora, why don't you go explore the TLC? I don't know why I did the sound effect. This episode has a fantastic start. Not only does it have one of the best cake at stakes in the series, but it also introduced the Puffball speaker box, which I'm pretty sure everyone loves. The challenge is to kill bugs, and it's kind of boring. You can tell the elimination was the most focused part of the episode, because we don't really get to see the challenge play out much. Bubble is actually brought back though, and now the Alliance has 4 members. They make a big deal about an alliance with members more than or equal to 4 will split into opposite sides. I'm sure that they originally intended for that to happen at some point, but then the season got canceled. But now that BFDIA is back, I wonder if they'll ever bother going back to this idea. I think it would be interesting, but modern BFDIA is far more focused on being goofy than having actual meaningful character developments. Who knows though, that one scene in BFDIA 10 might mean something. That's a topic for later though. I do want to mention the book of BFDI Tips and Tricks, which was published by Golf Ball in the year 1 billion BC. So either there's some time travel shenanigans going on, or this is just a joke. But no, that's stupid. There's gotta be a flux capacitor around here somewhere. Ice Cube talks in this episode, but they reuse voice clips from all across the series, so it sounds awful. Hey guys, can I be part of your alliance? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it takes them until TPOT 5 to actually get her a permanent voice actor. I don't know how they managed to reuse the same dozen clips for almost 10 years straight, but oh well. The episode ends with Spongy coming back. Apparently Evil Leafy never killed him. She unpossesses him, and Gelatin immediately freezes her. Wow, that's lame. I believe this is one of the shorter songs they've made, but it's definitely one of the most memorable. Second only to the very next one, as a matter of fact. Not much to say, it's just catchy. Here it is, everyone, probably the most memorable song in BFDI history. You know, unless you like the Webs for Evs one, which in that case, you're a sick freak. Guilty as charged. This one is actually used in an episode of BFDIA. You might even recognize it as this video's intro. Pretty nifty, huh? No, for real though, I am running out of things to say for these music videos. Thankfully, I don't think there's too many of these left. I say as I look at my list and see 2 more in pissing distance. Okay, 2 things before we get into the episode. 1, why the hell is Woody in the thumbnail? And 2, why is the title Zeeky Boogie Dude? You sick bastard, wait until he strikes again.
What the fuck is this piece of sh**?
No one cares about the opening, right? It's boring as hell. All you need to know is Book flies off and lands in Dream Sauce. Let's get right into the elimination. Yeah, that's what I want to talk about. Teardrop gets eliminated again. Man, screw Teardrop. All my homies hate Teardrop. She deserved this. I'll make a 44th video on this asshole. I don't care. This cake at stake is the best one, and I am sick and tired of people shedding tears over shedding tears. The prize that Teardrop gave us before her very timely elimination is a hand-powered recovery center, or HPRC for short. Using this, they can bring everyone back, even Flower. I can't wait to see what exciting adventures they have planned for her this season. None. She's frozen immediately. Speaking of freezing, do you remember when Gelatin had all these little inventions? Freeze juice, anti-poison, that kind of stuff? It's a neat character detail I wish they kept doing. It was kind of cool. Back to the cake at stake, this episode features the beloved Teardrop eating Nickel scene. This is easily my favorite Teardrop moment. In fact, it's the only Teardrop moment that doesn't make me scream in rage and or die of boredom. Well, I have talked a lot about Teardrop today. Stick to the script, oh my god. Now this clip is very funny out of context, but the real reason this happened is the side effect of anti-poison is the eating of one contestant for some reason. Fries was brought back in a Spongy, but the last time we saw Spongy, he was captured by Evil Leafy, so why not just have her kill him? The outcome would be the same, only it would make Evil Leafy more threatening. But yeah, no, they didn't learn their lesson, because the same thing that happened to Spongy happens to Flower. I know I'm complaining too much though. Evil Leafy gets a much bigger role next episode, which solves most of my problems. Bommy and Yellowfee switch to Woe Bunch, and the challenge is to build Dream Island. This episode addresses the huge problem of where on God's green earth is Dream Island, but it sure doesn't solve it. Woe Bunch builds this, which includes cattle for Dream Island and a saddle for Dream Island. But Team No Name uses Dream Sauce to create a brand new Dream Island. So I have a few questions. If Golf Ball has the ability to just build Dream Island, then why does she bother competing at all? She had this just laying around. I genuinely don't know if that's lazy writing or a deep philosophical character detail. Probably the former, but who knows. So in the beginning of the episode, Book is flung into Dream Sauce and ends up getting cooked into it. Instead of Bommy blowing it up, I think it would have been cooler if the sauce was turned into a giant book or something. They would of course still lose the challenge because this isn't an island, but then Golf Ball would think the Dream Sauce doesn't work and give up on the idea. That way, the outcome of the episode wouldn't change, but it stops there from being an infinite Dream Island glitch. Hey viewers, have you ever had nothing interesting to say about a song, even though it's pretty good overall and celebrates an important milestone for Jacknjellify? Well, if so, then bye Yes! 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 BFDIA 5, baby, one of the best moments in BFDI history. You probably don't even understand how cool this episode is. Like, today it might not seem that crazy, but you've got to remember, back when this episode released, the biggest thing to happen in this show was like, I don't know, bugs or some shit. I love BFDIA 5, and I haven't even started watching the episode yet, but I already know the top 10 is going to be dominated by this episode. So yeah, BFDIA 5 is going to be split between parts, just like BFDI 1. If you think that's stupid, then why don't you go make your own 7-hour video, then you can do whatever the hell you want. This is actually the longest episode in the show so far. I mean, just BFDIA 5A, 17 minutes in total. The episode starts off with Pin trying to team up with Bubble, not really sure why, but whatever. They bond over their hatred for Leafy until she actually shows up, walking all the way from Yoyoland. Now, I actually want to keep track of how many times 2,763 miles is traveled in this series. If you'd remember, later in the series they do it all the time, and each time they do it makes BFDIA 5 less meaningful. However, I'm not going to count this one because the whole thing was off screen. I'm not going to be including any of the Blue's Clues bits either because, Bubble is super happy to have Leafy back, even though she just said she hated her. And also the last time they interacted, they had a big fight. I guess Bubble just missed having friends who weren't jerks all the time. They recover everyone, and when Leafy goes to talk to Fiery, he acts like he doesn't know her. Gelatin kills her, and that's all we get from Leafy for a while. It was great while it lasted. The Puffball speaker box gets killed, and the Fiery speaker box takes their place. I actually really like the Fiery speaker box, more so than the Puffball variant. It's like every single line he has, he just nails the delivery. Probably one of the best hosts in the series. The elimination starts out and matches out, never mind.
Puffball, what's your secret? Every time your team has been up for voting, you've won the prize!
Wow.
Oh yeah, I wonder if that'll ever come back later. It's a real mystery, who knows? I really love the elimination for this episode. Not enough to be in my top 10, but pretty close. I actually put it at 11th place, damn, that's unlucky. The best part about this is the comments they pull up. It makes it way more intense. I wish they'd bring that back for BFDIA. Nickel and Spongy switch to a Woe Bunch, and the Alliance creates their own team. Can we just look at the teams right now? I don't care what anyone else says. This right here is peak teams in BFDI history. Everything is just perfect. Everyone is on the team they should be. It would be a real shame if something were to ruin this perfect trio of teams. The challenge is to get to Yo-Yo Mountain. Honestly, what a cool challenge. I really love how big this thing is. Like most challenges in this series are definitely not boring, but more down low, you know? This though, this is real art. There's a good amount of really great animation here too. This applies for the rest of BFDIA as well. I know most of you probably don't care because you've been spoiled by TPOT, but this is actually really cool to see. It's like back in the day when I watched the Odd Ones Out and he actually bothered to animate for more than 2 seconds. Most of Season 1 and early Season 2 were pretty stilted as you'd expect. Nothing wrong with that, but wow, does this scene look fantastic compared to it. Each team has different ways of getting to Yo-Yo Mountain. Free Smart uses a van, No Name flies on Puffball, and Woe Bunch, Woe Bunch just walks. Free Smart reaches Evil Canyon and tries to jump it. Meanwhile, a Gelatin push Golf Ball, Tennis Ball, and Rocky off of Puffball, and the three run towards the canyon on the opposite side. You know what? I think I'll just play the scene.
Jump, jump, jump! What do we do?
If we quickly build a trebuchet, we might be able to...
What the fuck? This is genuinely chillin'. Most people like to say that Teapot 9 has the scariest scene, but it's not even close. The way we just see everyone disappear is terrifying. Up to this point, Evil Leafy was no more than a joke, to be honest, but with this scene, we truly grasp how powerful this being is. Obviously, I don't mean I'm horrified by this scene. I didn't turn on my nightlight and cower under the blankets while going to bed that night. But it is pretty unsettling for a show that has this as an episode title. I especially love the way it just holds on this shot for so long. You'd expect some punchline or cut to something else, but no, this is it. Absolutely fantastic episode. I have no complaints. It's fine! Okay, this one's actually pretty good. It's got a nice beat, and I do enjoy David coming in and his pitch getting higher and higher. Jacknjellify must agree because they remade this one for 600,000 subscribers. Definitely one of the best songs so far. I am getting so tired of talking about these things. How would I even talk about this episode? So, BFDIA 5B is a game, as the title implies. I watched a playthrough of the game, and it looks like your average 2010s platformer. That's not to say it's not unique, though. I mean, of course, having an episode be a game is very unique, but that's not what I'm talking about. This game includes the HPRC ripped in half, one side being the crank, and the other being where the person is recovered. This can make the game ludicrously hard at times. I tried beating it, but I gave up after about 10 levels. Not because it's insanely difficult, but because every time you die, you have to manually press R to restart, and that gets very annoying after a while. The game isn't finished yet though. Carrie stopped working on it after 52 levels, level 53 being this message saying there's more to come. It's a real shame. I hope Carrie gets around to finishing it at some point. I would have much preferred this getting revived over something else we'll talk about later. It's about Free Smart escaping Evil Leafy, who has an entire world inside her. This doesn't really make sense at all though. Well, obviously, but you get what I mean. Why does Evil Leafy have an entire world inside of her? There are other objects who just seem content living there. What is the motive? Why does Evil Leafy eat people? Or possess people for that matter? What does she gain from doing this? Maybe she's a demon, hellbent on killing just for killing's sake? But if that's so, then why does she possess or eat people? It doesn't really add up, and I doubt we'll ever get an explanation. Ever. The only other character to have a world inside of them is 4. And for a long time, I thought the door and the exit would lead to Evil Leafy. It didn't. The game is about Free Smart, but Tennis Ball, Golf Ball, and Rocky also got eaten, but there's no sign of them in the files, and they're not on the title screen either. Pencil, Bubble, and Ruby aren't seen in the game, but they're on the title screen and they're in the files. So I guess the no-namers just weren't gonna be in the game. Weird. I guess it's alright as a game. As an episode, it's incoherent and unfinished. That's C-tier material right there. Oh yeah, I forgot how short this episode was. At a whopping 7 minutes, this is the shortest part of the episode, and it's also probably the weakest. I like the opening. The music choice especially fits the tone great. Gelatin and Fiery also got eaten by Evil Leafy, I guess, so now there's only 2 people alive on the team. I like how BFDIA 5B was this huge epic adventure, only for half of Free Smart to die immediately after escaping Evil Leafy. Kinda weird that they did that. I will say that the button bit is comedy gold though. That shit gets me slapping my knee every time I see it. And the screaming too. They become self-aware about how much they use the scream at this point. And every time Evil Leafy teleports, the scream resets. This is just so damn funny to me. But Evil Leafy dying, that did not put a smile on my face. This episode features the single most brutal death in the entire series. The scene where Needle is burnt alive by the fire. This is insane. It's implied that Spongy was still alive even after being impaled by the spikes. I don't know who decided to have such a painful, horrific death for these characters, but I am all for it. This shit is cool. Jacknjellify also made a YouTube short of this scene, as well as many others. But what's weird about this one is that they took out the line where Coiny calls Spongy fat.
Yeah, please!
No, not moving.
What's that? I can't exactly tell what you said through all those layers of fat. It sounded kind of like sure thing, Corny.
No, I said.
Yeah, please!
No, not moving.
What's that? I can't exactly tell what you said. It sounded kind of like sure thing, Corny.
No, I said.
I just thought that was interesting. But now everyone's dead, and because of this, Fiery Speaker Box gives them the HPHBRCC. Hold on a second. What if you could buy this? Like, the HPHBRCC as like a little figurine, like a paperweight. That would be so sick. I would gladly let that chill on my desk. Now that I think about it, they should do that with all the recovery centers. HBRC, Master, Personal Recovery Centers. The TLC and LOL. Does anyone else think that's a cool idea? Like a little TLC on your desk with a working hinge and everything? I think that'd be really cool, guys. Jacknjellify, that's your new $1 million idea. Screw those plushes. This is what the people want. I'll have to revoke my statement from earlier. This is easily the weakest part. This is not to say it's bad at all. This is still a great episode. Exhibit A, this is peak Nickel. He's so pessimistic, it is hilarious. Every single line he has is so funny. I really wish they didn't change his personality for BFB. So Book says that each percentage takes 9 hours to complete. That means it takes a total of 900 hours to create the HPRC. If we divide the 900 hours into the 78 days it took them to crank, then we see that they cranked for about 11.5 hours a day. That is actually pretty reasonable. Carrie and Michael, if you guys actually did the math to make it work out like that, I'm impressed. For some reason, Wobunch recovers Puffball even though every member of Team No Name is dead. This, as you would guess, results in Puffball recovering everyone on her team and the Wobunchers getting frozen. Yeah, that was really smart, guys. The episode ends with yet another really dark scene. Free Smart holds their breath while crossing the entire Gwicky Canal. See, this is what I like about BFDI. It wasn't afraid to get dark every once in a while. Do more of this, guys, and less of, whatever the hell this is. The final part, and a good one at that. Free Smart and No Name finally get to Yoyo Land in this episode, and with that, Yoyo City. This is the very first time 2,763 miles has traveled in this series, and this will be added to the counter. Time waster. I really love Yoyo City. It's so eerie and creepy and... Okay, I need another synonym. It's this giant city that's abandoned for some reason. I'll get into that a bit more later. But Yoyo Land and Yoyo City are very cool locations. I love how this one scene has like fantastic animation for about 5 seconds before going back to normal. Why do they do that? Because snow plus gasoline equals glue, the HPRC gets permanently stuck on the outskirts of the city. No Name and Free Smart make it to the top of the mountain, but not the summit. For some reason, there's this giant pull and obstacle course that leads to a giant platform in space. Why? Free Smart makes it to the top. Big whoop. I'm more focused on the excruciatingly long time waster. Then Wobunch, who hasn't even crossed the canal yet, somehow hits the steel button on the Free Smart super van and the magnet pulls them to Yoyo Land. The ending here actually gets pretty climatic as the 3 teams race to the top, and of course the Puffball moment here is iconic. I'll admit that this is actually a super cool scene. The music choice and Puffball's voice are on point. It's kind of sucky that they do this to Puffball in the same episode she's up for elimination though. I feel like it's a no-brainer for people to dislike curb. But other than that, it's a really awesome scene. You gotta be kidding me! Our 8th and final BFDIA time waster plays out, and Match and Bubble get sent to the TLC. The announcer's also here, I guess. This relates to every part of this episode, but I love how monumental of a task they set this out to be. If there was a challenge like this in Post-Split, you already know it'd be just another 15-minute episode. But here they make a huge deal out of it, as they should. A huge portion of the episode takes place in southern Goiki, a good 10% of the way there. This is no small feat. This whole episode is amazing. From the characters to the challenge to the antagonist, it is all just perfect. I really wish BFDIA didn't get cancelled and we could just continue on after this. I'll get to it. Yeah, we're not exactly done with Season 2 yet. It'll be a few more miscellaneous videos before the season ranking. This one doesn't sound the best, but dude, do you realize how much work was put into this one? Not only is the animation super complex and jaw-dropping, but also look how many clips are on screen. The amount of editing that went into this is absolutely crazy. This video may not sound the best, but it sure as hell looks the part. This is what I have as the first short of the list. Whether it really is one or not is up to you to decide. The past 3 BFDI anniversaries have been characters spinning in a circle. But to celebrate 4 years of BFDI, Carrie and Michael release a deep, genuine thank you to all the people watching. This is a really amazing moment. Who cares? This one's boring. F tier. So this is a cute little short. A lot of people love this animation style, but I do not. It's way too jittery for my liking, and the mouse will sometimes randomly switch to clenched teeth out of nowhere, and it's super jarring. And since every mouth is either fully black or fully white, it doesn't always match what's being said. If done well, this style could be really pleasing to watch, but in this particular short, What's really weird about this short is that it's in the official BFDI playlist. This playlist holds every single episode of every season of BFDI, but this is on there weirdly enough. I guess that means it's canon, even though other likely canon shorts don't appear on the playlist, such as BFDI Episode and BFB Contestants Reactive Wiki Comments. This is real, we're gonna talk about this one later. This doesn't really make sense to be canon as it kind of breaks the fourth wall. It announces the return of BFDI with the characters acknowledging it. And the book they get looks a lot like Donut's diary. What is going on? This is the first time Fiery and Coiny are portrayed as actual friends, and Needle actually tells them to call her Needy, which at first sounds normal, they dropped that in BFB. But also this takes place before IDFB, and Needle still slaps people for calling her that there. I don't know, continuity error. Who gives a fuck? Imagine how different the series would be if BFDIA was never cancelled. IDFB, BFB, and TPOT probably wouldn't exist. This admittedly isn't really anything special, it's pretty much a minute and a half of audio. The episode states that the contestants now live in Yoyo City. I wish they did that in the real one. I'm sure if it was actually made, it would have been pretty good. I assume after the monstrous BFDIA 5, episode 6 would have been a lot more laid back in comparison. It really does make you wonder what the season would have been like if it never ended. I gave it a lot of thought, and I decided I'm gonna be reviewing these episodes in release order, which means we won't get the rest of BFDIA for another 10 years. Who cares about democracy anyway? I'm doing this because the whole reason I'm reviewing these episodes in release order is to show off the growth of the channel, writing, and animation. If I was gonna order everything in any other way, I might as well just start the video off with number 141. BFDIA started out a bit rocky with its first few episodes, but by the time we got to episode 4 and 5, it seemed to really find its footing and become a cult classic season. The thing I loved about BFDIA the most was how dark it was. Everything had this feeling of emptiness and dread that we never really saw again, ignoring IDFB of course. Season 1 felt like it was in a perfect little bubble where everything was so nice and tidy, but here the bubble bursts. The announcer leaves and the contestants are left to face the cruel world they live in. Evil Leafy is a huge factor for this. That scene in BFDIA 5 alone is scarier than anything you'd see in modern BFDI. Even though this season kept up jokes throughout the episodes, it felt more mature. The deaths were more gruesome, the characters a lot meaner. I feel like the newer seasons of BFDI have been missing the edge that BFDIA had. So yeah, I congratulate you BFDIA, you managed to be a short and memorable season, able to stand apart in the crowd of every other season in the series. I don't think we'll ever get anything quite like BFDIA ever again. It is a truly fantastic season, and I'll cherish everything we have forever. And with that said, I can't wait for them to f*** it up. This episode is difficult to talk about. I have to take every single thing I want to say, every thought, every idea, every theory, prediction, hope, complaint, and praise of an entire season into just one episode. I know that sounds like a joke. Oh my gosh, he has to talk about a whole season that's one episode long. No, that's not what I mean. IDFB is so special. It has so many unique traits and ideas and so much, so much potential. But it's only one episode long. Since I've got so much to talk about, the pacing for this is going to be a little wonky, so sorry about that. Let's just start with the opener. It is just so iconic. Every time I hear it, I get this wave of nostalgia. It's just so memorable. It might not be as well known as
Hey, a racer!
but it's definitely up there. I also noticed that there were a few scenes that had the BFB style of animation with the hand-drawn face and limbs. It only ever shows up on Bommy and Fries in this one scene though. Maybe Carrie and Michael were going to try to phase out the old animation style and into the new one over the course of the season. Like I said before, Needle doesn't like being called needy again. I just don't get BFDI's back. What is it? Fiery is also getting punished, presumably because he saved Leafy. Okay, now here's where it starts getting interesting. For some reason, Pencil doesn't seem to be too keen on Match anymore. Apparently she was too needy. The voting for this episode actually had Match rejoining. It would be super interesting to see this plot point carried out further, especially after the two seem good friends again in BFB, alongside Book and her being enemies again. After a whole season of being a dick, Pencil actually talks to Book like a real friend. Revolutionary, I know. But by the time BFB rolls around, they seem to be on bad terms again. I like how even though they started a new season with BFB, they left room for IDFB to work with. If they didn't do that, then this season could turn out very boring when they finally return to it. Coiny doesn't like Eraser. Anyone know why? Rocky also has his vomit back. I assume because they realized it was the only thing that made him interesting. Rocky was basically a second Bommy in BFDIA, just sitting around without doing much. I don't really know if his vomit coming back is a good change or a bad one. Yet another change is Yellowface's voice. Gone are the days of the higher pitched Yellowface, and from now on it's much deeper. Leafy is actually seen alive in this episode. Oh no. Not that Leafy. This Leafy. We'll get to that one. So yeah, Leafy is alive here, but it isn't until BFB 15 when we finally learn it was Fiery who recovered her. I swear, if BFDIA doesn't show this at some point, I'm gonna be so mad. Non-Existy is in the TLC, which sure is interesting. I can't wait for him to never officially join IDFB when it comes time. That was the based episode, but now it's time to talk lore, which all involves the Science Museum in some way. Early into the episode, Golf Ball and Tennis Ball go into the Science Museum and find the wall teleporter. On the wall beside them, written seemingly in blood, is the phrase, "Stop her." Evil Leafy appears for a singular frame soon after. So this is pretty cut and dry to me. Yo-Yo City is abandoned because Evil Leafy chased out or killed all the residents, leaving behind an empty husk of a town. But unfortunately, the other point of lore in this episode isn't quite as clear. In a flashback to a repressed memory, we see Golf Ball without her dimples in the Science Museum. She hides behind a vase before it's shattered by a mace. There's this weird black silhouette that passes by the screen as it happens. And literally today, as of writing this, the FLA for this episode was leaked, and the name of this object in the files is Car Thingy. Before this, a lot of people already thought that this was the Free Smart van / super van, mostly because it's the only vehicle we've really seen up to that point. On top of that, Golf Ball is also called Bozo, which is what Match and Pencil call her.
It's okay, Match. Remember, GB is a bozo brain, bossy bot.
Where are you, Bozo? You need punishment. You can't hide forever, Bozo.
At first, I was pretty hesitant about this theory because the lack of dimples implies this took place before season 1 and the van wasn't around back then. But Needle tries to stop the balls from going into the museum because of Free Smart.
It's secret, but it's because of Free Smart.
This season has so much potential. It's stuff like this alongside Grotatoes and their general gimmick of the season that would make this way more worthwhile to continue instead of BFDIA. Speaking of which, the revival of BFDIA kinda ruins IDFB in a way. I kinda imagine that the contestants were deserted, and after trying everything to free their friends, they eventually gave up and settled down in Yo-Yo City, waiting for the day the speaker boxes return. The wall teleporter was a glimmer of hope after being so helpless for so long. But now, they were just dicking off the whole time. Who cares? They knew everyone was locked in there and didn't do anything about it the whole time. It kinda just dampens the impact. I wonder if when IDFB 2 ever comes back, the votes will be more skewed because of the modern episodes. I see a lot of people specifically vote to eliminate contestants in BFDIA that are still competing in TPOT for the sole reason that they're in 2 seasons. So if IDFB 2 were to ever come back today, I think that the contestants not currently competing in BFDIA or TPOT would get way more votes than they normally would. Kind of annoying, but whatever. Now that I think about it though, they're probably not going to go back to IDFB until both seasons are already done with, so I guess just avoid that problem. I know. This is also the last time we ever see Yoyo City in this series, chronologically speaking. They've gone to Yoyo Land since, but Yoyo City is yet to show. Even in BFDIA they leave it. What the hell do they have against this city? It's a cool and unique setting. I personally really love Yoyo City. I got a bit of nostalgia when it showed up in BFDIA 6. But you know what else gives me nostalgia? This intro. Oh my gosh, I love this intro so much. It is just perfect. It is the best intro I have ever seen in an object show. The music is amazing. It gives me this feeling of an era gone by, getting nostalgic for something you'll never experience again. It's not just the intro though, the whole episode is like this. I said it before in a previous video, but the cancellation of BFDIA, as well as the contestants just being abandoned in Yoyo City, is honestly just kind of depressing. But this episode, the wall teleporter, this damn intro gives off this feeling of hope in a dying world, like getting the antidote in a zombie apocalypse, like finding a habitable planet after the Earth is destroyed, or Will Smith assassinating aliens in that one movie. I think this being the only episode in the season only adds to it. We know that they'll be able to get everyone out of the TLC. We know that they'll make it back to Gwiki. We know that it will all work out. But do we really? The fact that we don't know what happens next is sad. We have no idea what happened to these characters over this huge portion of the series. But I kinda like that. I'll be honest, if IDFB 2 never releases and this is all we're left with, I'd be okay with that. This season has to be dealt with in such a specific way where I don't even know if Jacknjellify will ever be able to recapture its magic anyway. Genuinely one of the best episodes of this entire series. I will be shocked if it ever leaves the top 5. This season has so many ideas I desperately want to see get explored further, with an atmosphere that is just unforgettable. And for that, this episode easily gets the top spot on the ranking so far. Something I didn't know for a long time is that this short was actually an apology for delaying IDFB 2. I also heard somewhere that there was supposed to be a second short after the episode was delayed a second time, but I wasn't able to confirm it, so I guess we'll just keep speculating. This is just a fun little short. The entire short has such smooth animation, especially that scene at the end. This is jaw-dropping. Since there's no dialogue, the short relies entirely on visual gags, and I'm happy to say it sticks every landing possible. It's just funny, not much to say. Now, did it make up for delaying IDFB 2? I don't know, I'll get back to you on that one. This is also the first appearance of the BFB area with the bathrooms and all that. I don't like thinking about why there's a bathroom here because that implies other things. But yeah, it's a good short, hooray!
Baller.
How many of you actually knew that this video was made to announce the very first object show meetup? I knew. Oh my gosh, shut up! I like
Baller.
It's good, especially considering it's the first non-YTPMV music we've seen so far. I definitely prefer the real music instead of those, so I'm glad we're finally in this era. You know, I kind of already went over everything in the IDFB section. Not really sure what to say now. You could probably guess what the ranking looks like. I'll just show it now. This is such a hard episode to write about. It's such a monumental moment in BFDI history. It kickstarted the modern BFDI era and influenced so many object shows. And it's easy to see why. This is a really good start to the season. Even though there's 64 characters, each and every one gets at least one moment, making them all memorable. However, I will admit that some episodes this season do a pretty bad job at giving each team a moment to shine. BFB 1 still does it great though. A lot of shows with way less characters struggle to do that. Animatic Battle is the only one that comes remotely close, and that was made by 2 people honing in their skills for years. Speaking of Animatic Battle, both that show and GGG totally ripped off the opening with the Pentagon here. Just thought I'd mention it. Like I said, the episode does a really good job introducing each character. No one gets skipped over. Everyone gets their own little moment, no matter how small. One of my favorite scenes in this episode is what the title is named after. I actually really like this iteration of Teardrop. Instead of being an overpowered badass or boring nothingness, she's more down on her luck. constantly being wronged by the world and not having a way to combat it. I feel like this idea uses her inability to speak in a way better way than any other season. It actually leads to interesting conflicts and plot lines. Damn it, why'd they have to change you? Another interesting part about this scene is something Leafy says.
I can't wait to get to meet all of you.
Be quiet, Leafy, you're not helping.
Hear that with Golf Ball looking for her at the start, and I'm pretty certain this is implying that Leafy just got back from being exiled. Ice Cube gets another new voice actor, but they reuse lines anyway for some reason. This results in the clunkiest sentence of all time. Just take a listen.
Hey guys, can I be part of the truce?
Also, I want to mention that I was a fan of Fanny from the start. It took a lot of people until TPOT 7 to like her, but I was always there. In fact, I'm your biggest fan. Moving back to Free Smart, there's an interesting detail I noticed. When Bubble gets demoted to Bember, each character's voting icon is shown, including Book and Ice Cube, which we wouldn't even see for another 14 episodes. And the weird part is, the icons aren't even used on the voting screen at the end of this episode. Did they just forget, or what happened here? Pillow almost swore.
A true indicator that person doesn't give a fuck.
Chuck, hey, no swearing.
In the video, The Secret Behind BFB Split, Carrie says that BFB was originally going to be sloppy BFDI, which means it would have been super low effort and they could just go back to the fun of BFDI. I'll probably discuss this video later, but for now I want to talk about the animation. It's clear that the hand-drawn faces and limbs were originally supposed to take some work off the animators. Look at almost any scene in early pre-split and you'll see that this shit is animated like an anime. Characters and limbs are usually static, with the mouths flickering between 2 or 3 frames. This is honestly kind of genius because it allowed them to spend less time on regular talking scenes, so they could focus more on spots with really good animation, like Flower opening the jar, Balloony jumping, etc. However, this strategy would later turn on them as the faces and limbs moved closer and closer to being frame by frame, which would eventually lead to the split. I personally really like the style of early pre-split. It just has this really nice charm to it, and even though it's low effort, the hand-drawn limbs and faces make it look like it has a much higher production value. That's another big influence this episode had. No one was hand-drawing object shows before this. I don't love how mouth and limb assets look in object shows, so this does bring a smile to my face. Back to the episode, Forrest shows up when we get the amazing intro. I don't even need to discuss it, you know it's great. How was Black Hole so big though? Wasn't he the size of everyone else in BFDIA? I suppose something probably happened in IDFB, but also... how? The first power that Thor ever uses is mutilation, which was always my favorite of his. But did you know that he only ever uses this 3 times in the entire series? Why? He recovers Balloony, and people always like to say that the two have some sort of connection, but no, Thor probably just saw him fly into Black Hole.
Let's play a game.
I love games. What's wrong?
Don't you want to battle to win a prize?
But what is the prize?
A BFDI.
What an iconic line. 80% of object shows parody this. Since this episode, I feel like way too many object shows have had the team names chosen by accident. And it can be funny sometimes, but it's just way overused now. If you're gonna do it, put a unique spin on it. The joke was pretty funny in BFB, but nowadays it's just the same thing every time. Character yells something out and accidentally names the team. Nice. I really love the challenge in this episode, but there isn't much to go to in specifics. I really like Journey, and Flower not wanting to be enemies is pretty wholesome. Wow, I sure do hope that doesn't make me want to commit arson 16 episodes from now. Ainz unfortunately loses though.
But jumping worked last time.
No the fuck it didn't. What a good episode though, I quite like it. BFB 2 works as a really good second episode. Like episode 1 of every object show has to balance each team's screen time to make sure they each get a moment to shine. A good second episode will scale down the screen time on most teams while increasing it on 1 or 2. Beep is clearly the focus here, but each team still gets their share in the spotlight. Now that I think about it, that's pretty much my only complaint of Animatic Battle 2. Despite being up for elimination, Happy Meatball does almost nothing that episode, and the same can be said for really any team that's not Happy Meatball, Diet, or Benjamin. I don't know why I started reviewing another object show there, but anyway, I will say that the elimination was kinda unfair. Match and Pencil were incredibly cruel last episode, so it was pretty obvious he would be one of them. How the hell did Fanny get bottom 2 though? Was she really that hateable that episode? The challenge is to save a contestant from a jawbreaker. I like this challenge a lot actually. It's really creative and it follows up the events of last episode well. However, the episode's pacing is a little off. It goes beep struggling, a team is safe. Beep struggling, a team is safe. And so on and so forth. I don't really mind that much because there's some good interactions in the team like Cloudy and Leafy or Balloony and David. Nickel starts his patented saying random phrase here and I'm already missing the BFDIA Nickel. We're also introduced to the waterfall area where Robody is able to teleport to? I I don't really know what's going on with this area, and it only gets more confusing from here, so I'm just gonna assume that there's no planned lore for it. Once again, I feel like the elimination is kind of rigged. Like, obviously Leafy is gonna get out. She rules her team like a tyrant, tracks people by loyalty, and just in case you weren't thinking of voting her yet, she straight up kills Balloony at the end. 4 next keep their charm from the first episode here as well. I like it when they get more meta with these two. And by that, I don't mean turning and winking at the camera, but when they play with the animation, it makes them feel otherworldly. Overall, BFB 2 is a really good follow-up to BFB 1. Good plot structure, good screen time balance. Lollipop even does. What else is there to add? Good episode. I like the fork and zappy bit a lot. It's easily the most iconic moment of the episode. Woody's reaction being safe was a funny reference and a good use of the rule of 3.
Spongy was eliminated at 4 votes.
Woody is
Same.
And somehow Balloony knows about the exit in this episode? Okay, maybe they do have a connection. This episode improves on the previous quite a bit. In the swing set challenge, 2 teams are focused on instead of just one, which makes it way more unclear which will be the winner and loser. And Donut is kind of a completely different character than he was in BFDIA. I mean, I'm not complaining though, I really like Donut now, but it's kind of weird. So it starts the whole abandoning arc here, which we all know gets annoying later. But it's not so bad in this episode, since it's mostly played as a joke. They are absolutely ruthless at the end though, what the hell? A better ending than that starts its golf ball versus 8-ball arc, which is a pretty okay one. Overall, this episode's pretty enjoyable, very similar quality to the last one.
Marker. Just throw a hand of rock, paper, or scissors, and whoever silently farts the most air out while playing wins the game.
I never expected there to be a fart joke in BFDI. I am very disappointed. And it's not the only one either. There's only 2 instances of DreamWorks humor in this entire show, and they're both in this episode. Not even Post-Split stooped that low. Shame on you, writers. Shame on you. They bring up Belle's string in this episode, and everyone wants to find out what's at the top. This is just the beginning of a long streak of let's tease this character's dark secret, but never actually even consider revealing it at any point trend. They do that a lot this season. Bracelet gets eliminated, and by a lot too. I get why she was hated so much, since all she did was yell about Ice Cube. But I find it really strange that Bracelety and Ice Cube weren't put on the same team. Seemed like a no-brainer to me. You can have Ice Cube love the attention at first, but eventually start getting sick of it. But I don't know, I'm not the one making the show, am I? My favorite kind of challenges in object shows are ones that are very simple but get very intense by the end. And this is exactly the kind of challenge this is. Depict 4 in a form of art. Sounds pretty simple, and it is, but the ending gets really cinematic for no reason. Because of a malfunction on Lollipop's fork repellent, forks start flying everywhere. So Deathpack tries stopping them from hitting 4. I really love some of the shots they have here, like Pillow getting hit by the forks or Black Hole sucking them up. It's the most intense the end of a challenge has been this season, and the music helps with it a lot. It's a great track. After 8-Ball almost has his team lose, he starts crying and does this big speech about how he thought he was helping the team, that he was being sarcastic the whole time. It's a fine resolution, but didn't that arc start like last episode? There definitely could have been a lot more done with it. Loser has a flashback about being covered in paper mache. Eggy and Teardrop have their talk on the cliff. I don't care. This episode is pretty good. Moving on. This is the next anniversary short. It feels less genuine than the last one because they throw in a lot of jokes, but at least one of them is funny. Not really sure what else there is to say. Sorry, I guess. What a terrible title. What is this, BFDIA? I thought this one was titled Freefall, but no, that's what it says on the thumbnail. Would have been a much better name, but oh well. I really like the opener, that was funny. Really good animation too. For some reason, the main focus of the episode is the cake at stake, which takes the majority of the runtime. Lai gets eliminated here, and I'm pretty sure just about every human on the planet agrees that this was a mistake. It makes sense why she was eliminated because no one on Deathpack did anything bad, but Lai didn't do anything at all due to her being surrounded by forks. Even though Pi didn't do anything either. Lai has an admittedly cool final speech and flips her face around to the light switch from BFDI Episode 225,555,555. They entertain the idea that Lai is a switch for something crazy and mysterious, but I doubt it'll ever get brought up again. Hey, this is editing me, and they fucking brought it up again. That leaves us with the challenge, which is pretty uninteresting. The teams have to stay flying on these paper airplanes, which could be cool, but they don't really do much with it. Most of the teams don't do anything, and it just becomes a race between Beep and free food on who can hit the ground first. Stapy has his dumb stapler instincts bit, which would guarantee that he would be eliminated if free food lost. Beep gets the most screen time though, and David and Woody hard carried the team. It really sucks that they lost again, but that one cliff shot was nice. Overall, this is definitely the weakest episode of the season so far, but it's still alright. I can get some enjoyment out of this. 4 times 0 equals 0. Thought I might as well get that out of the way. In the cake at stake this episode, most of Team Beep turns orange. This is the first time they've done huge asset changes in the show, and it won't be the last. And despite 4 getting multiplied before David is announced save, he's turned orange just like the others. They take this animation error and roll with it. He is still orange to this day. Kinda gotta respect the commitment. But like I said before, 4 gets multiplied with Donut, which makes him the host. I feel like it's a little early to be doing something like this though. Well, now I'm glad it happened when it did, considering it wouldn't take long for the show to split and the opportunity getting lost. But we've only had 5 episodes to get to know these guys, so it's weird to get rid of them this early into the game. I still like the idea though, don't worry. The challenge features the Twinkle of Contagion. It's pretty creative and leads to a few fun scenes, including one where is able to breathe in space. Just thought I'd mention that. They, and a better name than that, fly to the moon and get stuck there for a while alongside the Twinkle. After Taco, the only one on Earth, is able to trick Belle into getting the Twinkle, she breaks the basket the losers were hiding under and gives it to Clock. We now get the best Eggy scene where she complains that Clock lost the challenge for them. But Eggy, every other member of the losers, including you, were also looking at Belle. So if it wasn't him, it would have been someone else. I don't like Eggy now, but you should have seen me back in 2018. She was by far my least favorite character, alongside Pencil and Match, weirdly. I found this old slideshow I made back in the day ranking all the characters. I actually found a bunch of old stuff from back when I first found the show, including a prediction I made. I considered making a video about that prediction, but then I realized it'd be very boring, so I'm not gonna do that. This episode has the Coiny and Pin talk under the basket, and it's a nice scene and all, but it kinda comes out of nowhere. The episode is filled with a bunch of goofy and silly jokes, but then there's this deep conversation in the middle of it all. And the losers really haven't had that much screen time this season. There's been no build up to this. I just find it kind of weird that it was here, but the episode's still great. Alright, this is the Jing Jing Squisher. We're talking about the Jing Jing Squisher now. This video is a sequel to the 2008 classic, The Bebe Squisher, which marks the 10-year anniversary of the channel. Most of the videos is them doing a Rube Goldberg contraption, but that's not what we're here for. We're here for the short at the beginning. Now, you may be asking, why would you include this video on the list but not any of the BFDI XII meetup announcements, most of which have much longer, more entertaining, and much better animated shorts compared to this 30-second MS Paint drawing? The answer to that is actually surprisingly simple.
Fuck you.
Also, I don't talk about Inanimate Insanity, remember? That's my character trait. Let's move on. So there isn't much to talk about here. It's a fun little short, and you can tell that Carrie did all of this himself because he's the only character he voices. And the animation style looks like the Problem Solvers. I'm not really complaining though, I think this style is pretty charming. I meant the Jing Jing Squisher, not Problem Solvers. That show looks awful. I mainly want to talk about the controversy in this episode, and also the way Tennis Ball says squish. I just like that.
Wow, somebody needs to lay off the sugar.
A bunch of people got up in arms about this joke, enough to where Carrie had to make an apology. Like, seriously guys, it's not that big of a deal. That's what we like to call adult humor, okay? And then some people got mad at Carrie for the songs that were in his YouTube recommendations. Like, why do you care? Okay, so he listens to death metal or whatever the Chainsmokers are. Why is that a big deal? Leave the guy alone. He doesn't deserve the torment. And that's my job anyway, so back off. I like how they have 5 more characters lined up. Is Carrie really planning on coming out of retirement in 2058 just to squish another plush? Actually, that'd be really cool. He should do that. I always thought that this was the most forgettable episode of Pre-Split, but while I was watching, I was surprised to see just how good it was. In this episode, everyone is playing with these toys I don't know the name of, and Loser says he loved playing with them for years. Thereafter, Fanny drops the hardest diss track of the series, calling him out and saying that the toys were just invented that day. And this is all it takes to get just about everyone to go from loving him to hating him. I used to think it was weird how fast they all turned on Loser, but I think it might be because of how trusted and respected he was. The lie actually hurt everyone. This leads to the cake at stake where he gets eliminated, and I honestly really like Donut as a host. He actually takes the time to sit down and talk to the bottom 2 before revealing the votes. I wish they did stuff like that more. Loser gets put inside one of the drawbreakers, which... Okay, so normally sound can come into the jawbreakers but cannot come out. This is why in BFB 3 Taco could hear her team, but they couldn't hear her. However, Loser is placed in the jawbreaker inside out, meaning sound can come out but not in. This leads us to the challenge, which is probably the most forgettable challenge in the series, or at least the season. But that's only because it's not really the focus. Other than that one really cool scene where everyone kills each other, wow that sounds bad, we mostly focus on the gang on the moon. Since there's no one there to defend a better name's or goal, they use Robot Flower to hack into Remote and control her. After Remote regains some free will, she sends a bomb to the hackers, threatening all of their lives. I love how the computer world looks in this episode, and the shot where the screen says that everyone will die is actually kind of chilling. Of course, Robot Flower closes the signal, sending the bomb back at Remote and killing her. The other members of Robot Flower's team kind of hold this against her for a while, at least from what I can remember. But if she didn't close the signal, then they would all die and wouldn't be able to control the Remote anyway. And since 4's gone, they wouldn't be able to compete in any challenge. Get your priorities straight, guys, what the hell. Regarding Loser, most of the contestants are actually pretty torn on what they think of Loser, which is nice. It seems like later on they all just straight up hate him, which makes it less believable that they love him again in BFB 16. I also love the speech he has. It gets cut off in the moment, but gets revealed to us in the end credits scene. He talks about how he loved being on a team with the others and was glad 4 was gone so he could stick around for a little longer with everyone. It's honestly really sad considering how they all immediately stopped caring for him. Loser was always the celebrity of the group, but this speech really grounds him and makes him feel like a more genuine person. I was really surprised about how good this episode was. They managed to pack in so much great stuff in just 10 minutes. Bravo, guys.
Ooh, maybe I shouldn't have inhaled those fumes!
Why did you do this to me? I know I already said it, but Donut is such a fun host. I love how he absolutely abuses his new powers at times. I don't think the moon works like that, but okay. Him using fiery speaker boxes pieces as the prize is a good callback. I'm just gonna take a wild shot in the dark. If this is the real fiery speaker box and not the clone, then we'll probably see him get killed in IDFB. Whether or not it'll be by Donut's hands, we'll just have to wait and see. Weirdly though, 8-Ball and Golf Ball are shown as enemies again, even though it was established they made up like 2 episodes ago. Damn, I hope someone gets fired for that blunder. I also noticed that the animation is starting to get really spectacular. In the early episodes, it'd just be these blobby mouths, but now they're nicely drawn and make sure to change the mouth for each sound. This isn't the first episode that's like this though, it's been gradually getting better over time. It was such a smooth transition that I didn't even notice it was happening until now. I like the idea of the quiz challenge, but it doesn't have much room for character interactions. We get to see Iance and a little bit of free food, but the other 5 teams don't get much attention at all. But there's still another I'd like to talk about soon. The challenge isn't even explained right though. It's implied that only one of the contestants per team is allowed to buzz in, but it's never actually stated in the episode. I guess it's like BFB 11 and each team just chooses who they want to answer questions. But that doesn't really make sense for some of the teams, like why would Iance choose Bubble? It's a fine challenge, but it doesn't really work in the team stage. I know it's a long ways away, but a quiz challenge would have worked a lot better during the merge, even though it'd have to be tweaked a bit. Stapy decides to cheat by switching Iance's buzzer with a fake one. But it's shown that Stapy already knows the answer to one of the questions, one where it took like an entire minute for anyone else to buzz in. Why would Stapy bother cheating when he could have just won legitly anyway? The end credits scene features the conversation between Fanny and Bubble, where Fanny tells Bubble that Match didn't know the answers either. I enjoy how Fanny isn't just a one-note hater, but actually wants everything to be completely fair and right. This sets the stage for something in a later episode, so I'll wait until then to talk about it more. 8! I don't know if I've ever actually mentioned this, but Saw used to be my favorite character for a long time. I don't really know what it was, I just liked her. So you could imagine my dismay when she was stripped of all personality and turned into a joke character. Now, I don't really mind the 8 stuff in this episode. It's actually pretty funny and has a nice payoff. I think it might have even been this episode that made her my favorite all the way back when. But they just couldn't let it go. I'll save the rant for later, but trust me, I've got a lot to say. This episode sees X returning. Apparently he was able to avoid the multiplication from a few episodes ago. This is fortunate timing though, as Donut has begun to get sick of hosting. Really? It looked like he was perfectly happy last episode, and don't these episodes canonically take place months apart? There should be plenty of time to plan out a simple challenge. Anyway, now that X is back, the writers make an effort to make him more of a real character. Before he never really did much, he was basically just for his goofy sidekick and punching bag. But now that he's left on his own, he gets a little bit more personality. Donut takes the opportunity to push all his hosting duties on X, starting with the cake at stake. But in a wacky turn of events, X ends up reading the votes backwards. What a silly goose. I shouldn't have to tell you that this is one of the worst cake at stakes in the series. Of course he reads the votes backwards, immediately revealing Stapy's out. But then everyone starts talking and you don't even get to hear any of the other vote counts. I guess this was the right episode to do something like this though. Stapy was obviously going to get eliminated from cheating. I don't understand why they choose some of the teams they do to be up for elimination. Speaking of which, Beep loses again. Well, as it turns out, Satomi, one of the main writers for the show, was biased against Nickel and wanted him out, causing the team to lose 3 times in just 10 episodes. But I don't think Satomi is 100% to blame here. I'm not exactly sure how the production process works, but I imagine that at least a few people would have to approve the storyboard before recording and animation starts. Did no one care that Beep would be down to just 5 members after this? I feel like this is especially noticeable as Beep is the only team to lose more than once at this point. I know that the team is filled with a lot of joke characters, but that doesn't mean the team should be put in danger so often. I mean, just look at Woody. In this episode, he gets a nice little scene, finally pushing past his fears and getting the courage to throw the ball. Unfortunately, this character arc would end pretty poorly. Yay. X is such a sweet character in this episode. He just looks so happy being able to host an episode all by himself. I feel bad for him when he doesn't get to announce his challenge. And of course, him telling Cloudy that he's safe before the cake at stake is just the icing on top. Pun definitely intended. Why was Nickel kind of a dick out of nowhere though? Like, now is the time you want to bring back his old personality? David getting eliminated sucks though. I don't understand why he's so hated. I guess I get why some people wouldn't like him, but hate him? He's at least got to be better than Rocky, who's just a hindrance to his team. He's just funny, and him running away from X is a perfect example. For some reason, it took until now for the contestants to realize that 4 is the one with the prize. So that means that without 4, they're just battling for nothing. I do like the alternate intro here though. All the dead contestants are missing and every alternate contestant has their new appearance. You know, like the beepers are orange, trees inside bottle. It's really cool and makes me wish there was a show with a dynamic intro. One that changed every episode as contestants got eliminated. What? Anyway, they get 4 back and he begins to hunt down everyone who got eliminated. 8-Ball, Stapy, David, and that damn robot. But when he goes into space to get Loser, we hear him reading out of Donut's diary.
Dear diary, I regret to inform you that I discovered something very horrific about bombing today. You see...
Oh wow, what could this possibly mean? I don't know! Honestly, I'll be surprised if this ever gets brought up again. And if it does, it'll probably be something really underwhelming, like Bonnie killing a bunch of babies or something. Loser gets sucked inside of 4, and we get a look at the elimination area for the first time. The exit. I love how this place looks. The 2D characters are integrated into the 3D world really well. Don't know why this is the only place in 4 that's 3D, but you know what? I'm not complaining. I like how this looks. And that's the video, everybody. Oh, wait. I almost forgot about the end credits scene. Silly me. Let's take a look at this right now.
So, Belle.
Now what are you trying to do? Any twinkles I could take off the moon for you?
Belle, I'm only making conversation with you.
Oh, just like last time?
Listen, Belle, I'm sorry about...
Can you consider that sorry might not cut it?
What the f- Belle is just being unreasonable. Oh no, she said that Taco did the challenge? It was a smart play and Belle's team didn't even go up for elimination anyway, so why does she care so much? Whatever, this episode was alright. Despite 4 coming back being a big deal, this episode feels surprisingly uneventful. This can be applied to a lot of the recent episodes actually. I've noticed the amount of notes I've taken for each episode has only gone down since episode 1. But I remember BFB 11 being a big turning point for the season, as well as the animation becoming top tier by then. The interactions and conflicts between characters start to get really great, so in other words, shit gets real. See what I mean? This episode has a great mix of both action and characters. In fact, over half the notes I took were just me talking about the characters. So, let's go down the line, shall we? Leafy. She rejoins with a huge percentage of the votes, with over 8,000 more than what second place got. She gets put on the losers alongside Fiery and the other season winners. I'm so glad they did this. Pretty much everyone on this team knows the bad things Leafy's done over the years. And now that she's trying to be a better person, this can lead to some great interactions later down the road. Fiery. When Leafy gets brought back on his team, he stops doing anything. Pointy notices this and calls it out. Fiery kind of lashes out at him and gets frustrated that he doesn't get to do the challenge. A lot of weird behavior, that's for sure. Dora. She gets selected to to do the challenge for her team. No one talks about this, but Dora is such a good asset for her team. She absolutely carried in episodes 1, 2, and 11 for the most part. It's sad what would happen to her in her later years. Match and Bubble. Bubble finally calls Match out on her behavior. She's been an absolute meanie head to everyone on the team. She thinks she's taking Pencil's role as a strong leader in the team, but she's just being cruel. It helps that this was actually built up over the course of the show. And while she doesn't do much in this episode, Fanny is a pretty big part of this arc, being the one to get Bubble to stand up for herself in the first place. It's a really nice conversation with a great ending.
When I struggle, I don't need a stern leader. I don't need Pencil. I needed you.
Match apologizes, but Bubble doesn't forgive her. It makes a lot of sense for her to do this, and it caps off a really good scene. Foldy. Foldy found out that Ainz is the reason Stapy got eliminated and does everything she can to take Flower down. It's kinda dumb, and I remember tons of Foldy hate starting up because of this. But for me, I don't really care. It doesn't look like she even saw the whole scene anyway, so whatever, I guess. Flower. This is how you write a character trying to redeem themselves. Flower doesn't whine, she doesn't get bullied, she doesn't spell out her character arc every 2 seconds. She just tries to help the team. That's all. She wants to win for her team so she isn't seen as an enemy anymore. But that doesn't mean she's immediately a perfect character, because when push comes to shove, that old violent personality will come out again. This is Flower's best episode this season. You can clearly see that she's trying to become better, but she's still the same old Flower that tried to crush the announcer all those years ago. It's like you can tell it's the same character still. That might not sound like a big deal, but trust me, it is. Back in the exit, there are a few points of interest. For one, there's a mysterious door in the back of the room, and Loser seems to have found a cryptic message in Donut's diary. Wow, I can't wait until season 17 when we finally get to learn what it was. I like the challenge. That's it, it's just good. Okay, elephant in the room. Everyone and their dog knows this episode for one thing and one thing only. That one 5-second scene of phenomenal animation. It's so good. I don't think there's a single other moment of animation in this show that tops this few seconds right here. I'm actually gonna slow this down so you get to see each individual frame of this scene. I remember hearing everyone gush over that One Piece scene a couple months back, and all I could think about was this right here. That's right, Flower could kick Luffy's ass. What the hell? He didn't talk about the end credits scene. That was in his notes. Yeah, that's right. I can read you guys like a damn book. I thought it was cute that Pin, Teardrop, and Needle were just hanging out together. I like it when contestants interact with people outside their team. Now shut up and let's get on with the video. Thank you. Here is my confession. When I first found out about BFDI, this was the most recent episode. Yeah, I know, I'm far from an OG. I'm not a real fan. I'm a fraud! When I first found out about this show, BFB 12 was maybe 2 weeks old, so I probably watched this around the end of July. The fact I could have watched Animatic Battle Universe as it released keeps me up at night. But since we've gotten to the point where I watched the episodes as they came out, I can start telling you who I voted for. So, what was my first ever vote in the series? Nelly. I don't really know why. The vote didn't even count either. Voting was over. This is the Among Us episode. Yup, that's right. BFB 12 released on June 10th, 2018. And just 5 days later, the hit game Among Us would make its debut into the world, which means that these two very similar products were being worked on at the same time. The episode starts out with Pen, Block, and Eraser just hanging out. I like that. Similar to the end credit scene from last episode, I really like it when characters interact outside their teams. It makes them feel more real. I also really like Bombi's conversation with Black Hole. That was pretty funny. Match gets eliminated, but it's not really focused on that much, weirdly. We quickly move to the challenge, which is one of the best in the series. It's just so creative. A mine from one contestant per team is swapped with another, and each team has to figure out who the imposter is to be safe. I know it's literally impossible, but it would be so fun to do something like this in real life. I love it when challenges have something to do with mines, like TPOT 10. It's always super unique. I'll admit that this episode doesn't use the challenge as well as it could, though. The challenge only lasts for about 7 minutes when it easily could have lasted double that and still been entertaining. For the billionth time in a row, Deathpack gets almost no screen time. They figure out right away after Tree, really Taco, kills Bottle. What the hell was she thinking? She does know that their whole purpose is preventing death, right? How would any of them see Tree kill someone and just think, yeah, that's about right. Speaking of Taco though, Pin's mind is in her body, and Taco's voice actor impersonates Pin's speaking patterns, which I thought was a cool detail.
Our strategy should be to guess Teardrop. She's been awfully quiet.
Same thing with Puffball and basketball, it's just neat. In the end, it comes down to Ainz versus Team Ice Cube, and yeah, obviously Ainz isn't gonna lose 2 times in a row. They barely even get any screen time during the challenge anyway, but I will say that I love what they do with Team Ice Cube in this episode. And by that, I mean they actually get some attention. I think Nelly has more lines in this episode than the entire rest of the season. Same thing goes for Fiery Jr. and Barfbag. They really never did much with these guys. This is why I wish they spent more time on the challenge, because I genuinely didn't see it be spongy when I first watched it. If we got more time to see Team Ice Cube interact and ask questions, it'd make the final reveal all the cooler. When the team implies that Bommy might be imposter, Donut starts acting weird, possibly because he knows about this horrific secret Bommy apparently has. Maybe Donut is scared of him. But then again, he asked to be on the same team as him and Teapot. Why does anyone even try anymore? Final thoughts. Really good episode, creative challenge, needed more time. Also, the book and taco arc furthered more, but I don't feel like talking about it. 8 months. That's how long it took for them to make the first 12 episodes of BFB. That production time is insane. That is an average of 20 days an episode. I'm really starting to question past me and what he considered a short, because this ain't it. Bottle says that BFB 13 is gonna be the
cooler, more anti-pussy way of staying hydrated.
And then they all kill Cake. This was a teaser for BFB 13 that used clips from the series to make Megalovania. This is the video that inspired the teaser I made for this video all that time ago. With that said, did you guys know that Sans is actually dead? Steven Universe? Sans stands for Steven after not surviving. Look at this stupid fucking image. A real human made this. What the fuck? Dude, you don't know how painful it was for me to wait for this episode to come out. Becoming a fan of the show only to then immediately have to wait an entire year for new content is, unfortunate to say the least. Wow, I forgot how great the animation was in this episode. It is stunning. The animation was good all the way up to this point, don't get me wrong, but this is just on a whole other level. Same thing goes for the writing too. This episode starts out with a conversation between Barfbag and Taco, and it feels genuine. It relates to the arc going on with Book right now, which gets turned up to 11. Book is completely unhinged here. I really don't want to spell out every single thing that happens relating to this arc because there's so much. And I'm sure that most of you remember this anyway, so I'll just say the talk with Katie is really nice, and I love the definition scene. Also, Ice Cube leaves to join Ions, and when saying she wants to switch teams, Book says that this isn't BFDIA anymore. Then Coiny does his thing.
Oh my gosh, I know that!
You got something you want to talk about there, Coiny?
No!
I know I say it a lot, but I can't wait for them to dance around this subject for the next 4 years until it's too late. Saw comes back. I wouldn't blame you if you didn't notice, but Saw disappeared completely after BFB8. Finally, she returns with a brand new handle. Apparently, she went on a scent cleanse to get rid of her number-yelling urges. Alongside that, her voice changed for some reason.
You know, pushing the good smells in so the bad smells go out.
I don't know if the voice actor was just out of practice for not voicing her for so long, but she sounds way different. Her voice cracks all the time now. She sounds more similar to Moon from OBS than she did in BFB8. I don't know why they didn't just drop the 8 thing here. Was it really that funny to keep it going? Because, spoiler alert, this is all they ever do with her from now on. Whatever, let's just talk about something else, like, oh, I don't know that. Damn it! One thing that's pretty consistent in this series is character assets. More specifically, an asset always resets once a character dies and is recovered. For example, in BFB 6, Nickel turns orange, and in BFB 14, he dies, and once recovered, is back to being gray. So here's the question. If Saw dies at some point in Teapot, will she get her original brown handle back when she gets recovered? It may seem obvious, yeah, of course she would, but here's my evidence. Saw is one of the few characters to never actually die. Okay, well she got crushed in the LOL in BFDI, but that doesn't really count. My point is, Saw is very unlikely to die in the near future, especially since she was eliminated in Teapot. By the next time she dies, Jacknjellify might forget to use the old asset. Also in the Teapot intro, she's seen with her pink handle. Of course, this is how she looked in episode 1 of that season, but other characters with asset changes such as Needle and Ice Cube appear as normal in the intro. This pretty much signifies to me that this design isn't changing, even though the canon of the show states that it should go back to the brown handle. I guess we'll just have to wait and see if they screw it up. They definitely will. This reminds me of something else that happened in this episode. Dora changes her hair, and it stays like that forever. Why? Couldn't tell you. I've heard it's because of copyright, but that doesn't make any sense. The members of Team Ice Cube are assholes to Fiery Jr. for no reason. He was a little mean last episode, but they act like he's been an awful person the whole game. Cake and Eggy have a fight about who is more devoted to Loser. I guess they like him again now. I remember this generated a lot of Cake hate, but I never liked him anyway. Pillow is eaten by 4 and the rest of Deathpack have to go in and find her. And this moment with the ad sucks. It is cringe. I'm sorry to end on a negative, but oh well. For some reason, I was super disappointed in this episode when it first came out. I don't know how though, I couldn't be happier with this. Except that scene, that one kind of sucked. But yeah, absolute banger of an episode. I can't wait to see what happens next. For some reason, this is the only multiple parter in the series not to be part of the same episode. The reason they split up the episode is so they had something released before the meetup that was happening soon. But why wasn't this called BFB 13B? They never say. Well, here's my theory. People had to wait over a year for the episode to be released. And I think Jacknjellify thought people would be furious for it to finally release, only for it to be BFB 13A. But when people watched the episode and realized just how good it was animation and writing wise, they'd be a lot more forgiving by the time they found out it was only part 1. But that's just my guess. If anyone actually knows the real reason, please let me know. I miss a lot of the stuff they say on live streams and Twitter, so it's possible they've already explained it without me knowing. Oh well, on to the episode. The buried forest is such a cool location. I'm sad it gets destroyed by the overflowing magma. Team Ice Cube might be my favorite now. It's weird. Up until BFB 12, they were kinda boring. But seeing them just hang out and interact with each other makes them so memorable. Donut, Barfbag, Gelatin, and Naily are all really great this episode. Their journey is the one that gets focused on the most, and I'm glad that's the case because I really like all these guys. Naily and Gelatin playing was just wholesome, and when Barfbag gets punctured and gets filled up with the water nearby, she's more energized. Different liquids giving Barfbag different effects is a really cool idea, and I'm glad they explored that a little bit more in TPOT. I'm sorry they stole your idea, Upboy. Donut sacrificing himself to save Spongy makes me respect him a lot, but Spongy then turning around to immediately betray his own team members is out of character, for being honest. Bommy saving everyone is really cool, and I love the explosion shot. It is jaw-dropping. I also want to point out this scene where Barfbag points in the wrong direction of the lava, and it's like, maybe they accidentally flipped the video by accident. But then in the same exact shot, Bommy runs in the correct direction. So how did this happen? Maybe the animator realized Barfbag was pointing the wrong way and then changed it with Bommy, but then got too lazy to mirror the animation.
Nah, they just fucked up.
Science is also really great here. They get an emerald pretty early on, but have trouble getting to the surface because they refuse to be around Golf Ball. It's just funny. Golf Ball being a dick and sentencing this team to death by lava is exactly the type of thing she'd do. Ice Cube doesn't really do anything though, even though her leaving her team was kind of a big deal. I don't know, maybe they had to get her a 43rd voice actor. Book's arc finally finishes maybe when he has another wholesome talk, this time with Pin. She saves Ice Cube and Taco, dying in the process. I like how they loop it back to Free Smart, it makes her actions more sensible. Beep is also pretty good here, especially the part when they reenact the iconic scene from BFDIA. Why is it that sometimes Rocky's vomit is normal and other times it's lava? And it was pink that one time, what the hell? One of my only real complaints is that a lot of the teams just use an emerald that another team got to be safe and don't really do the challenge. The losers, Free Food, and Deathpack get almost no screen time in both episodes. I don't really care too much though, because the time spent with Team Ice Cube, Beep, and Iance more than makes up for it. The animation becomes awful here for a few seconds. Why did they do this? One last complaint, there's this weird scene of shipping bait between Golf Ball and Tennis Ball, which was really jarring. I thought they only liked each other in a platonic way. This comes out of nowhere too, similar to that one scene with 4 and X last episode. After a random group of contestants gets cornered in Golf Ball's factory, Woody is thrown into a nearby garbage chute to escape, where this happens. What do you want me to say? Woody goes to the Roboti Waterfall area, the Episode area, which are both for some reason connected to Golf Ball's factory and 4. I'm pretty certain that this doesn't actually mean anything though and was just to be cool. And it is pretty cool actually. Him finding the emerald gave me goosebumps. Thanks! What a breathtaking episode. Everything about it, the animation, the writing, the characters, the voice acting is all perfect. Any complaint I have is so minor that it might as well be disregarded. Except for that damn animation error, that's unforgivable. But really, this episode raised the bar a little too high as we'll see. I'll be surprised if anything is able to top this. But now is the questions on everyone's mind. Why the hell did it take so long to make this? And that, my friends, is because of Satomi. Satomi was a showrunner of BFB during this episode and was apparently some evil tyrant that only accepted the the best in terms of animation. The situation reminds me of John
Crickfalusi,
the creator of Ren and Stimpy, who was famously incredibly hard to work with as he wouldn't accept a facial expression to ever be drawn twice. Because of this business practice, his strain on the animators forced them to keep missing deadlines, leading to him getting fired. So you can guess what happened to Satomi later. Again, I don't know much about this show's production, but I feel like Satomi isn't the only one at fault here. I'm sure it's possible, but there's no way no one else noticed just how slow things were moving along. That's just what I have to say about this, but we'll probably never know the real story. Wow, they actually did the whole song. I'm impressed. It's actually edited very well. They put a lot of work into something that's basically a joke. I've got a lot of respect for that. Good job, guys. But I am tired of talking about these songs. Fiery and Leafy talk again after how many years? That's cool. Eggy never knew that Leafy stole Dream Island, and I assume this applies to the other newbies this season. I really like the cake at stake this episode, but I've already talked about that extensively in my other videos, so check that out if you want. Sorry, I just don't like repeating the same thing twice. However, I will say that Dora should not have been eliminated. Like, yeah, she's a joke character, but she was genuinely useful to her team. And I don't think she was ever really that annoying like David or Rocky. I just really wish she got to TPOT because I'm really curious how a joke character would do with Vote to Save. I mean, yeah, we have Yellowface, but I'd argue he's more character than joke. I love the challenge and how it builds off the events of the previous episode. It's pretty simple just to get to 4, and the few living contestants left are all far apart and separated. And I love the one shot they have when it's announced. 4 states that
dying is not allowed,
but he never explains what that actually means. No one dies, so it's fine, but what if someone did? Would that team immediately get put up for elimination? Pretty similar to how they don't explain the guessing rule in BFB 12 until later on. I like that Puffball finally does something. I like that Robot Flower starts doing that thing with basketball, and I really love the clock stuff. I am genuinely shocked it took them so long to bring that back. If you're unaware, Clock stopped showing up in episodes after he yelled at 4 in BFB 10. In the exit that episode, if you look closely, you can see a to-do list that says Kill Clock. But none of the other losers could remember who their missing teammate was, so 4 refused to recover him. So this disappearance was completely deliberate. But what about Saw? Did they all sit around and decide that Saw was gonna leave the show for a few episodes, or did they just forget to put her in a few scenes and just rolled with it? Does any crew member who worked on the show want to tell me? Anyone? No? Okay. Worth a shot. Is it just me, or is there way too many recommended characters in this episode? There were like 3 or 4 separate scenes with recommended characters, plus the end credit scene, plus the voting screen. Speaking of which, Team Ice Cube loses, which is weird because they just lost 2 episodes ago. But I love their voting icons. They're each the last time their character appeared on screen, most of which showing their deaths. That sounded pretty morbid, but it's cool. I love this episode, and while it's not as impactful as BFB 13 or 14, it makes up for it by being super fun and still introducing a bunch of cool stuff like Clock, Robot Flower, and Fiery and Leafy's respective plots. I may be in the vast minority here, but this is my favorite BFDI song. I don't really know what the general consensus is because no one talks about it, but I assume because the real version of the song is so hated, this one would be too. But like, I don't even hate the original version. I know it's a huge meme and a bunch of people despise this song, but I don't know, I feel like I don't even hear it that much. Sorry to let you down, I guess. I distinctly remember watching this on Christmas morning after waking up way too early, and I loved it. It's just so wholesome. I listen to it every Christmas morning now. And yeah, you could argue that it's shipping bait, but it doesn't really feel like that because it's separated from the show and X is blissfully ignorant the whole time. But I think that this song might have had an effect on the real show. Starting with BFB 16 onward, 4 starts acting a lot nicer towards X, even though their whole dynamic is that 4 was an asshole to him. I say this because 4 would slowly become a lot softer as the show went on, to the point where in BFB 30, he's a crybaby man-child. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We still got a lot of time until that episode, so let's just enjoy ourselves before we get to Post-Split, shall we? Wait. I forgot how great this short was. There's so many good jokes and character moments, like the likability ratings or the armed robbery. It's nice to see these characters interact outside of the challenge and all the drama and whatnot. I don't want to talk about it too much because I think you should really go watch it for yourself if you haven't already. It's only 4 minutes long and packs a ton of good jokes in this short runtime. Might even crack the top 10. What the hell? It was a damn advertisement the whole time? Michael, how could you do this to me? I trusted you, but all this time you were just Cheapy McCheapskate. an amazing season. I'll be honest, not every episode was as great as I remembered. There were definitely no bad episodes, but a few of them were pretty unnoteworthy. But man, those last few episodes were absolutely fantastic. The show finally started to take itself more seriously. Not that it's never been serious before, but it took these stupid little jokes like the taco abandoning thing and transformed it into a fully fleshed out arc. As we now know, that arc never finishes, but that's not BFB's fault. It's yours! The main flaw of this season is its usage of screen time. Each episode focuses on only a few of the 8 teams, which can lead to some, like Death Pack, being very boring. But I'm mostly fine with it because what the show does with the teams it does focus on is fantastic. You might disagree with me, and that's fine. I can definitely understand why someone would rather everyone get attention. What it really comes down to is quantity or quality. Also, I want to say that I'm not going to be talking about those awful TikToks they start making around this time. Sorry everyone, but I won't be talking about those because they're all just cringy. All of them except the Ruby Cheeseburger one. I am so excited to see what happens next. The road to hell was paved with good intentions. I don't know if this is going to be controversial or not, but I consider BFB 16 to be part of Post-Split rather than Pre-Split. The split happened in this episode, so this is where the shift in ideas happened. And the writing in this episode just feels much more similar to that of early Post-Split as opposed to late Pre-Split. And yeah, it does contain the elimination from last episode, and all of the other contestants are still here, but this is my video and I do what I damn want! What an awesome fucking opening. I have quite a few problems with this episode, as you'll see later, but this opening inside the exit kicks ass. First, we get to see the exiters, which is already a really great start. Then we get a little bit of a lore tease about the speaker box. Then, this absolutely amazing music starts playing and Loser breaks out of the Jawbreaker. This is just like Jurassic World 2, an amazing opening to a pretty mediocre movie. Okay, back to that speaker box secret. Loser says that Donut learned what was inside the speaker box from being combined with 4. And it has been a long time since I've watched BFB 29 and 30, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think 4 and the announcer were ever really connected in any way other than the show. And also, what's this about something being inside of him? Is it the Earth Attraction Unit? If it is, then that's lame, we already know about it, and if not, then what? In the exit, everyone strangely likes Loser again. Okay, and you know what, I think I'm just gonna show you this whole next scene here.
No, what I meant is, we should all be together out there. Bracelety, what I'm trying to say is we should try to escape from the exit. We're strong enough.
Lai is right. Whatever we set our minds to, we can accomplish.
Yeah! What a brilliant idea, Lai. I'll collect the fridge, the traffic cone, the batteries, the flare gun, and the moldy English cream cake to stack our way up to 4's mouth.
What an oddly specific plan, but go for it.
Okay, so what the hell? Stapy's little makes me think that this is something Lai and Stapy have been secretly planning for a while now. But then Stapy lists his plan, and Lai seems to have no previous knowledge of it. So did they plan this, or was it off the cuff? And why do their voices sound off?
What a brilliant idea, Lai. You say eat the dirt? You know, Marker, I think I'll pass on this one.
Bracelety, what I'm trying to say is we should try to escape from the exit.
Well, I've heard your message, and I've heard it loud and clear.
I've been confused about this for years. Someone please explain. They begin to use the objects in the exit to try to stack up to 4's mouth. During this, Bracelety tells Match about Flower's new fashion line, Total Slip Shoes So Blah. What? 1. Why does Bracelety know about this and not Match when she was eliminated before her? 2. Why does Match care? She's still enemies with Flower. And 3. This is just the beginning of a long list of dumb jokes that weren't thought out at all and make no sense. Case in point, a few seconds later, Lai gets Match and Pencil to do what she wants by threatening to demote them to Bember. And it works. Why would these two ever care? She's not even part of the alliance, and even if she was, she sure as shit is not in charge. Spongy gets eliminated because obviously, but since he's so large, he gets stuck while 4 sucks him up. The exiters use Spongy's holes to escape, but 4 gets mad and sucks everyone back in except Loser and Spongy. Was this just a coincidence, or did they deliberately derail Spongy's character and put his team up for elimination so he'd get out, so they could then immediately put him back in the game as well as Loser? I'll let you decide. 2 shows up and starts doing a bunch of wacky things, such as turning the bathrooms into a hotel and destroying Yoil Mountain. Why? When 2 first showed up, 4 acts like he doesn't know him, but considering that TPOT 11 spoilers, the equation playground and all the other numbers are real, 2 might have gotten banished from the playground or maybe just left. So this is random, but I really want to talk about this pie and golf ball interaction.
We don't even know anything about it. Where did it come from? What are its motives? Is it a qualified host?
Do you even know the answers to those questions about FOR? And yet you built a rocket to the moon to obey FOR. Cool story, sis.
Actually, Pie, Golf Ball did not in fact build a rocket to the moon to obey FOR. In fact, Donut was the host during that episode, and it seems to me that the rocket was already built before the challenge had even been announced. Checkmate. So 2 tells everyone that if they join his game instead, they'll compete for his power. 4, enraged by this, upgrades his prize from a BFDI to a BFB. That's right, he doesn't just add the BFB as a prize, he replaces the BFDI. Why? This just causes even more people to leave the show, and he even adds back the BFDI as a prize the very next episode. So what was FOR thinking? So FOR loses 40 of his contestants, and what does he do about it? Nothing. This is the start of FOR's derailment. From now on, instead of being a funny, intimidating, sadistic god, he turns into a whiny brat. He even cries and tells X to leave. What the fuck? If this happened in episode 1 of the show, FOR would probably just kill 2. And this change wasn't gradual as you might have expected. FOR expressed more emotion and humanity as the season went on, but in BFB 15, he wasn't a far cry from the start of the season. Taco stays in BFB, but Book joins TPOT, leaving their arc ironically abandoned. Now that the 2 are separated, they quickly speedrun a 30-second conversation, and it's all okay now, hooray! The season-long arc is over! Yes! Loser also stays in BFB, I guess no one has a problem with him and Spongy rejoining, and he takes Donut's second diary. Remember all that cool lore stuff from episodes past about Donut's diary? Well, that's no more! Oh, sorry, I guess it was just a little too interesting. TV uses footage from BFDI and BFDIA to communicate, which is a pretty massive plot hole I'll get to later. FOR's group gets sent away, a debut is announced for TPOT, and I've lost all hope. This episode is not the best, but it's really not that bad. Back when this episode first came out, I would have immediately put this as the worst episode of the series. I hated that the show split. But now that we know that everything worked out in the end, well, 50% of it worked out in the end, well, an amount of it worked out in the end, I'm a lot more forgiving to this episode. It's not atrocious, it's barely even an episode to be honest, just an introduction to the show splitting. There's really not much to get mad about in particular with this. I mean, the split itself happened kind of fast, but who cares? All in all, this is what the Jacknjellify team felt needed to happen. And I think we all know how Post-Split ended up turning out, but I can't really fault this episode for what the other ones did. I was expecting to talk about BFB 17 next. It's kind of awkward. C tier. When I watched this episode, I was shocked. It wasn't bad, it was just okay. First off, the new animation is noticeable less than a minute in. Around this time, Jacknjellify hired a ton of people to help animate episodes, and most of these animators are really good, but a lot of these styles are just so different that these episodes can sometimes come off like they're maps. And sometimes the animation is just straight up bad. Look at this scene here. How the hell did this make it through quality control? Was there even a quality control? Probably not, because we go from the magnificent animation from Pre-Split in one scene to little Timmy on his mom's iPad in the next. It's gonna be like this for a good while, but there's no point bringing it up again, so I won't. But seriously, how the hell was everyone okay with this? It's not even that the animation is bad, I could deal with that, but it's how jarringly it switches between styles every 10 seconds. And I have to keep talking because there's so many examples. Right off the bat, FOR is already whining like a baby about missing X. Hey, do you guys remember when FOR ripped off all of X's limbs simply for interrupting him? Good times. FOR tries to get the contestants to help him get X back, even though he's the most powerful being in the universe and could easily do it himself. They all decline at first, until FOR reintroduces the BFDI as a prize. FOR quickly forms 2 teams out of the 14 contestants, which are picked by their colors. I would have preferred a scene where they pick their own teams, but laziness prevails. The 4-color team whips out the Free Smart Super Van and travels to where the Teapot gang is, and we get to see some of them again. Wow, it's been so long, I really miss these guys. They get X, but the lasso snaps when they turn around, and X conveniently lands right next to his respectively colored team. They win. This episode contains a few bits of horrific foreshadowing for later episodes, like when Flower asks Taco if she wants to be in an alliance. Taco is weirdly an asshole to her for no reason. Good thing to know that the Flower sympathy started right away. As well as this, everyone doesn't like Loser. again. Or maybe they do like him. I have no fucking clue. They like him, then they hate him. Then they like him, then they hate him again. Pick a damn side already! Oh, and Fiery references X finds out his value. Does he know about... I give up. This episode is fine. Instead of the intense agony and hatred I'm sure I'll feel later on, this one's just kind of boring. Next. The episode kicks off with a merch ad. That's lame. The exit is no longer being used. That's really lame. 4 promises that he'll stop screeching people. That's fucking stupid. Balloony is eliminated. What? I think that everyone can agree that Balloony should not have been in this season. He's nowhere near as popular as the other contestants, and it shows. I do find it kind of endearing that Bubble tries to rescue him, though. I could go on and on about the 14 characters in this cast, and I will. Later, just be patient. At one point, I planned on making a massive video analyzing everything in Post-Split, including all 16 characters and how they were made worse over the course of the season, as well as how I think it was kinda rigged in Flower's favor to win. But I ended up scrapping the idea because 1, BFDI fans fight negativity with more negativity, and 2, it just doesn't sound like a fun project at all. I'm sure I'll cover a lot of that stuff in this video anyway, so get your pitchforks and torches ready. The challenge is to knock over the other team's tower. Right away, Gelatin infiltrates the other team's tower to take them down from the inside. But something happens that I haven't seen anyone else bring up. Gelatin is in the other tower, disguised as Flower. But a few scenes later, he's back with the rest of his team. What the f***? They spent like 3 minutes on this whole infiltrating bit, just for absolutely nothing to come out of it. How are there this many people working on the episode, and not a single one caught this? Who even wrote this? Carrie, Michael, and Sam? What? So no one proofread the script, obviously. This is egregious writing. They should be embarrassed about this. Dude, it's not that big of a deal. Yes, it is! Because from now on, this is the standard this season is being held to. A standard where a major plotline can be dropped like nothing. This episode isn't even that bad, but that right there pisses me off. I don't even want to review the rest of the episode. I have more notes, trust me I do. But I don't want to give this episode the time of day because it can't even do that for itself. I am terrified of what's to come. We are only 3 episodes into this. Taco calls Dora a TPOT contestant and they name the teams. There, next. I'm bored. This episode has almost nothing going on. The 2 teams do one thing each and then a winner is decided. The challenge is to grow X's aloe vera. The half-cots light it on fire about 5.5 minutes in, but then about 3 minutes later, the half-cots shoot a laser at the sun, making it grow and produce more heat, and in turn making X's aloe vera flourish. And with that, they win the challenge. But wait, there's still 3 minutes left of the episode, so what wacky antics will happen next? Well, X catches fire and then the 2 teams race to the sun in order to pour ice on it and shrink it. That concludes the notable events of this episode. Most of the time spent here is just the characters doing random things that add nothing to the plot and serve no other purpose than just to waste time. They add a point system for about 9 seconds before forgetting about it. They even point out how boring the episode is within the episode. You could cut this episode down to 2 or 3 minutes and nothing would change. Actually, something would change. You'd miss the scene where Taco's a bitch. She gave Spongy a friendship bracelet last episode where it was promptly destroyed by Loser. And in this episode, Taco now hates Spongy because he is no longer wearing the bracelet. She shuns him and doesn't even give him a chance to explain himself. Did you learn nothing from the book arc? That is literally the definition of hypocrisy from Taco. There actually are some positives for this episode. Shocking, I know. I really like the line delivery of I guess. I quote that all the time, even though it's not a particularly distinct quote. And Woody has a surprisingly gruesome death. This is something I'd expect to see at a BFDIA, and I'm all for it. More horrific deaths, please. Wait.
2 trucks having sex. 2 trucks having sex.
So this is interesting. This video right here is the only one in this entire retrospective that isn't on the Jacknjellify channel. One day someone was dicking around with the song 2 Trucks in an audio editor and somehow got it to sound exactly like Ruby. So this person, Bumblejuice, got a bunch of people together to do a map of the music video, which consists of Ruby singing the song to Flower. It's funny and has some good animation, but there's thousands of BFDI maps. Why is this on here? Well, that's because co-creator of BFDI, Carrie Huang, animated a segment of this, and it's especially hilarious. But that wouldn't be enough for me to put this on the list. But in BFB 21, Flower says this.
Ruby, who said I was beautiful and once sang me a really weird song, got eliminated last time despite despite getting more votes in one episode than the entire first season of BFDI.
Okay, wow, that was a really long run-on sentence. But play that one part again.
And what sang me a really weird song.
The song that she's referring to here is implied to be the Two Trucks map that was released just 1 month before BFB 20 released, aka during its production, which means somehow this song is likely canon, although I doubt it'll ever be on the official playlist. It's an interesting part of BFDI history that I wanted to talk about. I also just genuinely like this video. It's really well made by everyone involved. Good job, guys. They play a clip from BFDI 20, which made me long for the days of 2 hours ago. I missed the comedy of season 1 so much. Now I realize how much of a fool I was. Stop! Enjoy it while you can! In the Kick at Stake this episode, the contestants can't breathe in space, even though they're perfectly capable of it in BFDI 20 and BFB 6 through 8. Does anyone actually want to hear about this one? I mean, I sure as hell don't want to talk about it. Alright, if I must. This episode has not only 1, but 2 jokes that made me mildly chuckle. It's not much, but it's a lot more than the competition. Hey guys, recording me here, so I don't actually know what the second joke I laughed at was because I didn't write in the script. I'm a genius. Hey guys, editing me here, so I decided to do the unthinkable and rewatch the episode. And the second joke that I laughed at was when Lollipop suggested that they spit off the sun to give the plants a drink. I'm still a genius.
Care to give me some air? No straw needed.
What the hell? Whose idea was it to put this in here? What the fuck?
Hell, movie. I brought my kids to this thing.
This episode is actually very similar to BFB 19, but instead of making it hotter out, they make it colder out. This quickly devolves into 4NX handing out random negative points to the teams. And in the end, the have-nots lose because the writers decided that they needed to. There are so many dumb things I could complain about. Like how everyone suddenly has extremely powerful abilities, allowing them to turn the earth, push the sun, and yell 94 million miles. And how the losing team is basically randomized in the end. But is it even worth it? So far, the episodes haven't really been as terrible as I've been expecting. They've just been boring, which is arguably worse. I feel like we've regressed back to very early season 1, but without all the charm. Like I said before, they can't breathe in space here even though they could in BFDI. They said it was because of budget cuts back then, but that doesn't make any sense no matter what way you slice it, so I'll just assume it's a throwaway joke. BFB 20 is just nothing. It's not even worth getting worked up about these episodes anymore. Oh my gosh, and there's still 10 more! I'm starting to wish they actually get bad soon just so I can feel anything. This music is really nice. I enjoy this. I also like that they went through the effort of animating all these little scenes. A for effort. Okay, back to bad product. BFB 21. Let's raid the warehouse. In the Kick at Stake, loser is randomly super cocky and relishes in all the fans he has. Something he has never done before. He is then eliminated. Great. The challenge is surprisingly a little creative. 3 members on each team must purchase a gift for the other 2, where the receivers are then rated on how satisfied they are. So they decide who's giving and receiving, and the givers travel 2,763 miles to Yellowface's warehouse. Get ready for that to start happening all the time. When they arrive, Bubbles says this.
So when I ordered a Bible transformer from Yellowface all those years ago, this must have been where it came from.
Does this mean that Bubble was once not a bubble? Yes, that's exactly what it means. They all get gifts and nothing else really important happens, and they travel 2,763 miles back to the others. Everyone gets their gifts, and Lollipop hates hers because she doesn't like the Yellowface brand, even though she seemed to love it back in BFB 13. This is where the episode decides it wants to be really deep and dissect Woody's character. They tried doing this earlier with a random line Leafy says about things getting better that comes out of nowhere, as well as Taco trying to analyze Blocky, but it's so dumb it's not even worth dissecting. Basically, Woody is gifted a cardboard box. The intention was to give Woody a safe place he could hide when he's scared. He then becomes extremely angry because he doesn't like being seen as a crybaby? Well, that would be a reasonable reaction if it wasn't for the fact that Woody is a crybaby, and he has been all season. You know what would have been actually cool? If instead of getting angry when getting the box, Woody becomes embarrassed. He realizes exactly what everyone thinks of him, a baby. Throughout Pre-Split, we've seen Woody slowly become more brave, but now he gets the motivation to try to actively be less scared. That would be a lot cooler and a lot more believable than whatever they end up doing a few episodes from now. They have whatever the hell's lose and the credits roll. Props to this episode for being the first one all season to not be worse than the last. Good job. This is the first subscriber milestone short to heavily feature the numbers. I really like the later ones, but this one is just okay. It's fine, I suppose. It has at least one good joke, and 8's speech was nice. But this short is genuinely brought down so far by Snowball singing Let It Go from the hit movie Frozen. When this played, I recoiled back into my chair and the last 6 years of my life flashed before my eyes, wondering where it is I went wrong. That alone brings this short down from a 7 out of 10 to like a 4. There's also the patented 4 cries and whines, even though that is the exact opposite of his character bit. So yeah, I didn't really care for this one. All of these just start with merch ads now. This is what I mean when I say the show felt so corporate in this era. Well, I forgot how long this one was. I'm sure most of you remember this episode as the one good episode of Post-Split, and it is better than what we've seen so far, but that doesn't mean I loved it. Let me explain. The episode starts out with Four showing everyone Donut's diary that he took from Loser earlier. For some reason, everyone loves and wants it. Taco strangely offers to join an alliance with Flower, even though we have no reason to believe that her views have changed since the last time they've talked when she was clearly not interested. Four returns and notices that the diary is now missing. Moving on to the cake at stake, Woody is safe first and does this weird swag thing. Yeah, I don't know, I don't like it. Blocky and Fiery are declared safe before revealing that Taco is eliminated by only 1 vote. Now, I am not gonna accuse Jacknjellify of rigging the votes to keep Flower in the game. I don't think they'd go as far to change the vote count, that's just wrong. But it's impossible to deny that Flower was favored to win this season. And I think it starts to go into full force here. I think it's possible that maybe, just maybe, the distance in votes between Taco and Flower was much larger than stated in the episode. And there's a possibility that they made it seem like Flower was in severe danger of getting out the next time she was up for elimination. If this was true, that way more people who are only moderate fans of Flower will begin voting for her in an effort to keep her in. They want her to stay in the game, so when they see that she is in danger, they vote for her when they wouldn't otherwise. Again, this is very much speculation. I am not at all saying they did this. But what are the odds of a 1 vote difference? We get to see the BRB after this, and it's fine. It will never be as iconic as the TLC exit LOL or whatever's going on with Teapot's elimination area. It's just way too cartoony, if you know what I mean. The challenge starts. The have-cots need to find out which of the have-nots stole the diary. Bubble is immediately killed, ensuring she'll be eliminated in the next episode. Following up from the earlier scene, Woody is now a prankster committing perjury under oath. I noticed something interesting when Woody says this.
I ran to my place of comfort.
Oh, so Woody does have a place of comfort. Huh, how interesting. Lollipop realizes that her and Gelatin are the only ones that weren't season 1ers. This somehow makes Gelatin a newbie even though he was in BFDIA. So the two decide to team up.
I'm thinking maybe you and I could partner up.
Meanwhile, Fiery and Leafy talk about the diary in Dream Island. It's a pretty nice scene, but I don't want to talk about it because I hate being positive. Fiery actually has a very valid motivation for taking the diary, and I'm glad this arc can finally end after so many years. I just wish they built up to this more in Post-Split. That one 10-second scene in BFB 18 wasn't enough. Where the f is Dream Island? Why does no one ask this question? The episode ends with the have-cots not finding the real culprit and being put up for elimination. Gelatin then does this random dance to get more screen time for the little kiddies in the audience. This adds nothing, comes out of absolutely nowhere, and is never elaborated on. Kill me. I mean, this episode is fine. It's really nothing awful. The thing that it's most remembered for, the Fiery and Leafy stuff, is as good as people say. But you have to remember that in between those great moments, it's just the same old mind-numbing conversations and lame jokes of the rest of the season. Despite this, BFB 22 is the best episode of the season because they at least try to do something great. That's not something you can say about a lot of these, and for that, I respect it. Well everyone, it took 4 seasons, 50 pages, and 85 videos, but we finally made it to the show's first bad episode. Everything in this season so far has just been boring and unnoteworthy, but BFB 23 has come to save the day and be genuinely bad. Let's start with this god-awful elimination. So obviously Bubble is eliminated because she didn't do anything last episode. To commemorate her loss, I will quote a commenter from my top 10 BFDI eliminations video. I don't know man, I think the BFB 23 elimination was the best of all time. I cried when Bubble said, "Bye guys," and then it immediately moved on to the next scene. Thank you, Spoonful. I don't think I could have said it any better myself. Remember how in the last episode, Woody pulled a silly little prank on everyone? Well, now he's completely lost all fear. He's incredibly brave now. He insults Flower's fashion line straight to her face. This is something he would never do, and now he's even friends with Blackie. Speaking of Flower, she announces her new fashion line and is extremely protective over what people think of it. She immediately hunts down and attacks anyone who says they don't like it. It's very annoying and a regression of her character. But it's not a regression back to pre-split Flower. It's a regression back to Season 1 Flower, but without any of the traits that made her fun. Hey guys, I thought she was supposed to be nicer this season. Did you forget? Oh, it's okay. At least you remembered Purple Face from 2 episodes ago. When the Half-Cats travel the 2,763 miles back to Yellowface's warehouse, they accidentally break open the box that Purple Face was trapped in. Flower's sweaters repel vomit, so they go inside of them when Purple Face eats them, allowing them to survive. It's here where they meet MP3 Player, who is voiced by Boy in a Band. Oh no! Yeah, if you didn't know, Boy in a Band likes kids a little too much, and they later had to remove his name from the episode title. Teardrop decides to brutally murder Gelatin, allowing him to be recovered by 4 and break him out. Oh yeah, the challenge was to free 4 from jail, I forgot. Teardrop finally does something this episode. She's been inactive for most of the split, but now she gets to be a genius and kill people. Oh wait, I forgot about the end credit scene.
It's just distributing my own fashion line has been a lifelong dream of mine, so it really hurt to see everyone bashing it.
Wow, how dumb could I be? Of course they wouldn't let Flower show negative traits for long. It seems that this whole time she was just sad that people didn't like her sweaters. Aww, I love manipulating viewers to gain their sympathy for a character to increase their time in the game, creating an unending loop where the character increasingly gets more popular and continues to get saved from every elimination, ensuring that by the time the season finale rolls around, they will be guaranteed a win by a landslide. You guys thought I wouldn't notice. I really enjoyed that. It's such a fun little short. Pencil gets David to be her assistant, and after Match gets jealous, she gets her own. I don't really want to get too far into this because I think you should really watch this on your own if you haven't already. Seeing Match and Pencil at odds with each other for once is really interesting, and even if it's not canon, it's still a great time. It even has a nice little ending. This has been a ray of sunshine in the gloomy world that is Post-Split, and it's the best thing we've seen in a while. I mean, more David can only be good. Wow, this is somehow even worse than the last episode. Way worse, it's not even close. This episode is terrible. For starters, there is so much Flower sympathy bait. Not only is she constantly put in sad situations, making people feel bad for her, but she has a whole speech that basically boils down to, I really want to be nice. I am so nice. Vote for me every episode. Flower never does anything negative now. It's always, oh, I'm sad, feel bad for me, or oh, I'm nice, love me. It is downright disgusting how they literally manipulate everyone watching to love Flower. This season is over before it even begins because Flower will win. And now that we're at the merge, Flower can get immunity whenever the writers want, just whenever they feel like she might be in the slightest modicum of danger. Mark my words, from here on out, every single thing one of these characters do or say is used to further Flower in the game. Don't believe me? She gets immunity in this episode. But that's not all that's bad here, because Purple Face is back and he gets to be so annoying. He just rants and sings in his obnoxious voice and he just does not shut up. He sings twice in this episode and the second one goes on for like 30 seconds straight. Woody has now done a complete 180 in personality and becomes a prankster. Apparently, that entails him being literally evil and trying to kill Leafy and Fiery, as well as destroying all of Flower's clothes, which doubles as giving her more sympathy. Wow, that is some good multitasking. Gelatin gets a new voice actor, and I'm sorry. The voice actors are the one part of this show that are still really solid, but I just hate Gelatin's new voice. I'm sure his voice actor is trying his best, but it just does not fit the character at all. The old voice actor had so much personality and felt so excited with every line read, but the new guy just doesn't have the same energy as the old one. The new guy isn't a bad voice actor, but he just doesn't fit Gelatin. The challenge is to throw a party for 4, and it's kinda creative, I won't lie. But most of the contestants just use this as a way to fix their own personal issues instead. I guess it's kinda funny, but now I just feel bad for 4. He really did nothing wrong and is just having a bad day. Strangely, Lollipop decides to self-sabotage herself and purposely make a bad party. Why does she do this? What does she gain? I can understand everyone else wanting to be nice to at least someone, but I guess Lollipop's just okay with losing. She ends up getting immunity, but what if she didn't? What if she got eliminated because she actively didn't do the challenge and now has to live with herself knowing she made herself lose the BFDI and BFB for literally no reason? Isn't she supposed to be at least kinda smart? She gets an asset change, but it's gotta hold the record for the lamest one. She doesn't even get the scribble in an interesting way, she just draws it on herself. Each of these characters that throw a party for someone other than 4 feels so forced. For example, Teardrop throws a party for Gelatin to say sorry for being mean to him lately. But it's not earned at all because it's been all jokes up to this point and now they're suddenly just now taking it seriously as if it was always intended. Did they plan the season before making it? I mean, other than Flower winning, of course. But what about the other characters? Surely the team sat down and discussed what each of the 14 contestants would be doing this season, mapping out dynamics and arcs that warrant these specific characters being in this season, right? Right, actually. I'm sure that... Oh, This is soulless. Look at the blocky thing they use at the beginning. It all feels so corporate. This doesn't feel like a fun little short like the last one. This feels like a big company pumping out a product to be consumed by the masses. None of the characters in this video feel like themselves. It's all just so barren of personality in every aspect. And of course the topic of the video itself is questionable. Reacting to wiki comments? Who the hell came up with that idea?
She says that I have a very good-looking penis.
I noticed that the only characters in this video are ones that are voiced by Michael, so I think this is just something he felt like doing for some reason. But like halfway, no, not even, like 1/6 of the way through, I guess he realized that animating the thing wasn't worth it and just started using clips from past episodes. Why even bother at this point? Also, I'm pretty sure they spoil Fiery's elimination in the next episode just 50 seconds in.
Goodbye, awful flame. You robbed so many people like Taco and Bubble, you won't be missed.
Also, I like this comment.
Why does everyone think that him and Taco are friends? The only interactions they've had have basically gone like this. I'm gonna kick Woody! Blocky, that's mean! Don't care, huh? Blocky! Ha 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 ha! That was funnier than what you see on BFB!
Yes, it is. Okay, stark contrast from the previous video because this one's really good. Not really much to talk about, but it's a really fun time. The numbers need to get 7 out of the sub count, so they dick around for a while, save 9 from spinning around the earth after getting kicked, and put 8 in the sub count. It's really short, but it's got a lot of good jokes and visual gags. When 9 tells 7 to talk to the hand, he looks so unbelievably offended. The expressions are great here. Also, I can't not mention that 7 is voiced by the man, the myth, the legend, Webs for Ebs.
And I need you. And I miss you.
Who's famous for creating the video If Mr. Beast Made BFDI, as well as If Mr. Beast Made BFDIA, as well as If Mr. Beast Made TPOT. What a nothing episode. I have so few things to actually talk about. The animation is weirdly pixelated during Fiery's elimination. Purple Face gets to be annoying again, admittedly less so than usual. Teardrop is added to Gelatin and Lollipop's alliance, and Flower cheats. The challenge was to find a totem in the temple that wasn't cursed, but Flower never finds a totem, only a rock. But because the rock wasn't cursed, that means she technically won the challenge and is safe from elimination. Again. That's just straight up unfair! Lollipop is just a different character now. She is unrecognizable compared to her pre-split self. It's honestly sad because I started liking her more in the first few episodes of Post-Split, but now she's just boring. The Flower dance scene was animated well and had good music. That's the only positive. Does anyone actually care about this video in particular? It's fine, I guess. I didn't really enjoy it, but I didn't hate it either. The animation is weirdly fantastic, until it's not. I mean, I guess it was a fun-ish special to celebrate Halloween, but it's not very good. For some reason, Woody doesn't want to prank people anymore, which is weird considering just 2 episodes ago he knowingly attempted to murder both Fiery and Leafy. The show wants characters to do things, but never gives them any motivation. Remember when Flower wanted an alliance with Taco? Why did she want an alliance with her specifically? Why did Taco turn her down so fast? And why did she later want to revisit the idea after not talking to Flower a single time since that first conversation? So many things happen in this show just to happen, and it never takes into account why a character would choose to do this. Throughout the episode, they keep bringing up the scribble on Lollipop. At this point, it feels like they just did the asset change for attention. In BFB 6, when Beep turned orange, no one started calling Cloudy Orange Bandage Boy. Skip to the Cake at Stake where they didn't play the Cake at Stake song. When did they stop doing that? 4 hands out carrot cake as a prize, but they're sentient and speak and are really cartoony and make this scene feel childish, and this show used to be spectacular. Woody gets eliminated and is a dick to Flower for more sympathy. Suddenly, Profiley shows up. Actually, they were here the whole time. But if Profiley really was here the whole time, which was confirmed, then why are we only now seeing him? He's talked to so many people over the years, but why have they only ever been heard this one time? I guess maybe the hosts can hear him, but the contestants can't? That does seem like it might be the case, but that would also mean that this is the first time they've ever talked to 4. I just feel like this wasn't thought out all the way. I've noticed that jokes start to hold on for so damn long now. Like there's this bit where Gelatin is talking to 4 and it just goes on and on for like 20 seconds straight when it easily could have been just 5. This is seen again when Profiley does this flashback of all his time in the show. Each segment goes on for way longer than it should, and the whole flashback scene takes almost 3 minutes to conclude, which is about 16% of the entire episode. And hey, wait a minute, how was Profiley able to join BFDIA? He got 0 votes, so how was he not locked up in the LOL? Clearly all the speaker boxes can see and hear him, so why was he never taken out back? You want to answer that one for me, guys?
She's sucking my...
Clearly, they couldn't be bothered to put any amount of thought into Profiley's existence, so why don't we just set that conversation aside and talk about Profiley as a character. Profiley is actually the best character in the show right now. I don't love him. I'd be hesitant to say I even really like them all that much. But that sure is better than the whiny, annoying, generic, poorly written, boring, and flanderized rest of the cast. All the contestants decide they want to throw Profiley a party. Because of this, 4, pretty reasonably, snaps. He goes on this rant about how all the contestants are assholes to him, even though he is significantly nicer to them all compared to how he was back when they first met. And yeah, everything 4 says here is right. All these guys are dicks to him all the time for almost no reason. That's gonna be important a little bit later, just you wait. The challenge is to eliminate Profiley. During this, everyone does their own thing. I genuinely don't care what most of them are up to. However, Gelatin talks to X, and X says that if Gelatin can prove that Profiley got 0 votes in the last Cake at Stake, it would confirm that he was eliminated and X would send him to the BRB. Gelatin gets the voting results and X snaps him away. But if you'd remember, in that long-ass flashback scene earlier, Profiley had found the last blessed totem in the temple, meaning that he actually had immunity. They couldn't even be bothered to keep the continuity within the episode. Why the fuck does anyone even try anymore? And you know what the funny part is? This is the best episode we've seen since BFB 22. So compared to what we've had, this episode's actually pretty good. Wow, sorry guys, not really sure what happened there. I guess I just get kind of mad when creators have little respect for their own shows. Anyway, it's time for us all to get whiplash because there's another quality product for us to view. But actually, not only is this song not bad, it's good. Really good. I love this song. It's baffling how quickly Jacknjellify is able to go from awful to fantastic in just 2 videos. Props, I guess? The only problem I have with this song is that Loser never really was all that cocky in Post-Split, but that's not really the song's fault. But if he was, then this song would have been even better and way more deserved. But it was only during his elimination where he was ever really that self-centered. For most of his time in Post-Split, he was pretty similar to how he was in Pre-Split. Now that I think about it, it's probably because of this song that so many people think Loser was such a bad person the whole time. For real though, this song is really good. The instrumentals are amazing, and Michael is actually a really good singer in 4's voice. The line goes so unbelievably hard. This song is so good. It doesn't quite beat out All I Want for Xmas, but it's really close. In this song, they say, and I was wondering what that number could possibly mean. My first thought was that that was how many votes he got in the episode he was eliminated. Yeah, no, not even close. Okay, well maybe that's how many votes he got in total throughout all of Post-Split. No, still way too low. Okay, well maybe it's the sum of every vote that wasn't for him in all 4 episodes he was up for voting. Closer, but still no. Maybe it's every single vote he's had against him. No. How about every single vote that wasn't against him? No. Okay, maybe it's the total vote counts in all 4 episodes. Still no. What the hell? This is as high as I can get it. Does this not have anything to do with votes? And if so, then what else? Okay, I checked the wiki, and that says that it's talking about the animation frames. And the 168,855th frame in BFB is the Battle for Nothing intro, implying that loser had no chance of winning and was, in fact, battling for nothing. But this also says that it could be a coincidence, so I don't know what to believe anymore! I'm gonna be honest, this video isn't even worth talking about. They just wanted to capitalize off a trend like any other soulless corporation. It's filled with tons of unfunny jokes and pointless references, and it barely even has anything to do with Among Us. All they had to do was take a few characters and just animate a small game of Among Us. I am not in the mood for this. Does anyone actually care if I just skip this one so we can get the season over with faster? No one? Great, let's move on. Whoa. Hold on a second. The start of this episode isn't horrible. In fact, it's not bad, maybe even good. Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. The reverse psychology joke was pretty funny. In fact, there were quite a few funny bits in this episode. Like when Ford calls Lollipop Nelly, or when he talks about stand-up comedy. It was just really charming. Purpleface becomes the co-host, and we get another asset change. At least this one actually looks kinda nice. This CRT person comes out of nowhere and follows everyone around the whole episode. It's actually pretty entertaining and a good evolution of the profile joke. Oh, I forgot to mention, last episode everyone got on a bus and left the Pillory Ruins because there were too many random people. After 5 weeks of driving, they arrive in a desert, more specifically, the world's largest oven. Remember how in BFB 1 when Team Laser went to the world's largest oven, and the only reason it was so funny and memorable was because it was such a random inclusion that was never elaborated on? Well, what if we elaborated on it? Lollipop gets eliminated, I feel nothing. And because of the gap in the Newbie Alliance, Teardrop invites Leafy so they can all gang up on Flower, even though only one person can be safe in this challenge. The challenge, of course, is to escape said oven. The group quickly gets split up, with Gelatin, Leafy, and Purpleface going to this side room and getting locked in, and Teardrop and Flower climb up to the nearby ladder to reach the opening on the top. They locate a random mall and dick around there for a bit. Meanwhile, the others are still trapped in the room. I did enjoy the Purpleface bit here with the box. It's a rare time where his hindrance is actually funny instead of aggravating. Gelatin tells Leafy that her niceness can feel fake at times. This is a valid critique of Leafy's character, but of course they won't do anything interesting with it because this is the part of the season where Leafy's entire character gets derailed. Her personality flips on a dime, she starts killing people for no reason. Teardrop and Flower are in the mall. Flower is trying to befriend Teardrop, but Teardrop just isn't having it. So in this interaction, they're both infuriating. Flower is being incredibly annoying and childish, while Teardrop is being a dick back to her. They eventually get to the top of the oven, and Teardrop tells Flower that she can use the rope to leave the oven and get immunity. But unfortunately, Teardrop tricked her, and now Flower is so sad. Oh no, I'd hate to see Flower sad. I feel so bad for her that she got betrayed, so now I will vote for her because I feel so damn bad for her. Did I forget to mention that this is Flower Sympathy, the episode? She gets rejected when she tries to join in on the group hug. She gets excluded from the alliance and ganged up on. Teardrop is mean to her in the mall when all Flower wants is to be friends. And of course, the betrayal. The whole purpose of this episode seems like it was 1. Get Flower more fans, and 2. Get Leafy less fans. It's genius, honestly. After seeing what Leafy did this episode, most viewers who normally would vote for her would not. But who to vote for now? Well, Flower was being nice this episode and got her trust broken, so why not vote for her? If the episode had kept what it had going in the beginning with the little character interactions, this one would have actually been alright. But instead, I was lulled into a false sense of security and thrown off an oven. Let's be honest, there was no way in hell they were ever gonna top last time. That's not to say it's bad though. It's definitely a bop, and while I probably won't be listening to it next Christmas or anytime soon, it's clear a lot of people put a lot of time into this, and that I can respect. Belle is a surprisingly good singer, and Four and Penn do good too. It's clear that Michael just wanted to sing in his own voice for Cloudy, and that was pretty shocking the first time I listened to it. Oh, and it looks like Webbs Forever worked on this. Yeah, he probably did the editing or something. There's no way he...
Jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Yeah, 7. Jingle bell chime in, jingle bell time.
Fun fact, this short almost got its own video. It was gonna be the 2023 Christmas special, but I realized there just wasn't enough to talk about to warrant its own video, and I scrapped it. Then I ended up playing like horror games or something. Why the hell did I do that? The reason I wanted to make a video on it in the first place is because it's a really good short. It's nothing crazy, but it takes 10 characters and a real game of Among Us plays out. It's got a great cast too. First off, Saw is pretty much the main character of this short, and she doesn't say 8 a single time, which is fantastic. She is the best she's been since BFB BFB8. It's actually pretty unclear who the final imposter is right up until the end, and the reveal is really well done. The song was great too, that was funny. The twist of Xanta stealing the reactor coolant was really funny and a great ending to a video that already has tons of great jokes. The last Among Us video was awful, that's all I'm gonna say. But this right here is one of the best shorts they've ever made. More Among Us Christmas content, I guess. It feels really weird to interrupt Post-Split with TPOT 1, but this is the order of release, so we're just gonna go with it. Although Season 4B hasn't ended yet, this episode is still gonna be considered part of Season 5, so don't worry about that. And everything else is gonna count as Season 4B until we get done with BFB 30. I don't know why I'm telling you this like you actually care. Only 20 seconds into the episode, and look how fantastic the animation is. It's still done by many different people, so it varies slightly throughout the episode, but it's never as bad as it was in Post-Split. We start off with the debut, which I don't have much to say about except that every time I see this scene, it makes me sad. But I already made a whole video on that topic, so I'll save you the rant. We move on to the team picking scene, which is definitely the main focus of the episode, getting just as much time dedicated to it as the challenge. In BFB, I found it kind of questionable why some characters were on specific teams. Like Gelatin just joined Team Ice Cube and we never know why. But here, every single character has a reason for being on the team they are. Sometimes that reason is, lol, we have zigzags. But they're reasons nonetheless, and I like how they put the effort in to do so. Pointy attempts to bring Woolbunch back together by joining Donut's team, an arc that we would sadly never get to see fully expanded on. Basketball and Golfball form a rivalry, but when Basketball leaves for being useless, Golfball immediately brings in TV, who is apparently much more useful. Sure. It's not long before we get to see the intro, and what is there to say? It's amazing. I remember watching this over and over again when the episode first came out. The music is mesmerizing and the animation is indescribably good. After this, the challenge is announced, which is to get to the top of the hotel. Are You Okay finds some difficulties because Puffball doesn't let them fly up on her. I get that that would have been too easy, but Puffball definitely could have flown them all up. I used to think that this was because they were going to start an arc on how Puffball doesn't want to be seen as just a tool, but that didn't happen, so I guess she just didn't feel like it. Similar story with Cloudy. Apparently he can't carry people up because they will fall through him, but in BFB 13 he did that fine with several people, and he pushed an entire swing set no problem in BFB 3. Fries loses his fries later, and pair this with the Grotatoes in the intro, and I just can't wait to be disappointed. After a tense battle for the final safe spot, Death Pact again ends up losing. But everyone gets mad at 2 because no one heard him say that you couldn't go back down after coming up, which is why a lot of the teams did so poorly. So they all decide to beat the hell out of him. I thought this was so funny, and when this first came out, I was still mad that the show split, and it brought a smile to my face to see 2 get beat up. I liked this scene so much that I ended up showing it to my mom, where she then proceeded to look at me like I just showed her a live leak video. End credit scene. It's the Exiters, baby! We finally get to see what happened after BFB 16. They get up and go straight for the door. Live mentions a plan B, so I guess they were planning this the whole time. This scene is just so cool. When they opened the door, I got goosebumps. I mean, in 2021 it did. I'm a hardened veteran now, this stuff doesn't faze me. Great start for the season. This episode took 10 months to release, and it was honestly worth it because it has everything. Characters, action, there's not much to criticize here, but everything to praise. But sadly, we must return to the rotting swamp of Pre-Split for just a little bit longer. Stay strong, everyone. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. So apparently the show is falling apart. Flower recounts a time when someone really powerful said that too many hosts was a bad sign. Combine this with all the other junk that's been going on and it looks like the show is going under. Suddenly the contestants receive a letter and they step outside. The announcer comes back, and it looks like everyone likes the announcer way more than 4. After 4 realizes that he's lost control over his show, he sinks into the ground and becomes the desert. We quickly start the cake at stake where the announcer raps. What the hell?
Movie?
Oh my gosh, look how cool the announcer is with his epic rap. Oh no, the Newbie Alliance is gonna break? Oh, that's awful. I really give a shit. Leafy gets out because of course she does, and this is our final 3. Great, this is just great. They start the challenge, which is to complete all of the challenges from every previous episode. I like this, and I know it's what they did for BFDI, but honestly I think it's done a little better here. Last time they skipped over like 80% of the challenges in this one little scene, but here they actually give each one a little bit of time. But they did spell imposter wrong. I hope someone got fired for that, but I already made that joke. I said that I liked how the challenge was formatted, but it's still not very good. There's barely any action, and for most of the challenges, it's just a character walks up, a not so brief quip about the previous time they did the challenge, they complete it in a lame way, and then they move on. Just take this scene for example.
The totem challenge again, huh? Well, last time I just found a rock, and that got me the win, so I guess that's fine for me to do here too.
Yes, Flower, I know that you used a rock to win that challenge. I watched that happen just 3 episodes ago. I understand that this is now a stupid baby show for stupid babies, but I figured that the writers realized that the people watching have functioning brains and can remember key parts of previous episodes. The announcer finishes the episode by carelessly spending the show's budget, which will be important for the next episode. What? Do you expect me to do a recap on my thoughts of the episode? I'm tired, I just want to get through this. This episode sucked. It's also one of the best of the season. There, how's that? Each one of these milestone shorts are better than the last, and this one is hilarious. 9 wants to kick 8 out of the sub count, so he enlists 6 to help him. And I absolutely adore the joke here with the super glue. 9 goes over to 6 to ask him to kick 8 out, and he says that he can't do it himself because he super glued his own feet to his skateboard. 6 points out that he just saw 9 do a handstand, so that can't be true, right? Well, that's because 9 glued his feet to the skateboard in between walking up to 6 and just now. So 9 didn't even need the favor until after he started talking to 6. It's so incredibly stupid but genius nonetheless. That joke is gold, and I know these shorts are only gonna get better from here. However, 6 can't kick 8 because he's made out of pure lead. So X walks up with the solution. If 6 and 9 collect 10 tons of stone, they can use this machine to produce a boot that will be strong enough to kick 8 away. So the two spend the next 27,000 years mining a mountain with a wooden pickaxe. And finally, when the task is over, they walk up to 8 to kick him, and he just walks away. Fantastic, I love this short. Okay, show of hands, who remembers this as the announcer exposition dump episode? That's what I thought. The cake at stake starts where Teardrop gets eliminated. I'm not even happy right now, this season has drained me of life. I will say the vote reveal is cool though. Meanwhile, Taco has been watching the announcer ever since he's been spending the budget. In fact, he spent so much money that BFB is at threat of being cancelled, and now the contestants have to find a way to raise money to stop the show from being cut short. So basically it's the Muppets movie. Woody can finally talk coherently, and we learn that pranking isn't what he wants to do. But that's okay because Blocky thinks he's cool no matter what. Oh, that's so sweet. Later when Purpleface torches Flower with bugs to help raise money, Woody is there to help calm her down. Looks like helping people get over their fears is his true calling in life. Alright, and there's another character lost in the depths of Post-Split. Meanwhile, the announcer locates the BFB and BFDI and takes them. Taco jumps out and begins to question him. It's here where we get the famous announcer exposition dump, where the announcer recounts all the events of the show and how everything went down. Yeah, you know what they say, tell don't show. During this exposition dump, the announcer flashes back to BFDIA 5E where he almost gets caught. But fortunately, he uses Gelatin to pretend he's a tree. But Gelatin was dead at this time, so who gives a fuck anymore. Soon after this, the art style changes to MS Paint due to the show being almost completely out of money. The style here is cool and I like some of the visual gags. But when the art style changes again, they become these pieces of paper, but it's still clearly just animation. Wouldn't it be cool if they actually drew the characters on paper, cut them out, and put them on popsicle sticks in front of a drawn background? I know that would take a lot of extra time and effort, but it also would have actually looked good. When it looks like all hope is lost, Gelatin remembers that Flower still has that $50,000 the announcer gave her earlier. After some convincing, she decides to use the money to save the show, and everything goes back to normal. So clearly Flower just won, right? I didn't think it was possible, but this episode had even more Flower fanbait and sympathy than BFB 27. She's ignored and made fun of in the interview while Gelatin is not. She reveals that she's become brave and gotten over her fear of bugs. She gets tortured for minutes on end. Gelatin makes money from saying his own name, yet when Flower does it, the audience boos her. And to top it all off, Flower saves the damn show from being cancelled. Oh wow, what an amazing sacrifice! It's not like she had literally no real choice. Either A, waste the past 3 years of your life, or B, invest into your already thriving business. But wow, what an amazing person. She's so brave and selfless. She's grown so much over the course of the show. I feel so incredibly bad about how she is disrespected and hated on by everyone around her. No one else deserves to win because Flower has changed as a person and become a beautiful, funny, friendly, generous, kind, caring, loving, altruistic, and perfect character. What an amazing person! I love Flower because the writers and creators of the show told me that I should love Flower. That's what 48,891 people said in unison as the episode ended. Regardless of whatever the writers intentionally or unintentionally did. Let's fucking end this. Well, this is bad timing. I was ready to jump into BFB 30 after that big speech I made, but I guess I'll wait a bit. This is just such a random thing. I guess it's supposed to be motivational, but personally it just makes me want to kill myself. The song is just random clips from episodes past that barely connect whatsoever. I guess the melody's okay, but the lyrics... Why? Oh wait, it's a songify. That means the people who made this are the same people who made that Damn Burger song from the TikTok I talked about earlier. Where have the years gone? That's okay, I suppose. I like the
64 people playing games and talking.
Webs Ferez is back to lend his beautiful voice, and he also wrote the thing too. I don't really know what you want me to say. It's a brief recap of the season. I didn't really like it at first, but it's grown on me since, especially the
64 people playing games and talking.
The instrumentals are pretty solid, I won't lie. It definitely helps build up this grandiose feeling as we wait for the final episode of the season. But all I can think about was how better things used to be. You know, back when 64 people were
playing games and talking.
Personally, it's hard for me to get excited because 1, I already know the outcome. Flower wins. And 2, this season just sucks now. It does its job well, and I do enjoy it. Webs Ferez does make this a lot better than it would have been with his amazing voice and all the
64 people
and whatnot. But here we are, our final stop before we get to the culmination of everything wrong with this world. I'm so happy. It's been so long since I've watched this episode that I don't really remember much about it. The last time I saw it was when it first released 3 years ago. The time between now and BFB 30 is greater than the release distance between BFB 30 and BFB 1. Let that sink in. It's been over 6 years since
64 people playing games and talking. Black gold threatens all of them, so a blue hand stops them. Their names for an X-Doe. Can they trust them? I don't know. They said don't you win the battle.
Well, here we are, the final episode of Post-Split. Unlike a lot of other episodes in this half of the season, BFB 30 is generally agreed upon to be a good, great, maybe even a perfect finale to the season. BFB 30 is without a doubt one of the worst pieces of media I've ever seen, and easily the worst episode we've seen on this list so far. Because this episode does everything wrong. Every line of dialogue is out of character. Every plot line is forced beyond belief. Every motivation is questionable at best, and it ends this one great season like it was made for toddlers. Words cannot describe how much this episode bothers me on a personal level. BFB 30 is a disgrace to media. I am exceedingly ready for this to be over with. Let's get into it. The episode begins in Four's mind, where he's talking to figments of his own imagination, being the Exiters. This opening isn't actually half bad. I'd say they gave up after this, but they really didn't. They tried so hard on this episode. So hard. We eventually get around to the big reveal. Who won BFB? But before that, the announcer goes around and asks the eliminated contestants who they want to win. And Lollipop votes for Flower because she's mad Gelatin doesn't have her coloring anymore. What the f***? Who the hell are you because you clearly aren't Lollipop? The babyfication of these characters prevents them from using logic. After wasting more time, they finally get around to showing who won, and wow, who would have guessed? Flower won? Who could have seen that coming? Dude, calm down. Gelatin and Flower are both super popular. Flower winning isn't that obvious. Think! What did Gelatin do last episode? He made some silly jokes and goofed around a bit. Now what did Flower do? In a final act of kindness, she sacrificed her lifelong dreams and redeemed herself once and for all, saving the show from cancellation and becoming a hero. But yeah, no, it could be anyone's game. Jacknjellify's plan worked out flawlessly. Almost every single viewer fell for this trap hook, line, and sinker. Take a look at the comments on this short about Flower. Everyone is praising and loving her. Why? Because she's nice now and bad things happen to her, all according to the plan. The reveal is lame as hell, just as lame as Season 1's reveal. But at least Season 1's was mildly amusing. This one couldn't be bothered to hype up the ending to a multi-year, once fantastic season. After this happens, the BFB deep fries itself into this form, and Flower is granted it, alongside the BFDI and the Grand Cake, which is a combination of every cake from every cake at stake in the series. One of which is a happy thought, which is, get this, Gelatin winning. Wow! Flower's happy thought is Gelatin winning the show? She is truly a perfect person down to her core. And you can tell because after this happy thought, Flower gives Gelatin the BFB. Awesome! Hey guys, the season's over. You don't have to bait any more fans. After Flower gets her happy thought, she then spells out to the audience what it means.
Look, I'm happy I won it all, but I think I would have also been happy if Gelatin won.
Like, the meaning was already obvious enough, you didn't need this explanation. Remember in BFB 15 when Taco got her happy thought and didn't immediately know what it meant? She said herself that she didn't know what to think about Book saving her yet. This is a far better scene, a far better use of the happy thought, and is most importantly, subtle. Taco didn't stand up and make a big speech, thanking Book for saving her and forgiving her for everything she did. You know why she didn't do that? Because that would have sucked. The writers knew that, and that's why they didn't put it in. Gelatin says how much this means to him and he tears up. How wholesome, this isn't Flower. Uh-oh! Purpleface snatches the BFDI and starts driving away. They quickly catch up and Leafy goes to retrieve it. I don't know if you've noticed, but every single action in this episode needs to be accompanied by the character explaining what they're doing or some lame joke. Here's a good example.
I said I wouldn't as long as I could relax in peace, and you broke that deal, dum-dum.
Yes, Spongy, we already know about the deal you made with Purpleface. You don't have to repeat the entire agreement for us literally seconds after it was made. They can't trust that the viewers have an attention span longer than 6 seconds. Oh no! What if the viewer doesn't remember this one thing from one scene ago? Well, better recite the entire ordeal just to catch them up to speed. You could probably shave 10 minutes off this episode if you just removed all the unnecessary dialogue. Same thing goes for this scene. For rising out of the ground as a sand monster could have been cool if Profiley didn't ramble on and on for way longer than necessary. This episode is 43 minutes long, but there's such little substance that I feel like it could be tweaked and packed down to 30 minutes. Hell, even less. Back on the bus, everyone is trying to get the BFDI, not just Flower the announcer and Purpleface. The other contestants are after it too, including Fiery. Are you fucking kidding me? The one good thing about this half of the season was Fiery and Leafy's arc. And now with Fiery trying to steal Flower's prize, it makes him a massive hypocrite and even worse, contradicts the entire damn plotline. This arc has been slowly building since season 1 and now Fiery is just going to do the same thing that Leafy did to him. And to top it all off, Leafy gets in on it too. I don't care what her reason is for trying to steal it. Clearly, she has learned nothing from being exiled for 5 years. See, it's little things like this that show a huge lack of respect for the rest of the show. They sort of explain that the BFDI has some magic behind it that makes everyone want it, but other than a single 2-second scene, they do f*** all of showing that. Suddenly, Taco's all like, "What's the matter with you guys? We should be helping Flower." As if she wasn't also trying to steal the prize 5 seconds ago. Eventually, everyone leaves the bus, which is now dangling off a cliff. Everyone except Flower, the announcer, and Purpleface. Suddenly, the announcer reveals that the BFDI is the last surviving copy of all of the first 2 seasons, and that's why he wants it so badly. Hey, wait a minute, if the BFDI is the last surviving copy of seasons 1 and 2, then how does TV have access to footage of them? Is it because he recorded the episodes as they happened? Well, that doesn't make sense because he was in the LOL for most of season 1 and 2. And that would also make the BFDI not the last surviving copy of these seasons. So now it's just a lame brick.
Some clips exist on the internet.
Yeah, nice cover up, guys. It sure is convenient that the clips on the internet were the exact ones TV needed to communicate. Also, that's like at least 30 different clips we've seen TV use so far. This is dumb. Purpleface says that the reason he wants the BFDI is because no one respects him. So Flower gives some big speech, saying that everyone appreciates Purpleface for everything he does, and that he doesn't need the BFDI because of all the friends he has. It was something like that. I started zoning out about halfway through.
Sometimes you can tell you aren't welcome if people questioned why you're around, but I don't think anyone did that with you. We got used to seeing you around, and if anything, it was nice to have a host around that we knew wouldn't blast a laser at us every 3 seconds.
Yeah, sure, Flower. I believe you. It's not like Purpleface has been nothing but a nuisance ever since he first showed up. He only ever impedes progress, and it has been shown numerous times that literally everyone hates him. Even within this very episode, not a single time does anyone actually show any positivity towards the character. But it works, and Purpleface leaves after this. I like to say that this is Flower just lying to get him to leave. But come on, they wouldn't do that. She was being genuine. About 2 seconds after the Purpleface speech, Flower realizes that she doesn't even want the BFDI anymore and gives it to the announcer. They leave the bus just in time for it to tumble off the cliff. Wow, Flower gave away 2 of her prizes? How much better can she get? Meanwhile, the other half of the cast is now chasing Four as he tries to escape back to the Pillory Ruins. They pull out the Free Smart Super Van and, ready for the big reveal? They drive through the evil forest. Now look, I could talk for a long time about Goiki and the world of this series, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to be making a video about that at some point. To summarize, it's unclear where exactly the Pillory ruins are located in this world, and the appearance of the trains only complicates things. So to prevent my brain from hurting, we're just going to assume that the Pillory ruins are up here, and they traveled 2,763 miles to the desert in BFB 27, and have now traveled another 2,763 miles back to the Pillory ruins. This is debatable, but I don't care, I'm updating the counter. 4 keeps running away and telling them to leave him alone, but then why doesn't he just kill them? Eventually, during the drive, X drops some crazy lore. Back in the day, 4 loved BFDI more than anything else. When Season 2 ended, he compiled all of the recordings into a block. The BFDI. Also, they don't ever explain how or why all the copies of the first 2 seasons went missing, and who knows if they ever will. 4 becomes the BRB and shoots up to the sun, then becoming that. Everything turns blue and we get a little 2 and Clock cameo. I like that. 2 implies that 4 is stronger than him, that's it. Here we go, back on the sun. 4 yells at everyone to leave him alone. Gelatin snaps and goes on and on about how he's mad at 4, how 4 continues to hurt them even after they stuck with him during the split. But Gelatin, you're forgetting that 4 is now infinitely nicer than he has been in pre-split. I'd say that the only real bad thing he's done was putting the contestants in the BRB. But other than that, he's genuinely made an effort to be a nicer person over the course of the series. Meanwhile, the contestants are assholes to him at every given opportunity. I would argue that 4 has been somewhat reasonable. He changed who he was as a person, yet the contestants still ignore and belittle him. When the announcer showed up and everyone started swooning over him, he gets upset. He's lost everything. I'd be pretty pissed too if that were me. But now, Gelatin says that 4 has been injured, as if he hadn't been even worse to him. He had the opportunity to straight up kill all of you and never recover you if he wanted. But he didn't. I don't really care for Post-Split 4, but damn it if he's not reasonable. He's probably received more hate than he's given out this season, let's be real.
Because we're mad, okay? We're mad at you 4. You come in and make us compete for these prizes and you hurt us! And you're mean to us! And then we all choose to still compete for your prize and you continue to hurt us and I don't know, pulling our fingers so we feel pain for your own benefit? Or like killing us or doing that weird thing where you spin us into weird shapes? And you put all of us in cages for months? We like you 4. That's why we stayed. But you can't expect us to remain fully committed when you don't even treat us nicely.
The writers must have really wanted this big blow up from Gelatin in the finale. But silly them, they forgot to have it actually make sense in the context of the season. F***ing plan your show and maybe it wouldn't be so shit. In a last-ditch effort to calm down 4, they used the BFB to play a bunch of clips of everyone having fun over the course of all of BFB. But most of the clips they show have nothing to do with foreign contestants interacting. How this works is beyond me. They all return home and they throw 4 a party. Okay, that's kinda nice, but...
And we all just got to relax and have fun for a while. And while some things stay the same, some really cool new opportunities opened up too. And while some of us relaxed and took time off, some of us were keen to think ahead to the future. But really, any path seems like the right one to me, as long as I'm with my best friends.
Your final challenge is to stop me from killing myself. Oh my god.
Gelatin and Flower open a shop together. Fiery and Leafy go to find a new dream island. They tease Season 6. F*** you. Everyone's happy now. Literally every single character in Post-Split is now having a good time. Forever. The fact that this has an unambiguously happy ending for literally every character proves that this is now a show for babies. Say what you want about Season 1's finale, but you can't say that it didn't leave some excitement for what's next. What did this give us? A spit in the face. Great. Come on, could there be a single negative in this ending? Well, Teardrop leaves to go join Teapot. That makes me want to kill myself.
Well, I'm sure we'll see her again sooner than we think.
Burn in hell. Words cannot describe how furious this episode makes me. Everything down to the dialogue to the pacing was done so horrendously bad. I want you to look at these characters, genuinely look at them, and tell me how many feel like a realistic evolution of their pre-split counterpart. This season ruined everything I loved about BFB and now has the audacity to pretend like everything is okay. Like this is the ending this season deserved. Because it's not. It was never supposed to be like this. I love pre-split BFB so much. It is a fantastic season. It has so much care for its world, characters, and story, as well as just being incredibly fun and well thought out in every aspect. Post-Split takes all of that and throws it away. The lack of respect this season has for itself is insulting. It's not that it's not serious. Early pre-split proved flawlessly that it's possible for a season to be unserious and good at the same time. The fact that these creators spent 3 years carefully handcrafting a story only for it then to tear itself down makes me angry and disappointed. This is not what BFB was supposed to be. The season ends as Flower looks around at all her friends laughing and having fun. She smiles.
I really did win, didn't I?
Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm done. I'm fucking done with this shit.
The hell, movie?
You know, for the first few episodes, I thought I remembered this season wrong. BFB 17 through 22, well, not good, were just mediocre and inoffensive. But thankfully, the show was able to subvert my expectations and be just as awful as I remember. I wouldn't care so much if it was just bad, but it's the fact that it's BFB is what does it. Pre-Split was so good, and then it just sunk itself immediately. BFB was in its prime when the split happened. It was starting to be way more sincere about its characters, world, and story. You can't go from serious to goofy in the same season, it just doesn't work that way. What you just said applies to the BFDIA revival. You're a hypocrite. Oh, no, you're exactly right, but I don't hate the BFDIA revival because it's not serious. I hate it because it's shit. But maybe I wouldn't have been so negative if this same show didn't spend 10 years straight crafting one of my favorite pieces of media of all time. It's not only bad, but straight up unfair, especially towards the end. Yeah, that's right, I'm talking about Flower again.
Up next, we will have Mr. Griffin Weber, and he will be performing 1,000 Miles for Vanessa Carr.
I found this video of every voting screen in all of BFB. First off, wow, look how long the post-split segment is. Second, I used it to make this spreadsheet for us to analyze. I have each of the 14 characters here in the order they were placed. Green means they were safe for that episode, and red means they were up for elimination. I want you to focus your attention towards the merge section, which is this area right of the line. As you can see, Flower was only ever up for elimination twice, which is equal to or less than every other merger aside from Fiery, who was eliminated first. And if you look at our 3 finalists, you'll see that Teardrop was only ever safe twice, and Gelatin was only ever safe once. And it was the very first challenge. They knew that Gelatin was the biggest threat to Flower and put him up for elimination every episode in hopes of him getting out. This evidence seems pretty damn irrefutable to me. This whole era felt super corporate. This stopped feeling like a group of people making a show for fun and started feeling like a company mass producing a mediocre product for profit. And I think all those TikToks are perfect examples. Really though, the writing is the part that's bad. Everything else is up to standard. But wow, is that writing bad. I think it was always the plan to have the announcer come back at the end of the season, but whether or not he'd do the same thing as he did here, we'll never know. It's so weird that not a single person mentions the Exiters. Not Loser, Bubble, or even Leafy. Also, there wasn't a single rejoin, but that's probably for the better now that I think about it. But yeah, with that note, we're finally out of the rut and can start talking about good episodes exclusively. For about one episode, TPOT 3 is right around the corner. But as a wise man once said, don't cry because it happened, smile because it's over. Okay, now let's get out of here before I start loading the gun. Jacknjellify just hit 1 million subscribers. Whoa. That means that 9 has to move out of the sub count and someone else has to come in, that being 10. 8 says that he doesn't know who 10 is, but then later on we find out that the two of them are best friends. Why did he lie? None of the numbers can decide on who gets to go get him, so that's when 4 strikes.
Let's play a game.
I love games. What's wrong?
Don't you want to battle to win a prize?
But what is the Wait, why am I doing this? What do you mean for?
I love this scene so much. The Let's Play a Game bit has been parodied to death by so many object shows, and I like to think that this is the writers being self-aware. This is the battle for the permission to meet 10, and the theme song is fantastic. Just take a listen. The competition itself is really funny. When you lose a challenge, you're out, and since there's only 5 contestants, you'd think this would be a quick show. But they have a rejoin every 2 challenges, and 7 just rejoins every time. But then just gets eliminated right after. It happens like 3 times, I love it. When 8 comes back and talks about the even numbers club him and 10 are in, 4 gets pissed since he should be allowed in. I love how even though the other numbers are presumably powerful themselves, they're all scared of 4. It would have been so easy to make the others just like 4, but they don't. You know, back in Pre-Split, you would probably think that all the numbers are just as heartless and cruel as 4 is. But no, he's a complete outlier, with even the other numbers thinking he's a complete menace. At the end of the video, 7 mentions 1 and says that they're his best friend. And I know these number shorts are probably nowhere near canon. I wonder if they'll still carry over that little bit of lore. The first one of these is still the best. This one is fine, I guess. It feels less sincere than the first one, but just as sincere as the second one. You know, I'm kind of regretting putting these on the list, but it's too late now. The ending's lame. They just announced an object show convention that's happening. That's cool! Still not gonna talk about Inanimate Insanity, though. The best part of this is the opening.
Hey, Match! What you up to?
Oh, nothing. Just looking at clouds.
Other than that, it's a fairly entertaining short where Donut, Book, and Match get stuck in a claw machine. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's fun. It's really dark how they just never get out and are stuck in there after the heat death of the universe. That was pretty unexpected. Something I never noticed until this rewatch, however, is at the end of the video, the camera zooms out to show the whole story took place inside of a diary. That diary being the thing that got everyone stuck in the machine to begin with. Not really sure what that's supposed to mean, but it's cool, I guess. It's Tuesday, February 2nd, 2022, which is crazy because there's a lot of 2s in that date. This is barely even a short. There's just a couple characters dicking around for a bit and saying the word 2 a lot. At the end there's some beeping, and I guess we'll see what happens in part 2. They put a lot of effort into the 2-bit, with each part being 2 minutes and 22 seconds long. After there's too many 2s, the 2 universes split into 2. Then the 2 universes need to decide which of the 2 of them gets to stay and which of the 2 has to leave. They do this by making silly faces and having the viewers decide. Much like part 1, this short's just whatever. I liked it when Tennis Ball called the other Tennis Ball cringe. That line sounded like it came right out of Team Room 125 if you've ever seen that show. Anyway, I respect the effort they put into making this, but I didn't really care for it. By the way, they waited 2 years to finally reveal which universe won, which was in a video that was also 2 minutes and 22 seconds long. You gotta respect the commitment. Screw you guys, that should have been the left side. That tennis ball was way funnier.
What a lovely day to visit the lake, huh, Woody?
Yeah.
Alright, just gonna look left for no reason and... Huh?
We're already off to a good start. In this short, Fries and Ruby team up to save the fish monster who lives in the nearby lake. The random duo of Anchor and Rusty Coin have been trying to catch the fish monster for the last 5 years, and intend to kill and eat it when they do so. I find it really strange they picked Rusty Coin of all characters to be here. Before this, he was just a random one-off character in Post-Split like Steamy or Clip. Makes me wonder if we'll ever see him again after this. I mean, Anchor being here makes a little more sense at least. Anyway, this is a very fun short. There's tons of good jokes in this one, like when Anchor and Rusty Coin just bluntly tell Fries and Ruby that they plan to kill and eat the fish monster.
I think the plan was to kill her.
Yeah, and then we eat her. Kill then eat.
Oh my gosh, pretty dark.
Or when Ruby announces the bad news immediately after. Ruby is just such a funny character, especially here. Everything she says just makes me crack up. The only negative I have is that the ending is kinda lame. After an argument, Anchor and Rusty Coin end their friendship for good, but after the fish monster is well and safe, they just decide to be friends again out of nowhere. They never explain the change of heart from Rusty Coin. He was an arrogant jerk in one scene and he's apologizing in the next. Still a really good short though, I love these things. Here we are, the big one. The main focus of this episode is how Black Hole feels like he's different from everyone else, and they do a really good job at driving that point home. There's the obvious things like when he destroys all the team's blocks, or when Lightning just says that he's only good for sucking. But there's some more subtle things, like in the beginning of the episode, Black Hole can't even join his team inside the hotel, and he gets mad at Lightning when he says that he can't feel anything. The whole purpose of Death Pact and BFB was to nerf Black Hole. If he didn't care about death and just went around sucking everyone up, it would make him way overpowered and also make the show boring. I really like the death prevention stuff in this episode, but I know it later on gets really overused. The animation is really good in this episode again. Aside from this one style here at the beginning of the episode, this just looks gross. I'm truly sorry whoever did it, but this style looks like the animation version of bacterial meningitis. It's not like they tried to replicate the TPOT style and failed. They intentionally made this weird art style that doesn't fit the characters at all. But on the flip side of that, there's this scene later on in the episode from these timestamps that literally has the best mouth and eyes animation I've ever seen in this show. It is so satisfying to watch. Okay, elephant in the room, teardrop joins.
What the
Now, I've already talked about this little gremlin for 20 minutes straight, so I'm not gonna go too far into depth. However, one thing I never mentioned in that video is that 2 letting people into the season is super inconsistent. So Teardrop can just come in out of nowhere and join the game, yet only one of these debuters is allowed to join? That seems a bit unfair. They had to go through a whole voting process, meanwhile Teardrop just gets to waltz on in. And secondly, Non-Existy gets the shaft in episode 1, but the very next episode, Teardrop joins. Why did they do this to me? I hate Teardrop in this episode. It's the only real negative I have, aside from Golf Ball's stackability thing, I guess. She gets this gun and she's overpowered with it, killing tons of people throughout the episode. The marker fight scene is actually really cool though. I wish it lasted longer and wasn't resolved with that stupid finger laser. That shit is still the dumbest thing on the planet and I will stand by that. Really cool moment for Marker though. It made me like his character a lot more after this. There's a new recovery center in town. The name is covered up for some reason. I don't know why this needs to be a mystery. I saw somewhere that it might be a conscious recovery center, and that sounds about right. We see that it has a little face later on. Anyway, Black Hole accidentally kills Teardrop, and I love how he immediately gets rid of the evidence. Eggy sees this and then goes to recover her. The writers then proceed to never explore this concept again until both characters get eliminated. Speaking of the recovery center, we get another instance of gratuitous Ice Cube violence to add to the counter. What's that, like 12 now? 3? Really? I thought it'd be a lot more than that by now. Finally, I want to talk about teammates this episode, starting with Gady. I love it when she goes up to 2 and starts talking about how weird it is that the timer is 25 minutes and not 30. At first, you think she's trying to convince him to extend the timer, but no, she just has a genuine conversation about it. 2 and Gady continue to talk for the full episode on this little couch. In this scene, Gady tells 2 that she decided on her girlness. This has led many people to believe that Gady is transgender, but I disagree. Let me explain. I would like to present to you all the object show gender theory. Take a look at Fiery here. Notice anything?
No dick, no balls.
That's right, yet he's a male. So here's what I think. I think that when an object is built or born or whatever, they get to choose whatever gender they want. This would explain why so many characters famously have voices that don't sound like their genders, such as Pi, Lightning, and yes, Golf Ball. This also completely sidesteps the issue of object reproduction, and I think everyone's okay with that. So I guess it still would be transgender now that I think about it, just not how it is in the IRL. You don't think I'm gonna get in trouble for this, right? When Teammates uses glue on their stack of blocks, Pin thinks that they're cheating and goes to snitch on her own team. She also says that she hated BFDIA, which I'll talk about more in BFDIA. The stack gets knocked over multiple times, yet the team never thinks to actually glue the stack down on the podium. Weird. What the hell was that end credit scene? That was lame as hell. Teapot 2 is a really good episode, and I always thought it was my favorite of the season. But on rewatch, I don't know, I think I liked episode 1 a little bit more. It's not by much, these 2 episodes are gonna be very close in the overall ranking, but I think what it comes down to is the lack of standout action scenes in this episode. Yeah, there's the whole Teardrop fight, but other than that, this episode is mostly just characters standing around and talking, which isn't necessarily bad, it's just something about it. Still though, one of the best episodes in the entire show. Its pros heavily outweigh its cons. Tell me, what do you think this video is about based on the title and thumbnail? Personally, I would have thought that it would be Carrie sitting at a desk discussing some of the craziest places the BFDI mouth has been found, as well as why this might be the case. Because, you know, that makes sense. But instead, it's a short about Golf Ball creating a sentient mouth so she can use the seesaw reserved only for the winners of BFDI. It's okay, I guess. I think I laughed once. I don't really remember where though. Just like Claustrophobe's Nightmare, it has a weirdly dark ending where the world ends and then everyone's just stuck in an infinite void of space. Why has this become a trend? A worse trend, that is! Okay, I know this is a weird video for me to be talking about, but I think it's something I need to discuss. This video is not really meant to be ranked alongside the other ones, and instead of taking it off the list at all, I think I'm just gonna put it in the very middle of the ranking. Don't ask me why I want to. Anyway, ever since my original Teapot video all that time ago, I've had people continue to discuss this video in the comments, but I never watched it. In fact, it's the only video on this entire list that I've never seen before. So I'm gonna go watch it, and then I'll give you my thoughts. This is something I should have watched a lot sooner, and for that I apologize. Okay, the first thing I want to say is that my criticism towards this series was never about the animation, editing, or audio. The only thing I really care about with this show is the writing. And yeah, I know I already pointed out bad instances of animation a few minutes ago, but that's all just for comedy. I don't really care about all that. If TPOT suddenly went to MS Paint, or if the audio was now recorded on a DS, I would be a little disappointed and it'd be harder to watch, sure. But I'd deal with it if it meant the writing could be focused on more and improved. The basis of the video is this. Carrie and Michael are being put under a lot of pressure to continuously make better and better episodes. He even says that him and Michael have been pulling all-nighters just to get a new BFDI video out every week. And yeah, that does suck, but to be fair, no one asked for this. And now with this video, Carrie says that he wants to go back to when BFDI wasn't taken so seriously. Back when people could just enjoy a silly animated show without scrutinizing everything. It feels like now that goofiness Carrie wanted was redirected over to BFDIA, which I am also known to not like. TPOT 2 was the last episode of the show that Satomi was the showrunner on. And I don't think that this video releasing at this time was a coincidence. Satomi was let go and they knew that they were no longer going to be able to keep up the quality of writing Satomi had been giving them and use this to get people to adjust. A lot of the issues that Carrie points out in this video don't apply to me. For example, I don't complain and say that episodes come out too slowly, because I know that the longer they take to come out, the better they'll be. And nothing I say in this video or any other video is meant to be taken personally. Way back over a year ago with that original TPOT video, I did make it personal and I've regretted it ever since. I hated the ending of that video so much that I spun it around and turned it into a running joke. Take a look at this part right here.
So say I'm writing a storyboard for an episode and it needs to have 40 characters in it. If I'm also feeling sick to the same extent as a streamer, and I only give 38 of those characters screen time because I guess my brain's a little foggy and I forget the last two, people who have those two missing characters as their fan favorites will notice that and will say, "This episode is unfair to my besties," who are fictional. "Why did you not give them the screen time they deserve, and do you hate them?" And it sort of feels like all the focus is spent on that missing 5% instead of on the 95 that was still spent. And it just feels like there's a lot less freedom to be imperfect.
This feels like Carrie is directly talking about TPOT 4. He wrote that episode, and as you'll hear me discuss later, it's not the best when it comes to giving each team equal screen time. Off the top of my head, Are You Okay, Teammates, The Strongest Team on Earth, and The S are given almost nothing to do in that episode. TPOT 4 feels like it just wants to have fun with what it has, and okay, I don't really have a rebuttal for this one. Me criticizing TPOT 4 is exactly what this video is telling me not to do. I don't want BFDI to just settle and be centered around jokes because I know it has the capability to be fantastic. TPOT had a dip in quality for 4 episodes and then proved me right with TPOT 7. The same guy that wrote those episodes as well as most of Post-Split was able to deliver and begin to consistently write amazing episodes starting with 7 onwards. This is why I keep watching BFDI. I had so many people in my BFDIA 13 reaction telling me I should just stop watching the show if I hate so many episodes. But I'm gonna keep weathering the storm because I know it's only a matter of time before episodes start being great again. I don't hate BFDIA because it's goofy. I hate it because it feels like the writers aren't trying. It's mindless jokes without any care for the world or characters. It doesn't make the show feel special like it should. I'll get into it more when we get there, but I will not stop sharing my honest opinions about these episodes. I understand what this video is trying to tell me, but what else am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to sit silently and deal with the mediocrity that's being put out? If no one ever gives criticism, then nothing ever gets better. I agree with this video to an extent, but who's to say that episodes can't be a little goofy and a little serious? I'm not saying that Carrie's points aren't valid, I'm just saying that they don't specifically apply to me or this video. Previous videos, yeah, sure, not all of those are winners, but I like to think I'm more fair now. You can disagree with me if you want, but we're already this far in. I'm not quitting now.
Well, I promised to eat the cake, so hopefully I'm joining Pi.
Joining Pi eating a cake, maybe? Because I might send her some extra.
That line is so fucking contrived. Here we are, everyone, the dark age of TPOT. I know these episodes well, so let's get into it. This episode starts a long string of, "It's been fun, guys," after an elimination. I love these, really makes each character's departure meaningful and memorable. I don't really have enough notes on this video to form it into a coherent review, so I'm just gonna list them out real quick. DPA decides that they only want to prevent death and won't bother with the challenge, which is just stupid and will get worse next episode. Clark becomes a lot more obsessive towards Winter and has that whole thing with him on the stage. Once again, this is no longer explored until Clark is eliminated. He did Yellowface dirty though, that was messed up. The strongest team on Earth has this bit with the logo that gives me post-split vibes. I started having PTSD after that one. They continued to do the Saw 8 thing as if it was still funny. It's not.
I can't wait to see all the things we can create and put on a plate for 2 to rate!
Puffball wants to be loved again by making a better roller coaster. I'd like to think that she wants to make up for what she did back in BFDIA 5. Also, couldn't that mind machine make a dream island? This is the second time this type of thing has happened. 2 teams get put up for elimination now, which is understandable because of how slow releases have been. TPOT 3 isn't nearly as bad as I remembered. It's a huge step down from the last episode, but it's not awful or anything. It's the textbook definition of an okay episode, and that's all I really have to say about it.
I'm rich! I'm rich!
We're poor!
I think the description on this video describes it perfectly. A reference for reference sake. I'd like the new Cake at Steak intro, and oh my gosh, I'm so glad Saw gets eliminated. That's a crazy thing for me to say, because for a long time, Saw was my favorite character in the entire show. But they've run this 8 thing so far into the ground that I just want to see her get put to rest before anything else can happen. It's like having a pet with a terrible disease, like part of you just wants them to die so they don't have to suffer anymore. Not only has the 8 thing not been funny since its introduction episode, but Saw's normal voice is just grating at this point. Ever since BFB 13, her voice has been cracky, but in Teapot, she sounds like a 13-year-old boy, not able to get a single word out without having a voice crack. This sucks. After the Cake at Steak, the members of Teammates actually express sadness over the loss of their friend. This is a problem that plagues a lot of the show, actually. A lot of the time after an elimination, everyone just seems to move on like nothing. I know that the whole reason for them missing Saw is just to set up the challenge, but I still like how they acknowledge that they won't see their friend for a long time. Speaking of the challenge, each team has to protect one of their funny plants. If their plant gets destroyed, they lose. Each plant is spread out across the entire planet in different biomes. For some reason, instead of 2 just teleporting people there like we know he can, everyone gets these bracelets that send them there. They're so unnecessary. I know that they're integral to the plot, but it doesn't make sense in universe. Why jump through all these hoops just for the end result to be incredibly contrived? I'm just gonna go through all 7 teams in order from least important to most important because they're mostly sectioned off from each other, and yeah, okay, let's just go. Teardrop. She gets written out of the episode. What an idiot. This was my favorite part. Are you okay? They go to David Land because nostalgia. That's it. There's like 1 scene of them talking and they never show up again. Puffball gets kicked out also. Teammates. When Barfbag first puts on the bracelet, she says that she's never been to Yo-Yo Land before. That's actually really interesting because the LOL was in Yo-Yo Land in IDFB, which means that before everyone was freed, they moved back to Goiki. But also, she then freaks out and immediately wonders where everyone is, as if 2 didn't just explain how the bracelets work. And also use common logic, idiot. VS. They go to space and they leave Ice Cube behind because she'll fall apart in space, even though she's literally been there before. Twice. Bottle, Yellowface, and Clock should all remember being stuck on the moon back in BFB. And Rocky and Ice Cube have been in space together at the same time. Why didn't you say anything? The strongest team on Earth. Belle's singing is cringy. It made me want to kill myself. Her bracelet falls off, and much like Barfbag, is confused even though she presumably has more than 4 brain cells and knows exactly how the bracelets work. She just never even tries to put the bracelet back on after this. Why are so many characters so stupid this episode? It genuinely feels like a little kid's show at times. Here's another example. Just not. Neely uses Bommy to explode a cactus and get water. After doing this, she says out loud to the viewers, I mean to herself, that cacti have water inside of them. Neely, I just watched you get water from the cactus. You don't have to explain. Actually, kind of like the Yellowface skeleton. That was kind of cool. The water that touched it is cursed, and when it gets poured on the plant, it dies. I like how the skeleton looks, but it doesn't really serve a good purpose. It's just another thing that's like, hey guys, do you remember this? For no reason. Death Pact again. For starters, Black Hole kicks Lightning out of the team for the episode. This is because Lightning was accidentally destructive towards the plant. Hey, Black Hole, didn't you have, and I quote, the worst day of your life just 2 episodes ago for being accidentally destructive and being ostracized by your own team? Correct me if I'm wrong, I might not be remembering that correctly. After a string of events, Death Pact again is left with this perfect storm of awfulness, where everything worked out perfectly to land them in the exact situation they are in now. If one slight thing was changed, they would not have to deal with this issue. How inconvenient. Puffball lodges Ice Cube into the ground and the plant begins to melt her. Death Pact again then decides to kill their own plant and forfeit the challenge so that Ice Cube can live, even though recovery has been a thing possible for decades at this point. The death prevention thing starts to get really out of hand from here on out, which is weird because it was never really focused on in BFB. The only time the team actively prevented death in that season was in episode 4, where they lost. The thing is about the Teapot Dark Age, the episodes aren't even bad, they're just boring, which in some ways is worse. I despise BFB 23 with every fiber of my being, but I'd probably rather sit down and watch that over something like BFDI 7, an episode which doesn't have much of anything going on. Kind of a bad example because BFDI 7 is way shorter than BFB 23. But think about whether you would rather watch Despicable Me 4 or Onward. You know, one of them is a lot worse than the other, but at least that one doesn't have me checking how much time is left every 5 minutes. Teapot 4 isn't horrifically awful like I remembered it being. There's a lot of things that really annoy me, but it's just not worth getting worked up about. I will, however, add 1 point to the traveling 2,763 miles counter. The characters definitely travel way further than that using the bracelets, but I'll just give it 1 point as a sort of thematic representation. Actually, I'll make it a 1+, just because characters can now travel 2,763 miles in a blink of an eye by anyone at any time. I feel like it's been forever since our last real Yellowface commercial. The last one I remember was BFB 13. Has it really been that long? Yeah, I just checked, that's the last one. They did a quick bit in Teapot 3, but it really has been 4 years since our last genuine commercial. That's just kind of weird, they did so many in season 1, but the pace just slowed down after that. I guess they just started running out of ideas, which I can't blame them for. There's this little montage of people trying to save the plants from last episode in a bunch of different ways. Even though the ones from last time were supposedly the last of its species. You know, seeing fries in the sun here reminded me of something. In BFB 19, I believe, Taco says that the sun is way more than 2.7 million miles away. So that means I'll add to the counter twice for that episode, as both teams traveled there. Although Fries was probably teleported there by 2, so I won't count this one. You could argue that in BFB 19, the whole thing was used for a quick gag and it shouldn't count. But the BFDI world is based off the real world. I think I'm being generous, we're at 11+ now. After the montage, we see that Nelly is dunking the plant in a pool. Penn then asks why the pool is there, and 2 responds by saying that it was an idea to revive the plants. Then we get a flashback of them trying the idea, but like, we just saw Nelly dunking the plant underwater. Why do we need a flashback for something that's happening right in front of us? I feel like pretty much everyone can agree that Just Not is the worst team in Teapot. And that's proven in this episode's Cake at Stake. The most voted Just Not member has less votes than the least voted Death Pact Again member. That's kinda crazy. The challenge is to go find some plates that fell into the Goiki Canal. Death Pact Again decides that they are going to hold their breath. Yup, that's it. They hold their breath for the entire length of the challenge. I just want to remind you guys of a little episode called BFDIA 5. In this episode, the members of Free Smart cross the canal underwater, forcing them to continually die and recover themselves for like 11 hours or something. They even show the corpses from that episode here, like they didn't even forget, they just didn't care. Meanwhile on Teammates, Coiny has access to Amazon and is able to summon any item to their exact location. However, the entire team has been flanderized to be complete morons, so they just order random junk. Coiny orders the world's strongest magnet to get the plates, but he accidentally ships it to Yellowface's warehouse somehow, and now they need to go get it. Hey Coiny, here's an idea, why don't you just order a second magnet? Or better yet, just order the magnet again to your location. It's the same system. But nope, now they have to travel all the way to the warehouse. So let's add yet another point to the counter. Actually, they only traveled 2,762 miles in this episode. You could always go burn in hell if you wanted. Just Not changes books' definitions and now they can basically fly. So whatever books' definitions say affect the real world. Hey, so you remember back in season 1? Okay, Golf Ball excludes Puffball from the team, but Fry sticks up for her and goes with Puffball to sabotage other teams. I like that. When they go underwater, Pen and Golf Ball start fighting and TB says the iconic line,
"Don't hit Golf Ball like that."
I never thought that Tennis Ball was a simp for Golf Ball, and I still don't, but that line there is really, really bad. The strongest team snags Golf Ball's fish monster mech with TV inside, and they dick around underwater for a bit. Basketball asks Snowball how things are going, and then he gives a recap of their entire time in the machine as if Basketball wasn't also there to experience it. The whole mechanical minds must stick together thing is actually really interesting, and unlike a lot of other arcs in this series, later gets fully expanded upon before the integral characters are eliminated. It's really not that hard, guys. There's some more gratuitous Ice Cube violence. I'm glad they started to pick up on the frequency of those.
Well, the plate is right here, but I can't win immunity. I need someone to give it to me for their immunity to count.
Eraser, go hand over that plate already.
See, this is what I'm talking about when I say that these characters spend too much time explaining things. Like, thanks for waiting for Pen to tell you what to do before you go and do it, Eraser. I know that erasers don't have brains, but I didn't realize the writers also didn't. Okay, that was really mean. I'm sorry, Sam. Teapot 5 is just another bland and boring episode. Just like Teapot 4, I wouldn't really call it bad, but it's teetering on the edge. This is the extended version of the Cake at Steak song. I really like the chorus, the part they actually play in the episodes, but the rest... It's got this TikTok sound feel to it, if that makes sense. The lyrics are kinda cringe, like, "I love cake, oh my gosh!" The ending rap especially made me recoil into my chair. I don't care for this song, but I can't find the words to explain why. The instrumentals are pretty good though. Who even made this? Whoa, it was the Brawl of the Objects guy? I used to love that show. This is kinda cool, actually. But it's shit compared to Webs for Revs. I mean, obviously, have you seen this, man? Q tier. The episode starts off with all of Just not being shrunk. We don't see why or how they got shrunk, they're just small from the get-go. Nice. This is from Golf Ball's shrinking machine, which will get used later.
Are those gamers hanging out in my head again?
Oh, so this has been going on for a while now. You know, the whole thing about Show Don't Tell is that you actually have to show. Everyone's attention gets drawn to the hotel, where some scrumptious food is being cooked. Who is making this food? It's 4 and X. So in BFB 28, X randomly spouted out this idea of a hotel, but for food. I used to think 4 and X's inclusion in this season was really stupid. And it is, but it's nice that they brought it back from a previous episode. That is some nice attention to detail. The Cake at Steak this episode made me realize how lame they've gotten lately. Characters never get worried when they're in the bottom 2 anymore. 90% of the time they don't even look scared at all. The best Cake at Steaks in this series have been ones where the characters are actually talking to each other and giving comments as the votes are revealed. But these guys barely even say anything anymore. TV being easily safe makes me so mad. Last episode was the first interesting thing he ever did, and now he suddenly goes from having, I'd assume, no fans to being one of the first people safe. And now Fries is out. He's like an actual character. What the hell? And before you ask, yes, I actually did vote for him. So ha! 4 and X don't allow anyone to eat any of the food they cook up, which is unfortunate because 2 has a hankering for some meals. So he comes up with the challenge on the spot. What? So out of all of Teapot's challenges, the past 4 have been spontaneous ideas by 2. These weren't planned out or anything. 2's just like, oh no, this thing is happening, let's do something revolving around that. It's fine if there's a challenge like that every once in a while, but 4 episodes in a row? You know how many Teapot challenges were premeditated as opposed to 2 coming up with something on the spot? 5! Episodes 1, 2, 8, 12, and 14. That's 8 full episodes where 2 has absolutely no plan and just comes up with the idea off the cuff. Huge contrast from BFB, where all but 1 of 4's challenges were planned out. Each team soon decides what they want to do. Just Not's idea is to slay a dragon. Sounds like a little much, but sure. They start out on a quest and there's this narrator guy who sings as they travel. I like this voice. The song is pretty catchy and he manages to be somewhat menacing. I just kind of wish he didn't disappear out of nowhere near the end. Some people theorize that this is Non-Existy getting revenge on Price Tag after not being able to join. I don't really think that's true, but it would definitely be interesting. You could do an episode where Non-Existy torments Price Tag, but no one believes them because Non-Existy is, you know, non-existent, forcing them to take him down themselves. That would be cool. Me and the other 5,696 Non-Existy voters would definitely appreciate them doing anything with the character. In Teammate's journey to become the most obnoxious team on the face of the earth, they decide that 2 actually meant to make him into a meal. So every single one of them unironically attempts to murder, cook, and consume 2. This is so weird. If this was like the S or something doing this, it'd be a little understandable, but these guys are supposed to be some of the more level-headed characters of the show. Donut especially was always super reasonable. The worst part is that this actually works later. Death Pact again decides that they'll ignore the challenge and focus on death prevention again. So they revive a fish that was already dead and present it to 2. It soon eats him twice and makes them lose. Good job! Just Not eventually travels all the way to the evil forest. Again, we have no idea where the grasslands are located on the earth, but I'll just add another point to the counter nonetheless. If anything, this makes up for all the characters teleporting places back in episode 4. They do this so often now. This would be like if I made an hour-long object episode of a bunch of characters trying to kill Kratos, and they eventually succeed after much trials and tribulation. But then 2 seasons later, it becomes a running joke and the characters just kill Kratos every other episode. Wouldn't that just make that first episode so less impactful? Anyway, they eventually find the dragon, and after it eats cake, Bami realizes that the dragon is in pain and tries to heal it. Hey Bami, do you remember why you did all this in the first place? It was to kill the... Never mind. The dragon coughs up Cake's corpse and flies away. They later present this to 2 as their meal.
I can't eat him, guys. Might be a low score.
Ah, that'll hurt his feelings.
Oh, I'm sure he tastes delicious. 3 out of 10 for being a sweet guy.
Meanwhile, the S uses Yellowface's ad powers to make cereal. Unfortunately, Rocky vomits in it. They decide that there isn't much time left and they'll just go with that. Even though Yellowface created the ingredients immediately and all they had to do was mix them into a bowl. They just didn't think of that, I guess. Are You Okay went through this whole thing after Golf Ball was rude to Puffball again. It ends with this apology.
Puffball, I apologize for my behavior. You would have made things so much easier today. Thank you.
I don't even feel like talking about this, you know it sucks. 2 then begins to rate everyone's meals. The show then does the unthinkable and makes an actual funny joke.
There's 3, actually.
2 eating an entire bag and then liking it more than the food made me laugh, and so did the fish eating him, even though everything leading up to it was dumb. 2 then goes to rate the S's meal and actually almost gives them a good score because he likes flavored food. But then Clock starts running his mouth and actually tells him it's made of vomit. Like, dude, you were this close to making it out alive today. Why did you do that? His reaction was still really funny though.
You made me eat vomit, guys. I don't know, a 1?
TPOT 6 is more of the same, just another alright episode. There were quite a few things that made me mad, but I'll still give it like a 5 out of 10 for being a sweet guy. So Gelatin wants to go to a steakhouse, so he recruits Fiery to help and the 2 steal a van. Wait a damn minute. They drive around for a bit and Gelatin complains that Fiery is going too slow. They then get into a fight until Gelatin's steak falls out of the van. They get them back and soon return them to the steakhouse. The end. You could, I don't know how they possibly managed to do it, but they one-up themselves again. This might be one of the funniest things that ever come out of this series. And we can thank Florence Chappell for the writing, and all these guys for the everything else. 6 and 9 are traveling across the world. This opening part with them driving has really nice music and great visuals, and it ends with this super violent explosion out of nowhere.
You know I could've just parked it, right?
The 2 of them are on a mission to retrieve 15 since now it's her turn to stand in the sub-count. However, 15 hates everyone, and after 9 accidentally knocks her out, they decide that they should just combine together to take 15's place. They go back to the equation playground, and the others wonder where 6 and 9 went.
Welcome back, mate! Are 6 and 9 with you?
Oh, no. I ate them.
Oh well, as long as you're here, I guess.
Yeah, I was getting sick of 6 anyway.
That delivery is so fucking hilarious. They kick out 14, who happily goes back to eating people's skin. And it's not long until 6 and 9 start bickering and separate themselves. Everyone starts fighting until all the zeros shut them up. They pull out a whiteboard and tell everyone just to update that for the sub-count. Which they do, all the sub-count nonsense is finally over. I love this short so much, it is absolutely hilarious. There are tons of killer jokes that I didn't mention. Like when 6 looks at his watch just for it to say Ask 9. It's this dumb random humor, but it's incredibly well thought out and executed flawlessly. These milestone shorts are getting dangerously close to breaching the overall top 10 of the entire show. I don't know how you guys would feel about that, but they've only gotten better every single time, so it's a real possibility. The very last BFDI YTPMV. And I still don't know what to say about them. It's got the cool character thing going on, like the 20,000 sub special. That's literally it. I'm so glad I'm done with these things. What a huge moment for the series. This is such a big deal. It has been 10 years since BFDIA 6 was supposed to release, and now it's finally here. Was it worth the wait? No. It's been a decade, but it's still a damn good episode. It starts off just like the deleted scenes did, with everyone falling down from Yoil Mountain, with everyone acting surprisingly wholesome to each other. If you'd remember, in BFDIA 5e, the announcer showed up briefly, and to avoid getting caught, he has the fiery speaker box eat some Yoil berries to look like him in case anyone asks.
Do it for the team.
Ooh, spooky. I always hated that later BFDIA episodes leave Yoil Land and go back to Goiki, but I think originally it was the plan for the rest of the season to take place here. The intro is in Yoil Land, and the whole challenge is to find a place to live in the city. Anyway, everyone gets on solid ground, and you can already see the improvement in animation. Just this shot of Rocky nodding beats out almost everything from the original BFDIA. Except for this one animation error when all the people that are supposed to be metal aren't for a few seconds. Bastards. There's nice shots the whole episode, like during the cake at stake, which is amazing by the way. It easily got on my top 10 list because of how tense it is. I won't say a lot about it again because I already talked about it for way too long once, but it's got some good jokes, some good animation, and a good climax. Rocky switches the Woe Bunch and the challenge starts. This whole episode feels right at home alongside BFDIA 5. It's amazing how they were able to recapture what that episode had. Maybe the characters are a little too nice to each other, but it's not that big of a deal. What is though is that Nickel has his BFB personality, where he's super extroverted and says random things. I love the pessimistic BFDIA Nickel, he was so funny. I know they changed him so he'd be different from the II Nickel, but II Nickel is also a different character now. Whoa, okay, almost had me talking about II for a minute there. That could have been bad. The challenge specifically is to have your entire team fall asleep at once. Needle breaks out Yellowface's revolutionary headphones and puts them on Gelatin and Ice Cube. The three teams split off and find somewhere to sleep. Team No Name goes to a hotel called the Evil Here Hotel. This place has evil leafy imagery all over it, and a mirror inside of it actually recovers her after she died in 5C. Meanwhile, Free Smart uses balloons to fly around the city to find the Pillow Factory. This is a good time to mention that the episode has really good pacing. It's half an hour long, but there's almost no filler. The only thing close to it is when Ruby leaves to go to the Yummy filtration plant and comes back immediately after. It never affects the rest of the episode, but it's no biggie. Although, scenes like this are going to become a lot more common a few episodes from now. Woe Bunch finds a big warehouse and they decide to sleep there. However, the building is so big that a cloud forms and rains on them. They end up using a dehumidifier to pump the water out through the roof, but Free Smart crashes into it and water begins to fill the van. The weight tips over the dehumidifier, and when Woe Bunch tries to pull it back, the pipe goes level and the two teams begin to face off. This is probably the best fight scene in this series up to this point. Although that probably isn't saying much. What's even the competition? BFB 18, yeah, I think it takes the gold medal. For now. The entire episode from here on out is absolutely amazing. There's so much going on that I don't want to sit here and describe it all to you, but rest assured, it's such an amazing ending to the episode. After Free Smart tries to sleep on the pipe, Woe Bunch starts to scare them by yelling Evil Leafy's name. No Name has been getting chased by Evil Leafy for a while, but the shouting of her name makes her leave and goes to Woe Bunch. Team No Name soon falls asleep. Evil Leafy begins to terrorize the two teams on the pipe until Ice Cube uses the balloons to have Free Smart float up into the sky. She reprogrammed the headphones after Pencil threw her in the trunk of the van, and they all fall asleep to nice music, allowing them to be safe. Woe Bunch continues to get hunted by Evil Leafy, and the episode ends. The end credit scene makes me super sad for some reason. Free Smart starts their video diaries, but we all know it's for nothing because in IDFB, they find out that the lens cap was on the whole time. The music they play here is so bittersweet. This ending is perfect. So that was BFDIA 6. It was really, really good. Again, this has the same exact energy as BFDIA 5. I don't know how they did it, but they did, and I love it. This is where the show does a bit of a retcon though. Up until now, it was stated that after BFDIA 6, the season got cancelled and everyone else got stuck in Yoyo Land. But now the show will continue. I don't really like this. It makes IDFB less impactful. Before, it felt like after BFDIA 6, the fiery speaker box just left them and they had no way to get back to Goiki. They were forced to just stay there while dozens of their friends were trapped in a box just outside the city. If I made BFDIA 6, I would have made it a really big story episode that fills the gap between BFDIA 5 and IDFB, but that's just me. I know it's gonna feel weird to keep switching between BFDIA and TPOT, but I wanted to review everything in release order, so we're just gonna have to deal with it. At least this way, you'll get a little bit of a palate cleanser after I talk about each BFDIA episode. The episode starts off with the characters actually discussing what they would do with 2's power. This is a pretty rare occurrence. Except for BFB 16, no one ever really talked about the prize for this season, even though it's a huge deal. Speaking of powers, Teardrop gets a new one. Hooray! She can now become a cloud, and she uses this power later on to fill the entire 500-foot wide canal in seconds. I'm sorry, just give me a second to process. What the fuck? The kick at stake for this episode is excellent, one of the best in the entire show. First off, it's funny as hell, like the pit rolls were already pretty amusing, but then we have the moment where Bottle is declared safe.
Bottle is safe with 3,190 votes.
That's not the only reason it's so good though. The 2 characters that got eliminated are Clock and Lightning, but each of their stories were handled perfectly. The Clock and Winter thing was pretty much abandoned after TPOT 3, and you'd think that now that Clock is out, it's over for good. But no, because 2 allows Clock to stick around with 4 and X until he fixes things. This is such a good idea. Whoever came up with this is a genius. Meanwhile, Lightning starts to lash out against the other members of her team. All they did was prevent death every episode instead of doing the challenge, leading to his and Remote's eliminations. This is a wake-up call for Fanny, who we'll talk about later.
Okay, I'm back. Where was I exactly? Well, a shark came up and I killed him. That'll trick you all.
I just thought that was funny. During Lightning's rampage, he destroys a bunch of different landmarks throughout Goiki. Today's challenge is for the 7 teams to go out and fix them. In honor of that old TPOT 7 video I made over a year and a half ago, holy shit, I'm gonna be talking about each team one at a time. Starting off with Death Pact again, they get sent to the world's largest oven. Remember how in BFB 1 when everyone went to the world's largest oven and the only reason it was— I'm joking, at this point it doesn't even matter. However, the glass was already shattered in BFB 27. So unless someone replaced it off screen, this is a continuity error. Fanny's redemption arc starts here. She makes some genuinely really good points, but they all fall on deaf ears.
Fanny, it's our mission, our identity, and we must strive to continue it even in strife.
There's only 4 of us left. If we keep this up, we'll all disappear, and then the death will occur anyway. And we won't be here to stop it either!
Fanny calls up Pillow, and Pillow says that death will actually bring good luck. So the 2 kill Tree with the help of Black Hole, albeit unintentionally. Almost immediately after, Just Not shows up, and they trade Tree's corpse for a glass pane. For some reason, 2 just uses the glass and fixes the oven for them. Kinda defeats the purpose of the challenge, but it's fine. Next up is Teammates, who were tasked with fixing the balance beam from Season 1, Episode 1 of Battle for Dream Island. Pin and Coiny wholesomely decide to face off on the beam, but one thing leads to another and they end up making things even worse. Barfbag soon gets the idea to crush Donut in between the 2 halves to glue them together with his filling. I don't really like this. TPOT 7 fixed so many problems that episodes 3 through 6 had. But one thing that didn't get completely fixed was Teammates. They're better for sure, but not by too much. Barfbag specifically being ready to murder Donut and then everyone else being excited to go along with it seems really out of character. If I wrote this scene, it'd go a little something like this. Okay, we've got this wire now, but we still need to find something that can stick the 2 pieces together. But how are we gonna do that? There's nothing around here that can help us. There is one thing. What's that? I have a feeling it should be sticky enough to glue the beams together if you crush me between them. Oh gosh, Donut, are you sure? That sounds really painful. Unless you see any tape around here, I think it's our only option. Well, if you think it'll work, then we can try it. Thank you for your sacrifice, Donut. I think that feels a lot more genuine and harkens back to Bommy's sacrifice in BFB 14. In that episode, Barfbag wasn't just like, oh yeah, thanks Bommy, lol. She was super hesitant, and if he didn't already ignite himself, she probably would have tried to stop him. Anyway, it works, and they're safe. Now we get to the S at the moon. We get introduced to Yellowface's ad powers, which is kinda cool and makes sense when you go back and look at the scene from the last episode. The whole team invades the ad, and they become these poorly drawn versions of themselves. Really makes me wonder if Yellowface has a well-drawn version of himself, and if so, would Purpleface be the same? In the poorly drawn world, Ice Cube starts reusing lines again, which is a nice touch. They look around the area for anything helpful and end up finding a moon repair kit. Unfortunately, Yellowface misunderstood Winter and instead used a scribble thing on the moon, which obviously doesn't work and they lose. This is weird because Yellowface is usually super helpful in most challenges. This is the beginning of his derailment, but here it's really not that big of a deal. And the whole bit with 2 did make me laugh.
Do you have anything to say other than
Teardrop is tasked with filling the entire canal. I already kind of talked about everything she does, but she finds the gates to Dream Island. These could possibly be the gates from the Dream Island golf ball made back in BFDIA 4, or maybe the gates were just torn down off the real one after it went missing. I still think it was never there to begin with, but I digress. Just Not has to fix the roller coaster, and their whole plot this episode is just the Ryan Trahan Penny series. They start with a block and end up trading it for something else, then something else, and so on. Eventually getting a roller coaster part from Golf Ball and Puffball, who intentionally made it to sabotage them. The roller coaster explodes, putting them up for elimination. On their trading quest, they travel to each team. This includes teams like Teammates, who, if I were to guess, were off the coast of southern Goiki, since that's where Season 1 took place and this is obviously a Season 1 challenge. And since the Grasslands, aka the Pre-Split and TPOT competing area, is relatively close to Yo-Yo Land, that means they walked just about 2,763 miles. I'm adding 2 to the counter here because even though the walk was technically less than 2,763 miles, it was pretty damn close, and I'm sure they had to go out of their way to get to some of the other teams anyway. But that's not the only time 2,763 miles is traveled in this episode. RUOK is forced to fix a volcano, which is heavily implied to be the one from BFDI 22. Just like Just Not, they travel all the way back to the Grasslands and back. That's 6 travelings of 2,763 miles in a single episode, and it only gets worse from here. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier and I don't feel like checking, but I'm not going to include Puffball flying to Yo-Yo Land back in BFDIA 2. The reason for this is because that scene takes place before BFDIA 5, so the standard for the journey hadn't been set yet. But in order to be fair, I'll add a +1 to the counter. Eraser and Pen also decide to kick out both Puffball and Golf Ball because they caused too many problems. This leaves Tennis Ball, Eraser, Pen, and TV to do the challenge on their own. I like this pairing. Any team with Golf Ball always feels dominated by her, so it's nice to see these characters shine without her. Mostly Tennis Ball. The strongest team on Earth has to fix the roof of the hotel. Not gonna lie, that sounds a lot easier than most of the other stuff. Earlier in the episode, Teardrop decided to torture Robot Flower for no reason and cause her water damage. So Basketball takes her into her above ground factory in the hotel to help her out. This is when Robot Flower expresses that she thinks that Basketball is the only one that really cares about her. She's been damaged multiple times, and while Basketball has rushed to save her, everyone else seems to not care much. TV and Teapot 5 making her feel even more certain that other people see machines as less. Robot Flower believes that everyone would like her more if she was the original Flower, and convinces Basketball to download Flower's personality to her. This runs smoothly until Grassy rips out some wires from the roof to trade to Just Not. This turns off the power momentarily, and the download stops a quarter of the way through, meaning only Season 1 Flower downloaded. With this, Robot Flower becomes an absolute menace, just like Flower was always meant to be. I always kind of felt that Robot Flower was meant to act as a replacement to Season 1 Flower, as the real one went off to improve her character. But they dropped that pretty early on, so finally seeing her fully evil is really nice. Meanwhile, Grassy has been using the punching game from Teapot 3 to get strong, and on the roof he lifts up Snowball but ends up dropping him, punching a huge hole in the roof. Bell goes down to get him, but all those failed debuters follow up the string and escape. It's kind of weird to me that all the debuters were locked inside the hotel. I know it doesn't make sense for them to be walking around and interacting with the contestants, but it's a little cruel and out of character on 2's part just to lock them in the building. Anyway, Robot Flower comes up on the roof and starts beating them all up and eventually glues them all to the roof, fixing it and making them safe. End credit scene where Basketball sees Clock talking to Winter and we're done! Teapot 7 is such an amazing episode, and wait, what's this? Holy shit, the Exiters? I completely forgot that they existed. We haven't seen them since Teapot 1, but now we finally get a glimpse at what's behind that door.
What, is this place?
This is so cool. There's not only a whole school in the exit, but also a huge world just down the hallway. I'm very excited for what happens next. Everyone, round of applause for Sam Thornberry. I don't know what happened to make him write like this, but he said,
"Hold my honeycomb,"
and locked in. He went from writing Post-Split just a year or two ago to writing one of the best episodes this series has ever seen. Not only is it just genuinely great, but it managed to improve on almost every single issue I've been having for the past 4 episodes. This is the greatest comeback I've ever seen, and I couldn't be happier. Hats off to you, Jacknjellify. You did good. In the opening for this one, Fiery Speaker Box says that they're battling for Dream Island, but then shows the one from BFDIA 4. Seriously? This is what they're battling for? This is going to be a very disappointing finale. TV isn't able to come up with a good enough cake at steak intro, so he gets flung into the LOL. He grabs the key as he goes, and wow, that's how the LOL gets locked. I'm not gonna lie, that's really lame. Something else that's lame is Evil Leafy being frozen. She's supposed to be intimidating, but they keep dealing with her too easily. This isn't even a revival problem, they did this in the old BFDIA too. During the cake at steak, Bami wins the prize and gets turned purple. Already, Bami talks way too much. His whole thing in BFDIA was that he never did anything, and I'm not saying I'd prefer him to be boring, but he goes from 0 to 100 in voice lines. He talked a little bit in BFDIA 6, but for the time he's in this episode, he's yapping it up. Yellowface hates the color purple, so he kidnaps him. Rocky gets eliminated also. The challenge is to create a new elimination area. However, Free Smart was still in the air and didn't hear about it. TB notices that Ruby is holding onto a meteor she caught while in the sky. This is Yoyolite, which will be very important, then not important, then very, very important. So Tennis Ball enlists Fiery and Gelatin to switch to Free Smart to steal it because it's worth trillions or something. The moment this happened, I immediately knew that Free Smart would lose this episode. Team No Name travels to the Yoyol Forest to get some wood. In this montage, we watch them travel from Yoyol City to the Evil Forest, but then they're immediately back in Yoyol Land. I'd assume that the Yoyol Forest would be in Yoyol Land, so I think that this is meant to be taken as a joke, but I think they still did travel 2,763 miles, so I guess I'll just make it a +2 now. Fries glues Golf Ball to a tree, and Tennis Ball builds the Weak Trembling Fortress, or WTF. Kind of a weird joke to make, it doesn't really fit the show, just like the 69-420 from earlier. Woolbunch gets some purple powder from Yellowface, so they can make the water filling the warehouse taste good so they can drink it. They do this so they can get to the rocket ships inside to repurpose the parts for their elimination area. They also randomly kill Pin here. Not sure why, she didn't even do anything. Free Smart loses because they didn't know the challenge and Gelatin and Fiery just had them do random stuff all episode. This was done so Free Smart could be up for elimination in order to be fair, but without any of them getting eliminated. I'd assume most people love these characters and would dislike Gelatin and Fiery just to keep the true Free Smarters in the game. End credits scene where Woolbunch eats hot peppers, and since the purple powder was obviously Bami's gunpowder, they explode, taking their elimination area with it. This means that Rocky goes into the WTF and the episode can end. This episode was decent, nothing to write home about, but it was still a pretty fun time. I think the general consensus on this episode is that it's not very good, but for once, I'm the positive one. This is also the very first episode of TPOT that I haven't talked about before, directly anyway. Yellowface is at it again and steals Donut's arms. This causes Donut to cry out and magnificently start the intro. The following cake at steak I had in my top 10 list, but looking back it really shouldn't have. It's a good cake at steak, don't get me wrong, but top 10? I had BFDIA 5's cake at steak in 11th place, and I think that's a crime. They definitely should have switched spots, but it's too late to change it now. I think it was Cake's horrific death that did it. It's just really funny to see something so shocking happen to such a sweet guy. I do remember how a bunch of people were jumping for joy around this time though, with Rocky being eliminated in both BFDIA and TPOT back to back. Can't say I blame anyone for doing that. I don't hate Rocky, but when he's easily safe and an actually good character like Cloudy or Clock gets out instead, it annoys me, and we're going to be discussing the same exact thing next episode. Okay, I see how that can be confusing with BFDIA. TPOT 9, we're talking about it in TPOT 9. Right before Rocky is sent off, he spits some vomit into the volcano that's an entire continent away somehow. It also causes the volcano to crack. The challenge is the first ever retread in the series, that being the very first challenge in the show, BFDI 1A's Balance Beam Challenge. A lot of people think that this is really lazy and they should have just done something else. But to be fair, Inanimate Insanity has done their first challenge like 18 times over at this point. This is fine. I do wish they waited a bit. This kind of challenge would work a lot better during the merge. All of the flying contestants are disqualified, which, yeah, makes sense for the challenge, but also disqualifying contestants is stupid. Especially when Belle is able to compete even though she's pretty much flying herself. Teardrop immediately jumps in Barf Bag and makes her extremely strong. So Teardrop making Barf Bag strong enough to launch Pin across the entire world really goes to show how overpowered TD is. They bring back the needy thing again after like 5 years. They did a little homage to this in TPOT 5, but now it's just back again. Kinda weird, I thought they were done with that. Puffball and Golf Ball go off on their own to sabotage the other teams, which I actually predicted in my TPOT 7 video. Take a look.
I hope that next episode, Puffy and Golfy choose to go off on their own accord, and we get more of the penny racer tennis ball dynamic.
which I think would be great. So either I'm the smartest human being on the planet, or Jacknjellify watches my videos. I'll let you pick which one. I know that this has kind of just been me talking about random things that happen throughout the episode, but that's because there's no real plot. It's not like, here's the A plot, here's the B plot, etc. It doesn't even focus on teams most of the time, and the episode just jumps from small group to small group. Which is fine, it works well within the episode and the pacing's good, but it just makes writing a review on it a little trickier. I just kind of have to start talking about something new with no transitions because the episode itself has no transition. Speaking of which, Pillow is likely a masochist.
Yeah, I'm a masochist.
I think I remember seeing a theory on this from, I believe, Apoy. All I'm gonna say is, yeah, the evidence is definitely there. Tree becomes a massive tree, Fanny loses her mouth, and there's a really nice conversation here with Tu and Gady. I don't love the Tu and Gady stuff. I think it's a little manipulative to the viewers. Not anything near post-split levels, but it's like, wow, Gady is such a nice person for helping Tu through his emotional struggles. Never mind the fact that she does almost nothing else besides this and rarely interacts with her own team members anymore. Wow, she becomes Tu's personal therapist and does nothing else. How awesome. It's just kind of a cheap way to get the viewers to like Gady. She's a perfect character at this point. And I understand that she was also well spoken near the end of BFB, but those were fellow contestants, not the host, which is very different. And besides, there was more to her aside from that. Oh yeah, anyway, I like the conversation, but I'm not gonna go over anything, I just don't care enough. But what I do care about is that damn droplet. After Barfbag gets knocked off, Teardrop jumps out, but is weakened by the barf. Tennis Ball, Eraser, and Pen go to knock her off the beam. However, Snowball sees that she's sick and decides to help her. What? Snowball, of all the characters in this entire show, Snowball is the one that steps in and stops Teardrop from getting out. If she gets knocked off, she'll be instantly eliminated. She is by far the strongest player in the game, and you're just gonna let her keep going on? Snowball, dude, she directly and intentionally caused you to lose in episode 2. Tennis Ball perfectly sums it up right here.
Snowball, she has all these outrageous abilities. This might be our only chance to defeat her.
One of us might go next if we don't take her down. This is our chance.
I get it if the writers don't want Teardrop to get out yet, but if you're gonna do that, make it make sense. To top it all off, Eraser actually goes to help Teardrop instead of pushing her off. But she just betrays him and throws him off. She's actually just evil now. This sucks. I want to clarify that Teardrop knocking off Eraser here is actually good writing and evolution of the rivalry. I'm mad at the character, not the show. Let's get that straight here. Whatever, I guess. TPOT 8's a solid episode. I don't really know why it's so disliked. Sure, it's not nearly on the level as episode 7, but it sure as hell's a lot better than 3 through 6. They traveled 2,763 miles within the first 2 minutes. They even walked past all the bodies in the canal like it's nothing. Why? You know exactly what you're doing, so why are you still doing it? John, wait, don't eat that banana, it's poisonous. Yeah, I know. And then everyone else just drives there off screen. Other than that and the ending, which I love, this episode was surprisingly super fun. It managed to invoke the style BFDIA 2 through 4 had. It was stupid fun, but without it being try-hard or meaningless. There's still some bits and pieces of that kind of stuff though, like the Cake at Steak intro or the opening with Lewis. But most of the episode was very enjoyable. The challenge is fun and they do some interesting stuff with it. They have the gun, the car, then there's Coiny going to the Shade House. This subplot actually brings in a dark element to the episode with the reveal that Gelatin has been killing his employees and turning them into sunglasses. It's no evil Leafy, but at least this season still got a little bit of edge. That song that Barbecue Sauce sings is so awful, but I just can't stop listening to it. Then there's the Cake at Steak, which I was actually wrong about. The voting between Pencil and Fiery was actually quite close, which I didn't expect. But I don't like how they just ditched Fiery's speaker box. I always thought he was a really good host for the season. I actually didn't take that many notes while watching this episode, because it's the kind of thing where I can just sit down and watch it and not think too hard. I guess that's the appeal of the BFDIA revival. It's just simple fun while TPOT does actual character stuff. Now that I think about it, BFDIA is kind of the replacement for what Post-Split was supposed to be. A more whimsical season that would run alongside TPOT. But TPOT released way too slow, so it never ended up working the way it was supposed to. But now they've kind of got this every other episode thing going on, which works good. I thought I remembered this episode having a lot of Yellowface derailment, but it really didn't at all. It was just like one line and it's cleverly used to forward the plot. I wouldn't put this episode in my top 10 of the show or anything, but it's good. This episode taught me that maybe I've been having the wrong mindset while watching the new BFDIA. I always talked about how much I hated BFDIA 9+, but maybe I'll like him a little bit more now. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Quick interruption here. So now that TPOT and BFDIA are running concurrently, you might be wondering how I'm going to sort the shorts and songs between each season. I thought about it for a while, and here's what I'll do. Everything will be automatically considered part of TPOT, unless it is directly related to BFDIA. BFDIA kind of feels like a side project to TPOT anyway, so I think this is a good workaround. Sorry, just wanted to explain that real quick. Back to the review. The storybook opening is really cool. This is 14 telling 2 about a mystical object, the division sign. 14 is locked up from eating people's skin, so he convinces 2 to get the division sign for him. Once 14 gets his hands on it, he splits himself into 2 sevens. Whoa! 3 webs for Evs? Somebody catch me before I faint. One of the green 7s gets the real 7 locked up with him, convincing everyone else that the 2 of them are the 2 halves of 14. So they put the 7s together into a false 14 and lock him away. The second green 7 is now free to take his revenge on everyone. I love how tame all his plans are, like having them step in glue or calling them names. But then at the end he just eats 10's skin, amazing. The others get the idea to lure the green 7 to 15's cabin to get her to burn him alive.
Free skin? All the skin I eat is free. Pass! Free tasty skin? Now that's enticing!
They end up chaining up 14 by the whiteboard, where he'll be forced to update the sub count for the foreseeable future. Once again, this is a really funny one. Maybe not quite as funny as the last one, but still really good. I'm amazed at how consistently great these shorts are. I guess to make up for the fact they skipped last year and didn't make a song for Christmas, they made this one completely original. This features all of our favorite living numbers, and they sing about all the things they want for Christmas. That's right, 4 is canonically not Jewish. The wishes they want are pretty charming, but the song's a little too short for it to really do much. It's solid, but just not anything I'd actively listen to. The opening to this episode unironically does the, yup, that's me. I bet you're wondering how I got here. And it's completely unnecessary, just start the episode with them trying to save Barfbag. It doesn't even make sense for Eraser to ask what happened because he was there the whole time. Speaking of Barfbag though, after the last episode, all her vomit got washed away in the canal, leaving her empty. Everyone decides that they need to get some barf to put inside her, even though regular water would work just fine as we've seen. But since Rocky's gone, the only option is the vomit he spat into the volcano when he was eliminated. So that's exactly what they do. But since that volcano was all the way down in southern Goiki, and someone had to go down there to get it and then bring it back, I'll be adding yet another 2 points to the counter. They really are racking these things up. Also, 2 probably didn't teleport them there because he shows up later and seems to have no knowledge of what they were doing. But anyway, the lava vomit turns Barfbag into a zombie, and she immediately begins to spread the infection. Everyone runs in different directions, but Are You Okay and teammates run into the hotel, which is convenient because they were up for elimination. How the hell was TV safe second? I genuinely don't understand how he has so many fans. Did he even do anything last episode? I don't think so. Yeah, went back and checked. He just gets knocked off right away, doesn't do shit. And now because so many people voted for him, Golf Ball and Puffball are in the bottom too. 2 of the best characters in the show are now in danger. TV being safe once in this season is already bad enough, but 2 is pushing it. Anchor knocks on the door, but no one wants to let him in. Yup, that confirms that he's a fan favorite now. But they end up just forgetting about him after the zombies break in. Teardrop, who is also with them, starts fighting with Eraser, and they start doing the fast slapping bit. That was really funny, I love that. But then there's this huge missed opportunity for the intro starter. It's Golf Ball yelling at everyone to run away, but wouldn't it have been so much cooler if it was someone getting bitten and them crying out in anguish? That would have been pretty cool, I think. The 2 teams are split up, with teammates running into the basement and Are You Okay going upstairs. 2 is then zombified, which is kinda dumb since he's super powerful, but I understand why it needed to happen. Gady hears 2 get bit and goes up to help him. Meanwhile, the rest of teammates tries to get 4 to save them, but he's gone.
Found anything yet, Clock?
No, I did, 4.
Play along, please! Yay! You caught me! Best day ever! Yay!
Yay!
I love this. Okay, Okay, I can't hold it in any longer. I hate this damn cushion. Pillow knew exactly what she was doing in Teapot 9, and I can prove it. I know that they confirmed next episode that Pillow didn't know, but I think that the original intention was to have her intentionally sabotage her own team. Pillow is a psychopath, right? That means she doesn't just enjoy killing people, she enjoys the suffering that comes along with it. She used the misunderstanding as a way to kill her team. Exhibit A. In Teapot 5, Pillow happily threw all of the safe people off the building. However, when Trey decides he'll jump off himself, Pillow is very clearly mad. She didn't throw people off the building because she likes throwing people off of buildings, but because she enjoys their terror and suffering. And Tree jumping on his own accord takes that away from her. Exhibit B. When Pillow misunderstands that the challenge is to kill her team, she smashes the FaceTime thing. This is because she knows that she has a good alibi, and breaking the screen ensures that she can never be corrected by 2. Exhibit C. When Bami ignites himself to kill Pillow, she's noticeably frowning. Don't you think that if Pillow truly thought the challenge was to die, then she'd be at the very least indifferent to the explosion? Exhibit D. Price tag straight up tells Pillow what the real challenge is. Who's to say she didn't even directly hear what Needle said? Even if she truly thought dying is what the challenge was before, there's no way she does now. Exhibit E. Some people like to argue that if Pillow knew the challenge was to stay safe from the undead, then Pillow would have happily gone out and killed all the zombies. But we've already established this is untrue. These zombies are completely mindless. Pillow likes killing for the suffering it instills in her victims. Killing a zombie is the equivalent to killing a plant. Like, technically you ended a life, but did you really? Pillow wouldn't gain anything from killing a zombie because there would be no fear, horror, anguish, or trying to run away. Exhibit F. When they first hear of the challenge, all of Just Not is right next to each other. If Pillow really thought that the challenge was to murder, why wouldn't she just ignite Bami and kill everyone right away? Instead, she lets everyone run off and hunts them down one by one just for the thrill of it. Because she's not just a murderer, she's a psychopath. Exhibit Gamma. I've never been wrong before. REOK gets separated when TB and GB go into Basketball's factory to try to find a cure. TV, Eraser, and Teardrop then try to get away by hiding in the vents. Teardrop gets in easily, but waits until the last possible second to pull up Eraser, causing him to get bitten regardless. TV also dies. Meanwhile, Gady is still looking for 2. This is definitely the most memorable scene from the episode, with most people claiming that it's genuinely terrifying. And yeah, I can see this being scary for a little kid. It's mainly the music that does it. It fits the scene really well and gives off some good horror vibes. For a small fraction of a second, I almost got slightly uneasy. But then 2 shows up on screen and there goes all the tension. He looks goofy as hell here. It ruins the atmosphere they built up. At least for me. What this scene really needed was a violent as hell BFDIA style death, like 2 grabbing Gady and ripping her in half or something. I know it's literally the exact opposite of what this episode is trying to do with these characters, but you have to admit, it'd make this scene a lot scarier and a lot more memorable. Back to Just Not, Pillow has killed everyone but Bami. Suddenly bro goes Eye of the Tiger and does the most badass thing I've ever seen.
The even easier way! I'm gonna take you down on my terms!
Huh?
Oh no, I just lit my fuse!
Wait, don't—
I already miss you. Teardrop is still in the vents, but falls down just in time to land in Barf Bag, saving the 2 balls. This cures her, and Golf Ball realizes that if Teardrop combines with Barf Bag's remaining barf, it'll be enough antidote to save everyone. So Teardrop sacrifices herself and jumps in. This kills her and in turn eliminates her from the game. However, before they can do anything, 2 shows up and sends the balls to the elimination area alongside Gady. Fortunately, after an insane amount of hijinks, everything works out perfectly and the day is saved. Pin realizes that she doesn't need Coiny and can compete without him, and Gady says this.
Yeah, I saw the same thing in 2, but I saw a good side of them as well, even when they were like that. 2 could have killed us, but they didn't. It's just nice to hold on to that.
Get a fucking room already. Eraser, for some reason, decides to forgive Teardrop for everything, which is stupid as hell because just a few minutes ago, they were at their peak hatred for each other. Eraser forgives her because she pulled him into the vent earlier. But she waited so long after getting up there. Like, let me show you a visual representation.
No! Teardrop, help me up, please! Teardrop! Teardrop! Don't do this! Curse you, Teardrop!
I said it all in the other video though, so I'll call it quits on Teardrop for now. The Exiters! I don't like this scene. So everyone is torn on what to do next. Bracelety wants to go into the classrooms, Stapy wants to go to the waterfall, Fiery Jr. wants to play Fortnite or something. I don't know, I don't really remember. They decide to split into groups, so Pencil steps up and makes them. 8-Ball, Dora, and Fiery Jr. go into the forest. Lie, Stapy, and Match go to the waterfall. And Pencil, Bracelety, and David go back to the classrooms. That's right, not only does Pencil intentionally separate herself from Match, but also pairs herself with Bracelety and David. I think this is very out of character for her, especially considering that in-universe, about 10 minutes ago, she called Robati dead weight, and outright rejected Bracelety's idea solely because of where it came from. She's super nice here for no reason, I don't get it. Doesn't she hate both of these two? Anyway, the classroom gang ends up finding a room with drawings of the other numbers. Neat.
Weird. Woo! Huh? There are other numbers?
Was that 7?
And I miss you. Would have made a lot more sense if it was Lie that made the groups, not Pencil, but whatever. Or would you look at that, a post-credit scene where one comes out of the moon. Ooh. Teapot 9 was a pretty solid episode. I have a lot of problems with it, but it makes up for it by being fun and very unique, at least for an object show. Just like Teapot 8 though, I think this episode should have been a merge challenge. The best part about zombie movies and episodes is having a group of characters that is slowly whittled down. This would have been way cooler if it was 12 or so contestants in a group trying to escape, with the zombies picking them off one by one. It's still a really good episode though, okay? It's just a little bit of more missed potential. Wow, this one sucks. It is the worst YTPMV by far. It's not even worth talking about. This is awful. I'm glad it's so short. This episode taught me that maybe I've been having the wrong mindset while watching the new BFDIA. I always talked about how much I hated BFDIA 9+, but maybe I'll like him a little bit more now. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Alright, here it is, the moment of truth. Will I like BFDIA 9 after last episode changed my outlook? Only one way to find out. Let's do it. It was okay, like a 5 out of 10 episode. Not nearly as bad as I thought it was before rewatch, but it's still got a ton of issues. For example, the cake at stake. Not only is the Clubhouse of Awesome destroyed, but the Yellowface derailment is on a whole other level. They literally call him a bigot, like why do you feel the need to do this to one of my favorite characters? Not only is he suddenly a huge asshole for no reason, something he's never been known to do up to this point, but he also cheats by printing his own win tokens. Yellowface used to be one of the most beloved characters of this season. Why did this happen? It comes out of nowhere too. In BFDIA 7, the derailment only ever related to his hatred of the color purple, and in BFDIA 8 it was almost non-existent, so why suddenly change him so much? Then Purpleface shows up, and then Yellowface's voice starts to sound weird out of nowhere.
You fool! You clown! You absolute chromatic aberration!
Purpleface pulls out these total slip shoes so wah, and they get thrown out of the clubhouse. Pencil picks them up and wears them for the rest of her time in the episode. You'd think that these shoes would do literally anything, but no. They get a small focus just for the animators to forget about them, and then Pencil dies. And before you say, well, Pencil wasn't wearing the shoes when she got transported into the trash compactor because the teleporting laser only teleports bodies, not anything else. Well, guess what? Jelton's headphones got teleported with him the whole episode. Checkmate and ratio. Purpleface gets locked up, which I feel like wasn't something that really needed to be explained, but whatever. And the Eiffel Tower was sinking in acid the whole time, so when Yellowface gets locked in, he gets a pretty horrific death. It's nice to get another gruesome death again, but Yellowface shouldn't have deserved it. But he did. The intro plays, which is now in Goiki instead of Yo-Yo Land, which is awesome. Glad we won't be there anymore. Puffball's speaker box announces the challenge, which is a game of charades, but in these big trash compactors. The trash compactors are soundproof, but sometimes they just forget about that and they can communicate. I'm not even talking about the lip reading, they just talk sometimes. If the guessers guess wrong too many times, then the performer dies. It's pretty creative, I'll give them that. If there's anything that's above average in this episode, it's definitely the challenge. But then, the Puffball speaker box says that the HPRC is east of the canal. What? Jelton recovers TB and Fries in Yo-Yo Land and uses a grappling hook to drag them back. That's another one for the count. Unfortunately, Golf Ball is still glued to that tree. That's fine, I didn't like her anyway. The stakes are actually set pretty high for the challenge. The threat of being violently crushed in a trash compactor is terrifying for every contestant. And when they're close to getting crushed, you can feel the intensity. It isn't long until someone dies, that being Spongy. Afterwards, he finds himself here. I'll get to it at the end. There's two major plot lines that happen throughout this episode. In one, Tennis Ball feels like he's a bad inventor and Golf Ball is much better than him. And in the other, Pin is sad that Coiny isn't with her. He got sent to space last episode, remember? I don't really like this one. It feels like they're trying way too hard to push this relationship between Pin and Coiny. They just can't stop bringing up how much Pin needs Coiny with her. TPOT 9 just came out. Take notes, guys. Pencil also recovers Bubble with her own saliva, which is really cool, and they get crushed. Following this, there's a montage, which is definitely the best part of the episode. The first time I watched this, I didn't get all the references, but I wasn't confused either. They struck a good balance where if you know, you know, but if you don't, you're not left confused. Sometimes it's not always like that. I'm looking at you, Teardrop Finger Laser. Although Gangnam Style being there was really dumb and stupid and dumb. Later, Ruby knocks her team's trash compactor down a hill, and once they destroy it, Puffball Speaker Box kills Book for cheating. The episode just kind of forgets about them after this. They get off scot-free, which is insane. Bonnie kills Pin for no reason, and Golf Ball mentions object shows. I hate both of these things. Also, I'm not counting Golf Ball getting sent to Goiki for the counter because it's being done by a higher power and not just the contestants themselves. So, the 3D hell scenes. These are incredibly dumb. They change literally nothing about the episode and serve no purpose other than just being there. You could cut all of these scenes out of the episode and not a single thing would change. I am not exaggerating, these affect nothing. We find out later that people aren't sent to this hell every time they die, only when they get crushed by the trash compactors. And why did Puffball Speaker Box do this? She's randomly so cruel in this episode when back in the day she used to be so chill. She gave Bubble a drink just because she felt bad for her, and now she's happily mutilating Book for no reason. Again, why? And also how? Why do they talk like this? Why does Fries talk normally? What's the point? At a certain point, it stops being silly and goofy fun and just becomes wasting my time to watch unfunny nonsense for the sake of unfunny nonsense. Does anyone actually like these scenes? I sure hope not. This episode has so many negatives, but the challenge itself is a good enough basis to make it decent. Moving on. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, baby! Woo! More webs for revs, that's what I like to see.
You're so fucking stupid! Look what you did!
What made you look like a...
Why didn't you tell me that before I typed in the fucking chat?
This is pretty similar to the BFB recap song in Feeling and Sound. I wasn't here for most of the early parts of the channel, so it's not that nostalgic for me as it would be for others. But I will say the BFDIA 6 part gave me goosebumps. That part is fire.
BFB ends at 1 million subs. We get a 4 plush and we get a next plush. J&J was a cartoon grade awards and full steam ahead with more and more guns. C-Plus back with 3 to 6, 2 bakes of cake that's so delish. Then we travel a decade in the past because BFDIA is coming back.
Hell yeah! I mean, most of the lyrics at the end make absolutely no sense, and it kind of just evolves into him saying generically happy things, but it's Webs for Revs, baby. Let's go!
This video actually has spoilers for RuPaul's Drag Race Season 4.
This was just boring. It starts off with the only surviving contestants from the last episode, Bommy, Needle, Ice Cube, and Ruby, entertaining the idea of an alliance between the 4 of them. Ice Cube seems very interested in joining, and because of her betrayal to Free Smart, Ruby puts her in the trash compactor and kills her. Ruby then expresses that she misses her alliance and then looks sad for some time. This might be the writers trying to go back to that thing from BFDIA 3.
An alliance of more than or equal to 4 will most surely divide into opposite sides.
I mean, Ice Cube nonchalantly stated that Free Smart won't last forever, and then Ruby kills her own alliance member over it. Just last episode, Pencil tried to sentence Ice Cube to the Crusher. It seems like the group is falling apart, which could be a really interesting arc. But screw us, I guess, we'll never know. Ice Cube gets eliminated a few episodes from now before they can be bothered to do anything with the concept. Take a drink every time I say that phrase. And of course, it wouldn't be a modern BFDI episode if the characters didn't travel 2,763 miles to Yoyoland and then immediately travel the 2,763 miles back. When they get to the HPRC, it's a lot harder for them to turn the crank this time, which confirms that the characters don't go to the 3D hell every time they die, just when they die from the Crushers. Why though? Skip to the Cake at Stake, where Tennis Ball gets the most likes. For his prize, he gets the Team Swap token, which can force any person to switch teams for an episode. This is an amazing concept for a tool. I can see this really shaking up the game at some point. See, it's funny because you already know that doesn't happen. Gelatin gets out, and I just realized that only members of Team No Name have gotten eliminated since the revival. Oh, except for Yellowface, but screw him, right? Ha 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 ha! Flower shows up for about half a second, and I get PTSD. And now it's time for the team switching. switching. Ice Cube decides to do her ugly face, but this time on her head. Everyone is absolutely enamored with this and immediately goes to switch to Free Smart. Everyone except for Golf Ball and Fries. Unfortunately, Tennis Ball uses his swap token to force Golf Ball onto the other team. Whoa, almost thought they had an interesting element for the show there. Good thing they got rid of it before it was too late. This obviously sucks, not just because they wasted the swap token, but because a Fries and Golf Ball pairing would have been super cool to see. The two are polar opposites, it would have been a perfect dynamic for the episode. Fries is then given the option to also switch teams, but he declines. But what if he didn't? What if everyone was on the same team? What would happen then, Puffball Speaker Box? Why would you even offer him that? That's stupid. But now the rest of the episode is pointless because we already know that Fries is going to win. They're not just going to put one character up for elimination. Okay, except for the time that they did. But my point still stands. Clearly, the large team of 12 is going to lose. The challenge is to sell as much ice cream as possible. Before anyone can do anything, Fries kidnaps Bommy and forces him to get digging. After Coiny gets put in a high-stakes situation, one that's really stupid and doesn't make much sense, but oh well, he spontaneously switches voices with Needle again. How convenient. You know, I wonder if Pin thought hard enough she could grow her limbs back, but that would just be silly, right? Pencil, Needle, and Nickel are then tasked with getting the word out about the ice cream. They do the exact same adoption joke from BFDIA 6 because it was just so funny last time. Once a crowd of people arrives, Pencil begins to sing a song which everyone repeats. I know this is just the same joke from episodes past, but here it's pushed to the absolute extreme because of how many people there are. And the camera movement is very diverse and well done. But then they do a dubstep remix of it, and I'm just sitting here wondering where the years have gone. This would have never happened in the original BFDIA, just like Gangnam Style from last episode. The only reason they do this is to remind everyone that, hey, this episode takes place in 2014. Remember 2014? Well, this happens in that time frame. I hate to be that guy, but you know what else happened in the 2010s? Soon Needle goes to find Bommy, but Fries gets her digging as well. You'd think that this joke would continue to evolve throughout the course of the episode until just about everyone from the other team was digging. But no, it's just these two. It's not exactly a complaint, it's just something I thought was weird. It seemed like a natural evolution. By the end of the episode, time is almost out and Fries rushes to grab some other ice cream, which ends up working and he wins. But then, what were the holes for? Was his plan really to get the ingredients from underground? If so, then he's stupid. Evil Leafy shows up for 3.5 frames. Boom, episode done. There are so many things wrong with this episode, but it's not even worth getting angry about because it's so boring and unfunny. There's no real reason for me to hate it because it's trying to be quality, but it just isn't. And that really is the basis of it. It's bad, but it's not bad enough to be hated. In comparison, most of Post-Split did deserve to be hated because of how it treated its characters, story, world, and viewers. It was this perfect storm of awfulness, and it was all intentional. But with the BFDIA revival, I might not like it at all, but at the very least I can tell it's trying to be good. I am absolutely adamant that the original intention in TPOT 9 was that Pillow knew what she was doing, but I think so many people got worked up about it that the writers just had to go back and say, see guys, she really didn't know the whole time, look how sad she is. Speaking of which, even if Pillow really didn't know and then was informed, she wouldn't be super broken up about it like she is here. Think about it, why else would they go this far out of their way to show that Pillow is distraught after her actions last episode? This is extremely out of character for her, and is clearly just a forced retread to make everyone happier. This may be canon, but I know the truth. Just needed to get that off my chest. This Pillow stuff is so stupid, it's like Teardrop 2.0 in this bitch. You know, it just occurred to me that there are probably a lot of kids watching this video, and I should probably stop talking like that. Well, here we are, TPOT 10, Homophobe's Nightmare. I know I don't talk about them much, but the thumbnail to this episode is killer. I think that a good amount of TPOT thumbnails are pretty bland. Like, wow, David yelling at a smug Frez, whoop-de-frickin-do. For this episode, on the other hand, there's a nice perspective to it, and all the lines around Black Hole show just how powerful his suction is. And of course, the phrase, wake up, is always gonna hit hard. In the kick at stake, Nickel gets eliminated and sends a warning out to everyone that Pillow needs to get out. Wait, so you're telling me that I'm not getting my 3 Nickel plushies. Soon the challenge is announced. One member of each team is put to sleep. Everyone else is sent into their mind and must live through their nightmare. In order to be safe, they need to wake them up. They can do this by resolving their personal problems or by killing them, but that's not as cool. This is such an amazing challenge idea. It reminds me a lot of BFB 12. I like it when they get weird and out there with the challenges and use the immense power of the Algebraians to their advantage. Because of the way this challenge is formatted, the teams are very much sectioned off from each other. So just like we did a few episodes ago, I'm going to talk about each team's story one at a time in order from least interesting to most. Teammates. Wow, Teammates has the most boring plotline? Who would have guessed? After the infection from last episode, Barfbag's been hiding, not being able to bring herself to talk to anyone after all the damage she caused. In her dream, her team members are given a wide variety of liquids to pour into her, this in turn affecting her in the real world. They start by just throwing in a bunch of random things, but eventually resort to just dumping in caffeine to get her to move around a lot. After falling off the hotel, she wakes up and immediately dies. Her team then confronts her for what happened last episode. I guess they did resolve her personal problem, but not in the dream, so it's a little lame. Some people might debate that this episode is Barfbag focused. No, it's really not. Are you okay? This returns to Penn's debt from back in season 1, with him being
$250 billion in debt?
They first try to earn the money back through normal means, but this doesn't get them very far. They resort to trying to kill Penn, thinking it'll wake him up, but they're all advanced level dumbasses and just kill themselves. But it's fine because Penn just gets eaten by a fish anyway. After he wakes up, Eraser uses the box of paper slips to get rid of his debt. Again, this is a little lame of a resolution, but what are you gonna do? Killing the dreamer to wake them up is a pretty big oversight on 2's part. The whole point of the challenge was to get everyone to help each other, but yeah, I guess doing the exact opposite works too. I don't understand why they couldn't just explain to Penn the situation. I guess he doesn't realize that he's dreaming, but he was also there when the challenge was announced, so... The only reason I say that this one is more interesting than Teammates is because I like that they remembered the debt thing. The strongest team on Earth. Since robots can't dream, when the strongest team on Earth is set into Robot Flower's mind, they're literally inside her. After they mess around for a bit, Robot Flower wakes up. Basketball starts yapping about needing to fix her, but Robot Flower hears this. So she decides that she's gonna destroy the above ground factory. The rest of the team tries to stop her by knocking her around, but Barfbag is able to finish the job when she knocks her off the hotel. However, since everyone on the team died, they lost the challenge. I'm not gonna lie, this was kinda rigged against them. There's no obvious way to get out of Robot Flower's head, and they weren't even focused on for most of the episode. Something that stuck out to me though is that they actually used the word kill for the first time in like 5 years. They've grown accustomed to using the word despawn as of late. This is a welcome change. Just Not. Going into Bookstream, the members of Just Not are sent back to pre-split times. They bring back the old style from back then, which is really cool to see again. It's easy to forget how far they've come from that first episode animation-wise. Book is stuck in a jawbreaker and spends the episode trying to get the attention of her team. Her team, on the contrary, is trying different strategies to get good luck after Pillow realizes that her old strategy of death equals good doesn't work anymore. They eventually free Book out of sheer coincidence. She then tries to look around for anyone from the job, but she's alone. Finally understanding the point of her dream, she storms off. I'm sure that helped. There's only one strategy idea left that they haven't tried, and that's being kind. At this point, it's too late for them to win the challenge, as 2 fills them in, but Price Tag gives it a shot anyway.
Hey, Book!
Oh, hey, Price Tag.
Are you okay, Book? Not referring to the team.
I have so much baggage with people around here. I push my friends away, and I don't know how to go on from here.
Book, listen, I wasn't there for all the stuff you're talking about, but the Book I know, she hung on a balance beam with me, played board games in a giant treehouse with me, soared into the sky on garbage over a canal with me. I'm new, so it's been hard to really connect with people around here, but you and your team have always made me feel included.
This is a way better conclusion to the Taco arc than what they did in BFB 16. It's really wholesome that even though Price Tag doesn't really know Book, they're still willing to befriend her out of the goodness of their heart. A really good conclusion to these characters. They really screwed over Bommy though! He does pretty much nothing this episode, and because of it, he gets eliminated next time. This is the biggest drawback of Vote to Save. It doesn't matter what you've done in the past, if you do little to nothing in an episode, you're up for elimination, you're gone. This is how someone like Bami can go from getting the most votes by a long shot to getting the least by a long shot. Hybrid voting will always be better, you can't change my mind. Yes! After 4 sees that everyone went inside of Winner's dream, he stuffs Clock right in Winner's mind. In this nightmare, loser imagery is everywhere, including the loser museum which they all enter and see Winner. There's some crazy winner and loser lore that gets dropped on us. Here goes. The two started out as a simple duo performing for their friends, but as they got more popular, Loser wanted to go bigger. But Winner only ever did it to make Loser happy and didn't want to go any further. When Loser comes to Winner with the contract to a movie with the two of them, Winner declines, saying that things are moving too fast. Loser is noticeably upset and walks off. We soon find out that Loser ended up doing the movie without Winner. Clock accidentally reveals himself to Winner, and Winner questions him. Clock says the reason he cared so much about making Winner famous again is that he didn't want him to be forgotten, just like he was. Finally! I was waiting for them to bring that plotline back, it's about damn time! The conversation helps Winner and Clock understand each other and they all get sent out. Ice Cube sees Book having fun with Price Tag and has a weird reaction to it. But unfortunately, since Clock resolved his issue with Winner, he must now get sent to the elimination area.
What? Hello? What the? Where am I?
If I know. 4 and X then get pissed that 2 sent away their friend and start killing everyone and breaking shit. It's actually pretty wholesome how 4 cares for Clock now. He used to absolutely hate him, killing him and refusing to recover him for a full year. This character development was 99% off screen and it's still better than anything they did in BFB 30. Death Pact again. Tree Marker and Fanny get sent into Black Hole's nightmare. In the nightmare, 2 reveals the next challenge, that being to kill everyone. Black Hole is hesitant at first, but then proceeds to suck up 2, and after noticing him, Marker as well. He begins to chase after the other 2 when they get into the DPA super van. They try to get him to stop, but he only responds with this.
This is what you want anyway, right, Fanny? Death all around us?
They're able to avoid him for a while, but Black Hole isn't holding back. He sucks up everything in his path, and in the process begins to grow. Tree and Fanny get into the rocket ship and try flying into space. However, Black Hole is too strong and eventually sucks Tree up. After this, there's nothing left. Just Fanny and Black Hole in an empty void.
Black hole! Stop! There's about to be nothing left!
And that's it. That's what's gonna happen if I betray the pact. There will be nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And this right here is what makes TPOT 10 so good. TPOT 7 and 8 felt like they were painting Black Hole as a villain. He was unreasonably stubborn in his beliefs that only led to the elimination of their friends. But this conversation humanizes him. The reason he cares so much about preventing death is because he's able to cause so much destruction without even trying. He needs the pack because without it, he'd kill everyone.
I dream and I wish things are normal and would work out. I don't want those things to happen. It's just
Black hole!
I love this line. Black Hole says that he wishes he was just a normal person, one not capable of such devastation. This harkens back to TPOT 2 and how Black Hole will never be able to feel like everyone else. He's different and he's alone. But it's not like the roles are reversed. Fanny isn't suddenly villainized. The show doesn't even try to pick sides on who's in the right, because both of them have good reasons for their actions. Black Hole wants to hold himself back so he doesn't lose control, but he also needs to stop being so obsessive over the pact when it starts hurting others. Fanny wants Black Hole to stop preventing death and at times start causing this. Doing this would inevitably lead to destruction, but her motivation is innocent. She just wants to stop losing so she and her friends can avoid getting eliminated. These two characters are imperfect. They're on opposite sides of the spectrum, but they still compromise.
I don't want to force you to do anything at all. If you don't want to, then I respect it. But our mission is to focus on life, Black Hole. You're too focused on the death part.
I understand. We're here to do the best by people. You're right, but Fanny, if we can prevent death, it's reasonable to ask you to help.
Then I'll do it! For the pact.
For the pact.
This conversation between Fanny and Black Hole is one of the best moments in the entire show. This scene alone pushes the placement of this episode from top 20 to comfortably in the top 10. TPOT 10 has some of the highest highs in the entire show, but unfortunately some of its plot lines like Are You Okay and Teammates are pretty weak. I think TPOT 7 is overall a more consistently great episode, but Death Pact Again's story tops anything we've seen in the season so far. This is why I watch BFDI, for moments like this. Today is Pi Day, aka March 14th. Pi uses this day to celebrate, as her name is also Pi, just with an E at the end. For some reason, I used to really love Pi back in the pre-split days. I have no idea why. But once TPOT came out, I realized she was pretty boring. After doing some absolutely wild things such as eating tacos and going to a store, she runs into Pi. Bro is absolutely pissed that Pi has been using his day as her own, challenging her to get together a team to fight against his.
I'm going to personally murder you!
Pai's team consists of Snowball, Golf Ball, and Basketball, the latter of which has never spoken to Pi before. Also on the team is Banana Apple, which is like some random ass BFDI mini character. Pi rolls back up and takes them all to school to teach them about Pi. I really like this moment where Pi is forced to read out the note Snowball gave her, only for it to suddenly change to "It's time." They have this really fun battle where each character takes on one of Pi's team members. The exponential E thing, the square root of 2, and tau, which is basically just Pi times 2. And the imaginary number. This goes on for a bit until Pi is right about to kill Pi. Fortunately, he gets caught in some of Pi's innards and gets stuck. Then they proceed to horrifically murder Pi by multiplying him by 0. Then at the end, the imaginary number comes back and starts killing Snowball. Just saying, Non-Existy could have been like this if the writers wanted. Very enjoyable short, I really like this one. While I don't love BFDIA 9 or 10, after watching them for this video, I definitely appreciate them a lot more, and I really don't hate them at all after I looked at them for what they are. There was a time where I was certain that BFDIA 11 was the worst episode of the entire show. There was nothing even close to being as bad as it in my eyes. But after everything I've learned the past few episodes, I was completely and utterly shocked to find out just how amazing this episode was. Oh, would you look at that? All my hopes of this being good were destroyed in 2 seconds with Jack from the classic video I Can Make a Difference showing up. The only time I felt something this entire episode is when they walked to the cake at stake and Fries is taunting them. It's a good evolution of the joke. The first time is with like 15 different people, then 3, then just 1. With that said, it's all downhill from here. They remove Pin's face, they abandon the coiny spongy thing they introduced a few episodes ago, and then they reset the teams. Free Smart changes to less restrained, less dumb, and Mobunch changes what their acronym is. So where the hell is Bubble? They really all just forgot about her, didn't they? I'm not even talking about the characters. I genuinely think the writers forgot they brought her back a few episodes ago. They've been at the recovery center like 20 times since then. What the hell? Fries wants to be on his own team again, but Puffball Speakerbox doesn't allow it. He says he wants to feel rogue and tells Puffy that he wants to be on the smallest team, which is No Name. Fries is then horrified. It's like they wanted Fries to have a reason for his decision last episode, but didn't care if it made sense or not. Hey, here's an idea. What if in this episode, Fries walks over to the Balls to join their team, and Tennis Ball's like, "You're joining our team? I thought you hated us." And Fries could say, "I do, but I'm a man of my word, and I promise to never switch from this team." That way all the team switching stuff makes sense, and it makes Fries a more respectable person. Puffball Speakerbox dies, so they call a random person in her contacts to host the episode. That being Flower. Great, maybe we'll get some fun evil moments from her like in the good old days. I thought before Calamity struck. The challenge is to rip off Flower's petals, but she locks them up and throws the keys into the lake. Free Smart tries to make Flower beautiful, so she'll give the petals to them, but they only get one. Ice Cube continually calls Flower ugly over and over again. In what universe would Flower just take being called ugly straight to her face? If this was BFDI, hell, even BFB, Flower would absolutely rock your shit if you had the audacity to do this. Case in point, BFB 5, and that's when she was way nicer than she is here. Meanwhile, Wobunch dives into the lake to find the keys. The episode then proceeds to do this stupid bit where these guys on a boat pour fish flakes down their snorkels. The whole thing goes on for way longer than it should, and it literally amounts to nothing. Half the team dies because of it, but the fish monster shows up, so why not save us all some time and brain cells and just have that kill them? Fries uses a magnet once Wobunch finds the keys. He quickly rips off 2 of Flower's petals, securing their safety. So now the team is completely out of danger and can just leave now. But instead they decide to hide the final key they have. This results in 2 of their deaths, which is dumb because Tennis Ball straight up says that they're safe and don't need to do anything anymore. I guess I like the fight scene at the end, but that's it. Just like BFDIA 10, this episode wasn't agonizingly bad or anything. It was just really boring. In some ways, I'd rather watch an episode of Post-Split over this because at least Post-Split makes me feel something. This is mindless fun, but they lost what made it fun a long time ago. The song's fine, I guess. I don't really give a shit, to be honest. but it is so happy-go-lucky, so incredibly positive, that it made me forget that this song is about what was once BFDI's darkest season. I think that says way more than I ever could about this season's decline. F you, I'm putting it at the very bottom. The song itself isn't awful, but I hate what it represents. Okay, so that right there is what I wrote when the song first released. What the hell was wrong with me? The song is alright, I don't know why they decided to do this specifically. Especially when this was the worst subplot in the episode, but okay. And then they just played the adoption joke again. This is the third time in a row. Was it really that funny? Listening to this gives me secondhand cringe, and most of the lyrics are dumb and the instrumentals are whatever. I want to say that the singer isn't very good, but I think that's only because I've been listening to nothing but Web's Frevs for the last month straight. My standards are just way too high now.
64 people playing games and talking. Black gold threatens all of them. So a blue hand stops them. Their names forward.
I think that Past Me had a point though. This song is way too cheery for this season. You know what would have been really cool? What if like the song started all happy-go-lucky like this, but then Evil Leafy shows up and it gets all creepy or something. Put some analog horror on the screen, traumatize some kids like the old days. Really listening to the lyrics, you can see that it has almost nothing to do with BFDIA 10. And it's just kind of generically happy like how the other song was generically motivational. Well, guess what, guys? The world isn't all sunshine and rainbows. Right before I reviewed this song, I watched Sayori kill herself in Doki Doki Literature Club for the 10 billionth time. Throw that in the song and see what happens. I bet I'd like it a lot more. What's even my point anymore? I don't really know. I just want to talk about Doki Doki Literature Club again. That game rocks. D tier! LRLD immediately changes their name back to FreeSmart. I guess the writers realized their mistake, which is good. Pin gets shrunk during the cake cut steak because torturing this character is fun, I guess. Throughout the episode, Pin seems to be talking to Coiny telepathically. She says that it's unfair what's happening to her and then implies that it's the viewer's fault. She says that they hold all the power. I kinda like this. It's not often when object shows talk about the viewers, and it seems like they're getting brought into the plot. I swear though, if this whole thing somehow leads to this season becoming a contestant vote, I don't know, I just wanted to throw that out there in case I predicted something. Ruby pulls out the swap token from a few episodes ago and gets it recharged, and they force Needle to join FreeSmart. Nice, this is what the swap token was meant to do, not just be an outlet for an annoying bit. Fries also switches to his own team again, which is unfortunate because after Flower dies, the Bugs take over as hosts. The challenge they announce is Bug Dodgeball. The one team who survives the longest is safe, and all others are up for elimination. The Bugs being a host could have been cool because they work as a hive mind. They could be pretty threatening, like when they grab Bommy and force him to spin the wheel. But they quickly just become objects for the objects to throw at each other. I noticed that there's some really nice shots of animation in this episode. The beginning bit especially when Fries is dodging the bugs and when Golf Ball spins the clothes rack. Genuinely looks really good. Something else that was really good was the damn cheeseburger reference.
When you bite the fry bites back.
My man, damn.
Even Jacknjellify knows it's an amazing piece of media. Pencil tells Needle that she isn't really part of the Alliance until she performs an act of sacrifice. More on that later. Tennis Ball and Golf Ball decide to find the Queen Bug so they can use it to get anti-poison. They run to the nearby Bug Cave and FreeSmart follows. Ruby ventures further in and runs into her sisters from A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, okay, wait, that was too far. They reminisce on how Ruby crushed all their dreams of being in BFDI and becoming the center of attention. They all want to compete and they replace her. For the rest of the episode, Ruby is constantly changing colors as her sisters are constantly swapping out. This is a pretty funny visual gag, and since it changes literally every shot, it can lead to some funny moments.
Wait, Ruby, why are you green?
I'm not green.
The balls soon find the queen and they turn the yo-yo light into a straw to suck out the anti-poison. Do you notice that pretty much nothing has come out of this yo-yo light plotline? It's always been there, but they haven't really done anything with it. It's just a MacGuffin for the characters to chase. Wow, I'm so glad Fiery got eliminated so they could turn it into a straw and suck out bug juice. Amazing, I bet this whole thing was planned from the very start. After FreeSmart stirs up the bugs, Pencil has the most gruesome death the series has had since that one Woody death in Post-Split. And before that, probably the original BFDIA. Meanwhile, Wilbunch has been chasing Fries, and they corner him at Evil Canyon. He uses a conveniently placed fumigator backpack to float away. However, Bommy is a bloodthirsty menace and throws Pin at the backpack, popping it and causing Fries to fall through the ceiling of a building. This kills Pin. Evil Leafy appears behind the two. Courtney realizes that the little icons that have been on the screen the whole time can actually be picked up. For some reason, Needles is dripping water, so Courtney floods the canyon and jumps in. Bommy is too scared to jump and is deservedly killed by Evil Leafy. Usually when Evil Leafy sinks into someone, it doesn't kill them, but his icon is crossed out, so I'm pretty sure that means he's dead. Spongy's icon is also seen on the other side of the screen the whole episode. You would think that maybe this would be important in some way, shape, or form, but it's not, and later on Needle's just like, hey, that's not supposed to be there, and then pushes it away. But what was the point? Everyone ends up showing up to that same building Fry's crashed into, which is a concert for Kevin MacLeod. Or is it Mac Leod? Fries and the Balls face off, but whenever one of the no-namers die, they just use the anti-poison. This, however, comes with the side effect of eating one person. Aw, hell yeah! I can finally play this again! They do the whoa thing with Fries, but it's cut short and he just dies. It was actually really funny. I'm gonna be honest, I think Golf Ball should win this season. She's one of the best characters in the show. Just take a look at this scene.
Golf Ball, you are a tyrant, and it's time for you to pay! Pay? Ha ha ha! You must not know our secret sauce. Huh? What's going on? Wake up, Tennis Ball! I need you! What a fool she is!
And now it's time for you to go!
Wait! No.
Golf Ball getting to the finale would be really cool to see and could lead to a lot of good interactions. I can see everyone in the final 4 or 5 teaming up to stop her, but she fends them off with her inventions. Anyway, Needle somehow deactivates the anti-poisons. She said that she learned how to do this in the cave, but I don't remember that happening. Was I not paying attention or did the writers forget? They kill the balls and Coiny comes face to face with Needy and Ruble. The final 3. Needle remembers how doing a sacrifice would make her a Free Smart member. She really wants to be a Free Smarter, but we don't know her motivation. She kills Coiny and Free Smart wins. This episode was a huge step up from the last 2. While I still do have tons of issues with it, it seemed to be getting back on track with being fun again, while introducing some other real plot lines. Things might be looking good. To be fair though, there was nowhere else to go but up. That's a really good title, quite clever if I do say so myself. After being given tiny parts of these characters' story over the past 3 years, they finally get an episode all to themselves where they can get out of the blue. You like that joke? Me neither. If you'd remember from last time, everyone was able to get out of the classroom and split up to search different areas of 4. Pencil, Bracelety, and David search the school that has a seemingly infinite amount of rooms. Matchly and Stapy travel upwards to a waterfall. And 8-Ball, Fiery Jr., and Dora go further into the forest. Meanwhile, Robati has been caught and is tied up in the main classroom. This whole episode takes place over the course of 4 years, and through the entirety of BFB. It's nice to know that in BFB 30, when 4 learned to respect his contestants, he was still torturing the Exiters the whole time. I'm not even mad, I like this 4 a lot better. Let's start with Pencil's group first. They keep trying all the different doors in the school. Sometimes they change styles when they enter a new classroom, which is pretty cool. I especially love the IRL one and the black and white one where Pencil says, "This blows." I just wasn't expecting to see a phrase like that in BFDI. One of the doors also leads to the equation playground and we see 6. Again, that whole thing with the sub-specials maybe or maybe not being canon is a mess, so I'm just gonna ignore it. There's one room Pencil opens where we see the 3D hell from BFDIA 9, and inside of it is Robot Flower. This has some pretty horrifying implications. In TPOT 10, no one recovered Robot Flower because of how destructive she was, meaning that she's still dead. This scene is shown during a montage that takes place over the course of 4 years. So if this scene in particular takes place after TPOT 10, then that means that every time someone dies, they go to the 3D hell. Awesome. But then you remember that scene in BFDIA 10 where the HPRC was harder to crank. So maybe the 3D hell is exclusive to Robot Flower for some reason? It's unclear though. The montage says that this happens in January 2021. Which is when TPOT 1 came out. But Robot Flower didn't die in that episode, and I don't know any other time when Robot Flower was dead and no one else was. So what's the solution? I'm overthinking it. Li's group finds this inverted waterfall and they attempt to swim up, but they can't hold their breath long enough. Damn it, if only they knew the ancient Himalayan technique of holding their breath. I bet that would have made things way easier. I'm gonna go off on a bit of a tangent here, but I absolutely love this shot where Match holds Li in the water and switches her a bunch of times. And then Li just shoves her away and gives her this look like, what the fuck are you doing? It's just so amusing, the expression is on point. Anyway, they eventually find their way up and go inside of a castle. They fall into a trap and Stapy is almost crushed, but they all make it out and find a hidden room full of jail cells. It's around this time where Pencil finds an intercom in one of the rooms and tells everyone that the only way out can be Four's mouth. This starts the intro, which is amazing by the way. But now that they're just going to escape out of Four's mouth, it made the last 4 years somewhat pointless, did it not? Everyone hears Pencil and starts to grab whatever they can for the stack. While David grabs things, Pencil and Bracelety distract Four from stopping them with a bunch of different classes, where Four gets, for lack of a better term, schooled. This works for a while until Four has had enough and goes to stop Dora's group. They get aboard a pirate ship in the lake and locate some treasures to use for the shack, but Four becomes a kraken and tries to take them down. But they get away and head back to the classroom. Matchlai and Stapy also come back with a bunch of random armor to use. Four arrives, but Robati crushes him from above. They stack up and use a plunger to launch out of Four's mouth just before he destroys the stack. They finally escape. Upon seeing them, 2 puts them in the kitchen to help serve food now that Clock is gone. But they're having none of it and start to break the windows. End credit scene where Purpleface jumps into Four's mouth to save the Exiters. I would say that it's stupid that Purpleface came to save them the exact second they escaped, but I also hate Purpleface, so I'm glad he's gone now. Thanks guys! They also show this arm here. Most people think it's 3, but we don't know for sure. So TPOT 11, it has some flaws. For one, Four is heavily nerfed. He gets knocked out by David of all characters. They could have solved this issue by just saying that Four is left powerful when he's inside of himself, but they never do, so he just seems extremely underpowered. He just kinda lets everyone beat him up without fighting back much. I think that Four's power level is a big reason for the episode's lack of tension. There's not really any stakes. Like, yeah, Four could lock them back up in the classroom, but he's not even trying to kill them or anything. What I think would have made the episode a lot better would be if the Exiters were picked off one by one. Either killed off by Four or in some other way, like Stapy getting crushed. And then the episode could end with Lai and Pencil about to escape before one sacrifices themselves for the other and dies. The final Exeter gets out and sees the recovery center, quickly typing everyone's names before Four grabs them all. But I get why they didn't do that. Writing characters out of the episode and putting a huge focus on others would majorly affect the Exeter join next episode. But if Four was just more powerful, this episode could have been way better. It's not bad or anything, it's just lacking in some areas. Like the pacing, for example. It starts off pretty good, but then about halfway through, everything starts to happen really fast. Cuts between groups happen much more frequently, action is super rapid, and even the characters talk faster. And then there's the climax. It's lame, I'll be honest. Four gets stopped by Robati, and then when everyone gets to the stack, you already know that he's not going to do anything. They barely even talk to Four the whole episode. All we get in this last scene is Fiery Jr. saying, "You suck." It's honestly a shame because with enough tweaking, this episode could have become one of the series' best. But as it is, it's still an 8 out of 10. I mean, come on, it's great. So, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but since I've already made a whole video on this episode— oh, wait, I never did that. Well, shit. I guess today's the day. When this first came out, I took one look at the title and thumbnail and immediately figured out who got eliminated. Obviously, if they're gonna show what's up Belle's string, the characters are going to almost get there right before she's taken away and they get knocked down. Then I thought that Bommy would get eliminated and either Pillow would ignite him or he'd get so mad he'd explode, sending his team members flying. I was wrong on both of those on how it would happen, but I still guessed who it would be correctly. The thumbnail is fantastic though, one of the best of the season. The title, not so much. The opening to this episode is extremely fast. I clicked on this thing expecting a nice little fun opening. You know, like literally every other episode in this show. But nope, not this time. How does Whiplash sound? It starts off with the Exiters trying to break out— okay, never mind. It starts with Death Pact. Wrong again. Okay, I guess it starts with what the hell is even happening? So after a long series of events, Bomni gets ignited. He explodes point blank next to Book and Price Tag, and this somehow doesn't kill them, but just launches them away. They land on Belle's string, and without missing a beat, they both begin to climb it up.
Phew, we're safe. Say, what's up there?
Yeah, that's very natural dialogue. But alas, after years of speculation, we finally get to see what's at the top of Belle's string. Just kidding! They make it like halfway up before finding Bandland. That is so lame. Not only did they do the Teehee, you thought you'd get a lore reveal this episode, but you didn't! But there's just nothing cool or interesting about this location. It's just a random place in the cloud with big instruments that has supposedly
been here all this time.
Bommy getting eliminated is something I already knew was going to happen, but it still made me so mad to see it. I was really starting to like Bommy this season. I need to specify that I like him this season and not BFDIA, he sucks there. Virgin BFDIA Bommy fans versus Chad Teapot Bommy enjoyers. That might be my worst joke yet. Belle's elimination, on the other hand, did not leave me too broken up, but I loved her reaction. It was very realistic. More of this and less of this.
Well, it was fun, guys. See you soon. Nice run. It was fun, Belle.
However, both Belle and Bommy go mysteriously missing. I say mysteriously despite the fact that we see them get taken by one. I don't know why it acted like we didn't know what happened to them. Basketball sees this. Nice. Soon, 2 announces that we've made it to the merge.
Welcome to merger.
He tells everyone just to pick their teams and he'll lock them in when someone says something. 1 then swoops in and moves everyone around. 2 turns around and here are the new teams. Wait, what? In what would have been the standalone TPOT 12 review, I went on for a while on how the teams being randomized here is awful. Without a team picking scene, it's hard to remember who's on what team, and it makes the teams as a whole way less memorable. This is the same exact thing AIB did, and it didn't work well there either. Throughout the first watch of this episode, I was super confused on who was on which team the whole time, and it was very distracting when I spent way too long trying to remember if Donut and Needle were both on Cloudier. But as time has gone on, I realized that there was no other way. The issues are still there, but what other option was there? In what way other than randomization would these exact teams be able to form? I had the idea of schoolyard picking like in season 1, but then team captains would have to be decided fairly somehow, which would take a lot of time. And I'm sure it could work, but again, that'd take a lot more time, and this episode's already almost 30 minutes long. TB and GB get split up, and Tennis Ball is terrified because he's never been on a team without Golf Ball before. You know, except for the time that he was. All the jingles are pretty good. Claudier's jingle sounds like Legends Arceus music, that's all I have to say. That's a good game though. A really good game. You know what? F this, I'm grabbing my Switch. The new teams lead to a couple of new dynamics, such as Book and Ice Cube being uncomfortable around each other. It's about damn time these 2 characters interact again. Death Pact again stays together out of sheer luck, I'm sure. Pen and Needle become rivals out of nowhere. I guess the writers just didn't know what to do with them. And speaking of rivals, Eraser gets himself a new one. Battle. This is kind of a regression for Eraser's character though. I didn't like the teardrop stuff in Teapot 9, but actually, yeah, I didn't like that. Keep this going if it'll make Eraser funny again. Golf Ball finds herself at the head of a team that doesn't really want her to be a leader. Instead, Donut steps up. They begin to name their teams, and Death Pact yet again is the only team name I actually like, and it's only because of the running gag. The rest are pretty boring and forgettable, which is super weird because I remember the teams in BFB and Teapot being super memorable. I could easily remember all of the team names and which characters are on which team. But this time around, I don't know, it's probably just because of the lack of team picking scenes that does it. I could say that even the have-nots and have-cots are more iconic. I'd be lying, but I could still say it. This team here has a really dumb name. To me, it feels like they're just trying to make another Lollipop, where the whole joke is that it's unpronounceable. I don't like it, it feels cheap. But I'm not a coward, so it is. After like 200 episodes, 2 is finally the one to start the intro again. It just feels wrong how little they use them. 2 announces the challenge, which is to fill your team's pit with as much stuff as possible. The challenge is considerably shorter than usual, being only 3 minutes in length and ending when the hourglass runs out. They're still doing the double eliminations, which is fine, I guess. I hope sometime soon they stop doing those every episode. And the team with the most stuff in their pit gets a special prize, ooh. 3 seconds into the challenge, one kidnaps Fanny and offers her a deal. She'd give Fanny a brand new mouth in exchange for a favor from Fanny. Fanny reluctantly agrees and finally gets her mouth back. Wow, that took way too long. Later on, one offers a similar deal with Ice Cube and her legs when she gets separated from her team at the moon. The moon is for some reason really small here, and it's not like that so it doesn't take up too much space on screen because Team 2 rolls it over to their pit and it fits in pretty well. We've seen how big the moon is in this universe before, why did they do this? Golf Ball begins to formulate a plan, however her entire team is gone. All except for Yellowface, that is. Golf Ball actually has a really good idea, using Yellowface's thousands of products to fill the pit. But the rest of the team is adamant to not listening to her at all. They won't even hear her out. And like, I know that Golf Ball doesn't have the best track record, but this idea is literally flawless and would get them an easy win if the rest of the team had just listened. So what do they do instead? They stand stationary by the hourglass and just flip it every 3 minutes. Okay. Also, and something I just thought of, if Yellowface has this big universe inside of him with all of his products, then what's the point of the warehouse? Black Hole and Marker go off to find some stuff to fill their pit, and Pen and Needle follow. Meanwhile, Gady starts talking to 2 and learns that the special prize is getting Robot Flower on their team. Determined to not have that happen, Gady runs off to try to get 2nd place. 4 showing up for 5 seconds just to steal 2's couch was the best part of the episode. He sounds so sweet and innocent here, I love it.
Oh, hey 4, you wanna chat? Not to stress you out, but I have a feeling someone's been watching us all lately. And 4? 4, are you listening?
No.
Oh, well, as I was saying, I think...
See ya.
Black Hole brings Pen and Needle back to the challenge, but they're still fighting. Marker tells them that the 2 of them would be unstoppable together, and then the rivalry thing is just over with. It started and concluded within the span of like 3 scenes. Excellent use of these characters, guys. After an insanely convoluted series of events, Bottle gets flung into Bandland and throws down a keyboard. This lands on the giant David in Cloudier's pit, which angers him, causing him to yell and destroy the wall in between Cloudier and pit. Twice in this episode, a character gets launched into the sky and ends up in Bandland. Characters have been getting flung around this entire season, yet only now do they end up here. If this place was here the whole time, you'd think that we'd have seen it before. Anyway, Cloudier and get put up for elimination since they don't even have their own pits anymore. This is the part of the episode where I went to the forum to vote and saw that there was a rejoin for the Exiters. Let that be a lesson, kids. Always finish the episode before you go to vote, or you might ruin your own surprise. So yeah, the Exiters break out of the kitchen and for some reason they all really want to join the show. Yup. All of them. I understand that we needed a reason to have a rejoin vote, but I feel like some of these characters probably wouldn't care to join another show. Like 8-Ball's the first one to ask to join, but why does he want to be a contestant again? We've never seen him be super competitive before. None of these guys even know what the prize is at this point. 8-Ball just really wants to compete for some reason. Also, every single other competition these characters have seen has involved the contestants getting locked in a small area upon elimination. They just got out of the exit and they have no reason to believe that this show would be any different. Like, if they don't want to work in the kitchen, why don't they just leave the area? I just don't get the motivation for wanting to join, I guess. Alright, the last thing I want to talk about is 1, and then we're done with Teapot. 1 is a very interesting character, and depending on when this video releases, her plan is very mysterious. She claims that she's an old friend of 2's, but it's likely she was just saying that to gain trust. After making the deal with Fanny, she says,
"See you soon, Fanny,"
which is very spooky, and I imagine that everyone who makes a deal with her is gonna have something real bad happen to them. Obviously. 2 actually notices 1's presence, saying that they feel like they're being watched, but 4 seems to be completely oblivious to everything going on. I hope they don't make 1 more powerful than 4, because that would just feel wrong. They found clever ways for 4 not being present before, so I'm sure they can do it again. It made sense when they nerfed him last episode, because otherwise it would just be unfair, but if they make him weaker than he should when they inevitably fight, I'll be pretty disappointed. That might be the end of Teapot 12, but we're not quite done yet, because they travel another 2,763 miles. Oh, just once? That's not too bad. Yeah, sure thing, pal, check your screen. I think this episode holds the record for the most times traveled 2,763 miles, and it all takes place in one 20-second scene. When Black Hole and Marker go to find something to throw in their pit, and they travel all around Gwiki to find stuff, they go to the evil forest, then up to the Pillory Ruins, then back down to the volcano, then to the sun, then down again to the desert, and then back to the grasslands again. That is 6 new points being added to the counter. I wish I could say this is our last time adding to the counter, but BFDIA 13 is quite the episode, is it not? It feels like it's been forever since we started this season, but Teapot is finally done with. Teapot is quite a mixed bag. We started off with episodes 1 and 2 that were some of the best in the show's history, but then Satomi got fired as showrunner. Following this, the season went into what I like to call the Teapot Dark Age with 3 to 6. It's not like these episodes are super bad or a disgrace to media or whatever I said about BFB 30. They're just kind of boring. Just lighthearted episodes with little to no character focus, aka the thing Teapot promised us. Thankfully, Sam Thornberry found the Dragon Balls or something after this and started cranking out absolute bangers, with every episode released after episode 6 being at the very worst solid. 7 and 10 were especially fantastic. Truth be told, there was a slight dip in quality in TPOT 12. I have hope, however, that following this video, TPOT will continue to push out great episode after great episode. A lot of people say that this is the best season of the show, but I can't really decide for myself. If it wasn't for 3 through 6, I'd say sure, but those episodes make it a lot more complicated. But that's the cool thing about this video. Now that every episode of every season is ranked, I can average out the placement of every episode in a season. Doing this, I'll be able to find out which season really is my favorite, as well as my least favorite. But before we get into that, we have one last pit stop in the final episode of the video. Let's get into it. Well, here it is, everyone, the final episode I'll be discussing in this video. The only thing after this is the character ranking, and then it'll be all over with. So, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but since I've already made a whole video on— Damn it! That reaction sucked anyway. Let's actually talk about that for a minute. If you're unaware, I made a BFDIA 13 reaction when it first came out, but my opinion was so bad that absolutely every human on the planet started hating on me. All except for one guy, you know who you are. This ended up getting so bad that reading the comments genuinely made me really sad and wanted to make me stop doing OSC content forever, including canceling this very video. So I decided that I would private the reaction so no one could ever bother me again. But the video was getting pretty good views, so I waited a few extra days before I privated it. I made like 20 bucks off that thing, so the whole ordeal was worth it anyway. For real though, my opinion was scuffed in that video. I think it's because I went into it expecting it to be absolutely awful, and because of that, I just started complaining about every little thing I saw. To be fair though, this episode does do some really stupid things. Exhibit what the hell? They break through the LOL. Don't make me start another counter this late into the video. We see Flower in the hospital, and her heart rate monitor flatlines, and it transitions into the teapot intro. This is actually pretty funny, but in my reaction, I was pissed because BFDI has never really done meta before, which is kind of fair. The only exception I can really think of is just in another BFDIA revival episode. Needle and Ruby go to watch the cake at stake, but everyone died last episode, so they walk all the way back to Yo-Yo Land to recover them. And I'm just gonna add 2 points now because they walk back later on. They keep doing this. It feels like every episode now they're traveling all the way to Yo-Yo Land just to recover people. There's 2 very easy solutions to this. 1, just have them stay in Yo-Yo Land. Or 2, make recovery rare again. Remember back in episodes 1 to 3 of BFDIA, where they didn't have a recovery center, so when anyone died they would stay dead for a while? Well, I think this would be the perfect opportunity to bring that back. Make death have an impact again. It'd give the season a little bit of a darker tone, as now death would be somewhat permanent, at least for a couple episodes. But now it's too late and the opportunity is already gone. Yay. They get to Yo-Yo Land and recover everyone, including Yellowface, but they throw him right into the WTF and go on their way. Pencil laughed at the eliminated contestants, and the sound traveled all the way back to the LOL. Match hears this, more on this later. The group starts walking back, and Needle asks Pencil if she's a Free Smart member now because of her sacrifice last episode. But Pencil didn't see it and calls her a liar. She even brings Book in, but since she was also dead, she can't confirm the sacrifice either. But Ruby saw the whole thing. Why doesn't Needle just go get her to tell Pencil? This reminds me a lot of that one episode of Battle for the Respective Roboti, where everybody turns on Mountainy because they think she killed Minecraftian, even though she didn't. And like, Minecraftian is just standing there while everyone bullies her. Like, why aren't you saying anything? You know exactly what happened. I like Battle for the Respective Roboti, it's a good show. The contestants in the WTF finally realize that they can leave and decide to go out and explore Yo-Yo City. However, they exclude Yellowface because— well, I don't really know why, they don't give a good reason. Also, Spongy is still gone. We last saw him crushing Flower in BFDIA 12, but after the bugs filled the store, we haven't seen him again. But he's probably still alive because his icon never got X'd out. Once in Yo-Yo City, the gang decide that they're going to dick around for a while, and that's exactly what they do. Pin and Coiny are still talking telepathically, and Pin devises a plan to return her to normal. She starts to talk in her AI voice from BFDIA 9, and instructs him to crush her in the trash compactor. Once he does this, Pin tells him to start digging down. Back to the other contestants, they're walking down the Goiki Highway and reach a loop-de-loop. Tennis Ball begins to tell everyone about his new invention that will allow them to stick onto the ground and walk upside down. But before he can finish, Golf Ball interrupts him and says that she gets partial credit because Tennis Ball used her factory to make the shoes. It seems like they're trying to go back to BFDIA 9 when Tennis Ball felt like Golf Ball was a better inventor. And that's cool, but when you're doing this, for the love of gosh, keep Golf Ball in character. I can already see it now. They're gonna turn Golf Ball into a huge asshole for no reason, put her up for elimination in the same episode, and get her out. If that happens, I might actually stop watching the season. Object Show Sin number 5. If you're going to have a character do an awful thing, don't put them up for elimination in the same episode, especially if it's vote to eliminate. They did this exact thing with Pencil, Leafy, Stapy, David, Match, and Spongy, and that's only pre-split. Please guys, I am begging you, do not do this to Golf Ball. Unironically, she deserves to win the season. She is just about the only character that's any good anymore. Please, anyone but her. The WTF guys are still messing around in Yo-Yo Land, and they come across the Yo-Yo train station. Ice Cube reads one of the information panels and tells us that Yo-Yo City is over 2,763 miles wide. Wait, what? So not only is that extremely stupid, why would a city ever be that big? But also, we've seen the extent of the city in that time waster 4 hours ago. And also, if the Science Museum is 2,763 miles away from the edge of the city like they imply, then that means every time in IDFB when they want to recover someone, they have to walk the entirety of BFDIA 5. I just don't understand the thought process. Does this episode mean nothing to you? But yeah, since we have seen the entire city before, I think this is just a throwaway line. I'm just gonna add an omega symbol to the counter because if the show's allowed to give up, so am I. Coiny is still digging and he eventually discovers an inverted planet. After he's corrected by some random guy that it's actually called a buried forest deciduously insulated, the sound travels up the tunnel which is right next to the LOL. Donut hears this and is fascinated by the concept. That's it. I don't care what anyone says. This scene is the definition of pointless. If I had one good take in that reaction video, it's that. Why do they feel the need to explain why Donut knows about buried forests? I don't think a single human watching BFB 14 thought, hey, why does he know the name of these things? It's explaining things for explanation's sake. Hey, why does Coiny know so much about Yo-Yo Metal and BFDIA 5, huh? Why don't you explain that? Or, hey, when was the exact time and date Spongy Cake was invented? See, it's the answer to a question that no one has ever asked. The buried forest doesn't even contribute to the plot, it's just here. And just a few minutes later in the episode, they do the same exact thing again. Fiery breaks some stuff in the Science Museum and puts a cookie there to replace it. Like, that's why there's a cookie on that shelf. Finally, I can stop losing sleep over this. This one's even a continuity error because in BFDIA 6, the cookie's there. Great job, guys. I hope someone got f***ing killed for that blunder. Ice Cube finds out that the train station runs on collagen, which gelatin is made of. This is just the same exact joke from BFDI 21. And it's done worse here. Coiny finally makes it to the 3D hell, grabs Pin, and starts grappling out. When he gets to the surface, he struggles to pull Pin out. The LOL gang sees this and are rightfully horrified. They want to get away, so then Snowball proceeds to punch a hole in the LOL! No, there's no way I'm seeing that right. Can I get a replay on this? Oh, okay, so I'm not seeing things. I'm just fucking pissed. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is the worst thing I've seen in this series in a long time. If you'd recall the little episode titled IDFB 1 Welcome Back, then you'd know that the entire point of that season is to free all of the contestants in the LOL. They've been trapped in the same small box for 4 years straight, which at a certain point just becomes torture. We get one small glimpse of these guys in IDFB, and we can clearly see that they've all gone insane. Except Gady. So Snowball just casually punching a hole through the LOL makes the entirety of IDFB feel pointless now. He could apparently just rip a hole in the 10 inches of pure steel this entire time, but just decided not to. This makes IDFB pointless. This makes the wall teleporter pointless. This makes my life pointless. Son of a bitch! I don't know how I'm not numb to this at this point. The BFDIA revival seems hellbent on making IDFB's impact as dull as possible, and I don't know why. This season just existing already made IDFB worse, but now they go and pull something like this? I guess making BFDIA 5 worthless wasn't enough, but now they had to go for the next best thing. Could you have not found any other way to get the LOL to move locations? Anything at all? Here's an idea. Just have the enhancement laser hit it. It would upgrade it into a helicopter and the contestants can fly it to Yo-Yo Land like normal. While watching this, I genuinely considered making a video essay on IDFB and how amazing it is, and how it was later ruined. Thankfully, my common sense came back and stopped me from doing that. We all know just how much of a mess that video's comment section would be, but maybe if they didn't do stupid stuff like this every day, then it wouldn't be a problem. Pin's plan doesn't work, and the LOLers fly off into the distance because Mash wants to find Pencil. Only one plotline left and I'm done with this thing. The WTFers find the enhancement laser I mentioned earlier. It hits the LOL, and all of the characters' bad assets get upgraded into good-looking ones. I guess it's kind of nice that they try to explain the change in assets, but I think just making it a retcon would be fine. That's what I always believed anyway. But the laser is super inconsistent. Like, I know they're just trying to get everyone to how they are in IDFB, but this leads to some weird things. Why does Fanny gain limbs but not lightning? Why do some people's assets change but not others? What's the point of having Gady become brown just to immediately be painted periwinkle? Like, why not just have the laser make her the right color? So Kate can go from looking like this to this, but Gady changing colors is off the table. I completely understand, it just doesn't make sense for that to be the case.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man?
Rocky gets his vomit back when he gets hit by the laser, but now he can vomit acid, which lines up with how he worked in BFB Onward. I assume that the infinite matter generator was fixed and upgraded. Hooray, now he can go from boring to obnoxious. Come on, there's gotta be something to enjoy about this episode.
There's nothing.
Fuck! Actually, after this, they decide to head back to the WTF. They stop at the recovery center to recover gelatin, and him, Ice Cube, and Rocky all run off. Fiery stays behind, however, and as the BFDIA 6 ending music begins to play, he recovers Leafy. He walks away before she can see him, but she still gets a glimpse of the light coming off of him. This is why Fiery looks so surprised in BFB 15 when Leafy mentions this, because he thought that she didn't see him. That is an amazing attention to detail for an amazing scene. However, Leafy being recovered does something to evil Leafy. She was tied up by Kevin earlier in the episode and struggles to escape, but once Leafy is brought back, the tape disintegrates and evil Leafy escapes with ease. So now that we know that these two characters aren't the same person, but they are definitely still connected in some way. BFDIA 13, man. Damn. It did some really dumb things, but at its core, it's a relatively fun adventure with the eliminated contestants. It was nice to see the LOLers again. It was nice to see Yellowface again. For 2 seconds. I don't know, it was fine, but like a really bad fine. Let's just wrap this up, I'm tired. So after analyzing the post-split voting screens, I wanted to do the same with BFDIA to see if there's anything crazy. I was shocked to see just how balanced this whole thing was. Looking at the original BFDIA, you can see that everything is kind of all over the place. You've got Teardrop, who was safe 67% of the time, right next to Rocky, who was only safe 33% of the time. But as you scroll down, things start to look more and more fair, and by the time we get to the contestants that are still in the game, you can see that every one of them has been safe for about 50% of all eliminations. This probably means that Jacknjellify has been keeping track of this. The lowest of them all are golf ball, tennis ball, pin, and coiny. If we were to follow the statistics and assume that Jacknjellify wants everyone to have the same or close to the same percentage, we could predict that Free Smart would be up for elimination in BFDIA 14, as none of their members have the lowest percentage. Hey, this is editing me, and I was fucking right. Man, what else is there even to say about this season? It started out so strong, but then just could not stick the landing. I don't need this season to be super deep and complex like TPOT. BFDIA 6, 8, and hell, even 12 are perfectly fine just being silly. But they just waste our time with jokes that aren't funny and stupid decisions on both the writers' and characters' parts. It doesn't feel sincere anymore. It feels like the second coming of Post-Split. Okay, I am so sorry, that was way too mean. And that's it. After BFDIA 13 released, I finally caught up with the script, meaning that anything that releases after this episode will not be included into the video. So let's get on to the... And that's where the video would have ended. After BFDIA 13 released, I finished the script for this video shortly after. My plan was that once I caught up and finished the script, any episode that came out afterward would be excluded from the video. But BFDIA 14 was so good that I feel like I have to include it. I don't believe you. And I don't blame you for thinking that, but I'm being 100% serious when I say that BFDIA 14 is spectacular. I thought about giving this episode its own video. I'd probably title it something along the lines of How BFDIA 14 Saved the Season or something. But what I think would be a better option is ending this video on a positive note. I did not like a majority of what modern BFDIA had to offer, so I think that ending the ranking portion of this video on this specific episode is the perfect finale for it. So here we go. BFDIA 14, Pointy, or as it was originally known as, Filthy Friend. Okay, I need to go on a tangent real quick. I do not like the way BFDIA names its titles. If you haven't noticed, they're all named after a random quote from the episode. except when it's not. Sometimes it works out really well, like in 5e, 6, and 10. These titles are not only quotes from the episode, but also fully represent what the episode is about. But most of the time, it doesn't work at all. 1, 2, 4, 5a, 5c, 5d, 7, 8, 9, 11, 13, and now 14 all have really bad titles. A good title should be a representation of the entire episode. It should be able to immediately jog the memory of anyone who reads it. Then one thought leads to another, and boom, you remember an entire episode you haven't watched in years based on the title alone. At least for me. A great example of this is BFB 8, Questions Answered. You look at the title and go, oh yeah, that's the one with the test challenge. And they have those buzzers to answer. And oh, Sleepy made a fake one and cheated against Ainz. Oh, and Ainz was mad at Bubble this episode and got mad when they lost at first. Oh, and Donut was the host that one, so he didn't notice the cheating, and so on and so on. See what I mean? Now look at BFDIA 11. Lots of mud. Okay, so this one has Jack from the iconic video, I Can Make a Difference. And, he says the phrase, lots of mud. And then, See, since that random quote is so disconnected from the rest of the events, it doesn't spark any recollection of the episode. I know it's tradition, but please consider making actual titles for your episodes. They work and sound a lot better. Just look at TPOT 8. Balancing Pact is clever. I like that. More of this, less of that. I know a lot of you guys might think this doesn't matter, but having a bad title can make an entire episode super forgettable. Like, what was BFDIA 7's challenge again? I genuinely cannot remember right now. But you know what I do remember? I remember that Fiery and Gelatin switched to FreeSmart to get the yo-yo light and wouldn't tell FreeSmart what the challenge was. I wonder why that information came to me. That's just a huge pet peeve of mine. I needed to talk about it. The episode starts off with the LOLers still flying around. Immediately you can already see how amazing the animation is. And I'm happy to say that it stays like this for the entire episode. I would argue that BFDIA 14 is the single best animated episode in the entire series. Throughout the almost 40 minutes of this episode, there is not a single second where the quality dips below fantastic. Not only is everything incredibly smooth, but there's so many unique angles and lighting that give this episode a visual style unlike any other episode of the show. The same thing goes for the music. The track at the start here is really good. I'll admit that I haven't really been paying attention to the background music used in the past 141 videos, but I was this time, and every single song they use perfectly matches the scene, whether it's whimsical, tense, or quirky. Inside, some of the LOLers are tired of cranking, so they slam Fanny's skull into the handle so they can kick back and relax. Barfbag steps into crank instead, which is just wholesome. I really like Barfbag in this episode. Sure is better than anything she's done in Teapot. The Bugs are still the host and begin the kick at stake. They reveal the likes and
So rude!
192.63.77. This so rude joke is literally the least funny thing in this entire series, rivaled only by this.
You can't kill a lady, you strong, sexy snowboil!
Oh shit, that was the wrong clip. I'm very sorry. They reveal the likes and Pin wins the prize, giving her her face, size, and a mech suit. I'll just say it, all of the Pin abuse in the last 9 episodes was worth it for this moment. If this was like most other things in modern BFDIA, where they set up and follow through a plotline within one episode, then this would have no impact. But it does, and it's great. They eliminate Spongy again, which strips him away from his vacation in the Florida Keys, and he kills the Bugs. But it's fine, he just dies anyway. So they do the phone call bet for the 90th time, and now Barfbag is the host. You know, after Barfbag lost her relevance after BFB 14, I started thinking, hey, maybe Barfbag never really was a good character the whole time, and BFB 13 and 14 just made her look good. Maybe it's not Teapot's fault she did nothing all season. Maybe she really is just a nothing character. I'm so glad I was wrong. Barfbag isn't in the episode for long. She's really only prevalent in this one scene. But damn it, she manages to be just as charming and fun as she was back in the Lava trilogy. So yeah, guys, there's still time to do something with her before she gets eliminated.
Yellowface is safe with 12,787 votes.
I swear this show just hates me sometimes. I remember seeing the final 2 during this cake at stake and then freaking out for a minute. But then I reassured myself by saying, come on, Golf Ball has been in the bottom 2 like literally 8 times now. She survived before and she will again. Goodbye, Bommy.
Let's reveal the votes.
I actually want to fucking kill someone right now. I really didn't expect GB to get eliminated here, because in episode 13, Golf Ball takes credit for Tennis Ball's invention, and I thought that they were going to revisit the thing from BFDIA 9. I'm pretty sure they knew about the episode 12 voting results when this was written, but even if they did write episode 13 before they knew, then why not take it out? She's just an asshole here to her best friend for no reason, like why? This is so out of character. After seeing Golf Ball get eliminated, I felt a genuine sadness that I've never felt from a BFDI elimination before. I've seen a lot of characters that I like get sent away over the years. Dora, Puffball, Ruby, Bommy. The list goes on, but never once after an elimination did I have to pause and contemplate the show for a little bit. What the fuck? I hate that Golf Ball had to go. She had finalist written all over her. Just think about how cool a pencil versus Golf Ball finale would have been. But that's not what happened. She's out. I think even the writers knew how monumental of an elimination this was. There's not really any jokes or anything. It's kind of just like, oh shit. Golf Ball's eliminated. She actually gets a final speech with Tennis Ball, and some of the characters get to say something to or about her before she goes. And Match coming out just to gloat is a good kicker. Again, I hate that Golf Ball is out of the show. I wanted her to win more than anyone. But if she did have to leave, they did the ceremony right. She even gets somewhat of a personalized elimination. I like it when shows do those. When I said that Barfbag was the host for this episode, I lied. It's actually all of the LOLers, and they're pretty fun as hosts. Most of the LOLers get at least one line, and it's just really fun, not much else to say. I'm not surprised that after 4 consecutive episodes with different hosts, this is the one they ended up sticking with. They're interrupted by this Kevin McLeod bit, which is not funny and does not need to be in the episode at all. It's the one piece of filler in this entire episode, but it doesn't go on for that long, so it's fine.
Enough killing! I would never advocate for that!
Shut the fuck up, Pillow. This is why your ass gets eliminated in TPOT 19. They announced the challenge, which is to make your way through the 5 islands that were ordered last episode. I really like it when the elements overlap between episodes. The contestants are put into pairs, and the last pair to make it to the bed on the final island is up for elimination. Pin and Coiny team up, of course, and since TB is without GB, he reluctantly goes with Nickel. Pencil died earlier, so Ruby and Book stick her with Needle and pair up themselves. That leaves Bommy and Fries as the final group. They make their way to the islands, and they immediately let us know that Evil Leafy will play a big part of the episode. Yeah! It has been so long since Evil Leafy was portrayed as an actual threat. Probably not since BFDIA 6. She was in BFDIA 12, but it didn't really add that much, to be honest. I understand why her appearances are so far and few between though. If she was chasing the contestants every episode, after a while it'd stop meaning anything. So I get why she's rare now, and I'm glad that she is, but damn it am I happy to see her again. The challenge begins and everyone races up to the first island. Since Nickel and Tennis Ball don't have any arms, they use saliva to stick together in order to climb up. Fry's got some gumdrops in his cranium earlier, and he uses these to encourage Bommy. Bommy is super resentful towards Fries in this episode for making him dig. It's really funny, and I honestly wish we got more of it. On the first island, Donuts Island, they need to use the cherry filling from the ground as fuel to fill up some jetpacks to fly to the next island. Tennis Ball builds an oil rig to speed up the process, and Nickel decides to one-up Just Stop Oil by taking a bite right out of the smog itself.
You don't make a bad host after all. Huh.
Dude. Shut up. On Dora's island, the task is to eat an island since she can't do it herself. It's here where Pencil is given the anti-poison and she eats a floating island person. Needle helps out Ruby and Book by throwing them a jetpack when they fall down.
Catch it!
Oh, now that was funny! This is not an exaggeration, that was my real reaction. This is a good time to mention that this is a really funny episode. I do think that BFDI can be very funny at times, but it's extremely rare for an episode to get me to laugh out loud. But the Free Smart Super Coffin, Toothbrush, and that one guy getting run over all managed to accomplish that. And that's just a few that I can name off the top of my head. There are so many gems in this episode. Pun was not intended at first, but now definitely is. It's at this point where Evil Leafy starts closing in on the contestants. The sound of her teleporting off screen with the darkness effect closing in is super menacing. They do a great job at building tension with her. On Island 3, a Teardrop family reunion is being held where Teardrop instructs the contestants to silence the chatterboxes annoying her cousins. Bommy and Fries get there first, but have trouble shutting up the guy, so they just fucking waterboard him. Meanwhile, Pencil brings Bubble back. Yes! Fucking finally they remembered! Holy shit, about time! They forget about her again in the next episode. When FreeSmart gets to Match's island, she's super happy to finally be reunited with Pencil, but Pencil isn't. Already sowing the seeds for IDFB, I see.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Girl.
Hey.
Yay.
Stop. Why? Cause.
No.
Yes.
Hey.
Weird.
Jerk.
Hey. Tiny. Pencil.
Pen. Ruby.
Yeah, they stole that joke from Shrek 2. Which stole it from Family Guy. Which stole it from me. And I'm still pissed 26 years later. On this island, the contestants must build a raft and use it on the geyser to shoot up to the final one. Match tells FreeSmart that there's an extra raft in the ship on Teardrop's Island. Not sure why she knows, but sure. They head back down and eventually make their way inside of the ship. This is where Evil Leafy finally strikes. I love this scene. The cinematography is fantastic and the whole scene makes Evil Leafy the most threatening she's ever been. Aside from maybe everyone but Book is able to escape through a trapdoor, but she's able to slide through a loose board to escape. Needle soon beats the shit out of Evil Leafy, and that's where it ends for her. We see later on that she's still alive, but also kind of a lame way to take her out after such a fantastic scene. And here we are, the final island. Puffball instructs the contestants to sing a lullaby, and if she likes it, they can climb up to the bunk beds and win immunity. I'll say it now, every lullaby that's sung in this episode is funny. I would play them all for you, but at that point you might as well just look up BFDIA 14 all lullabies and watch them for yourself. After all, I don't think this video needs to be any longer than it already is. Fries and Bommy get there first, and Fries is absolutely pissed about Puffball betraying them back in 5e. But as we see in BFB and especially TPOT, they're best friends. Yet another intriguing plotline reserved for IDFB. Tennis Ball and Nickel arrive shortly after and get their lullaby done on the first try. After Bommy fixes Fries' song in my personal favorite lullaby of the episode, the two are declared safe, which was a shock to me. Just looking at the teams, I expected these guys to lose. Needle steps up and does her thing, and this is definitely one of the most memorable parts of the episode. It's so dramatic and cinematic and climactic and asthmatic, so needless to say, they're safe too. That leaves Pin and Coiny versus Ruby and Book. Pin tried singing a song earlier, but Puffball hated it. But Ruby was secretly recording it the whole time, and when given a Vocaloid effect, Puffball loves it. At this point, it genuinely looks like Ruby and Book are gonna win. They already got the okay from Puffball and are actively climbing up the ladder. What could possibly stop them? This is such a good moment. Pin's outburst is so deserved after everything that's happened to her over the past couple episodes, and this 3D shot is spectacular. In the meetup version of this episode, they had a 2D version instead, and it's probably just because the 3D wasn't done yet, but if they went with the old version, this scene would be significantly worse. And the music, oh, the damn music is so good! This is the perfect climax to the episode, and I'm still gonna complain anyway. Pin's speech at the end is almost fantastic if it weren't for three things. Book never really wronged Pin in any way personally like the other FreeSmarters. She mentions that Book wouldn't let Ice Cube swing with her, but that's definitely because there was nothing else for her to mention. Book never really did anything all that bad except for be on FreeSmart, I guess. Her saying, "you are eliminated," would have had a way bigger impact than "you are up for elimination." And finally,
no wonder your team name abbreviates to FART.
That's 3. I did not expect Book and Ruby to lose at all. Like I said, looking at the teams, I thought Jacknjellify would be way too scared to put any of the FreeSmarters in danger. Pin and Coiny sing their song and go to bed. And we get one last cool shot of Evil Leafy. Needless to say, I fucking loved BFDIA 14. Everything about it was spectacular, even the structure of the episode was perfect. It's not just everyone completes an island and moves on together. At any given point, the team in first place could be 2 or 3 islands ahead of whoever's in last. The placements shift constantly, which makes it super tense and unclear on who's gonna lose. There are so many funny jokes in this episode, which is crazy because I barely ever laughed at BFDIA's 9 through 13.
Nice bounce, Jiggle Boy.
That's 4. This episode is such a big adventure, and it's treated as such. This is the one time I wish I could have seen the episode during the meetup. Experiencing this masterpiece alongside hundreds of other fans would have been so hype. Absolutely amazing. It's so good I ran out of synonyms. Easily one of my favorite episodes of the entire series. I'm so glad I decided to end the video on this one, so that way you leave thinking of me as a fan instead of a hater, which will make you less likely to criticize me in the comments. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to say that. I meant, No, yeah, that's what I meant. Here we are, the ranking of all these episodes that I spent all this time talking about. Before we get into the actual ranking, I want to go over the title cards I'll be using. See, as I list out each episode from worst to best, I'll be putting some helpful statistics on screen to go along with it. In the bottom left here is going to be the big overall ranking from number 142 all the way down to number 1. On the bottom right, there will be a season rank, or in case of a non-episode, category rank. Since BFB and BFDIA both have two distinct halves, the bottom right will show the ranking of the entire season. Meanwhile, the top right will show its rank within its half of the season. Just as an arbitrary example, BFDIA 9 might be ranked 10th in the overall season, but 4th within the revival. And finally, on the top left will be the episode's score out of 10. Now just a warning, this is a relative scale. A 10 out of 10 means the episode is a 10 out of 10 in terms of BFDI, not in terms of every piece of media made ever. Look, I love BFDI, but you can't expect it to rise to the ranks of Diary of a Wimpy Kid Roger Rules. And in case all of that was too confusing, here's everything explained in text on screen. Feel free to pause it and read. I'm willing to bet that the same question is on everyone's minds right now. What is the worst, most atrocious, bottom of the barrel episode of BFDI? Two options come to mind. BFB 30 and BFDIA 11. Both of these episodes are extremely bad in two very different ways. It could very easily be either. It's BFB 30 and it's not even close. At number 142 is BFB 30, Chapter Complete. BFB 24, The Game Has Changed. BFB Contestants React to Wiki Comments. BFB 23, Fashion for Your Face. BFB 25, The Twisted Temple. If Among Us was a BFDI challenge. BFB 29, SOS, Save Our Show. BFB 26, The Hidden Contestant. BFB 27, Uprooting Everything. BFDI 7, Puzzling Mysteries. BFB 20, A Taste of Space. BFB 19, How Low Can You Grow? BFB 21, Let's Raid the Warehouse. Crafting Our Friendship. Just push through it. I hope it's not me. Hey 2. BFB 28, BFB equals back from beginning. BFDI 3, Are You Smarter Than a Snowball? Thanks for 2,500 subscribers. BFB 18, Take the Tower. BFDIA 11, Lots of Mud. Happy birthday battle for BFDI, The Jing Jing Squisher. BFDI Episode 225,555,555. Fiery and Gelatin Steal a Van. Tuesday, Part 1. Tuesday, Part 2. BFDIA 10, Taste the Sweetness. Thanks for 4 years of Thanks for 4 years of Thanks for 4 years. Thanks for 4 years of Thanks for 4 years. BFDI 1B, Take the Plunge. Thanks for 700,000 subscribers. TPOT 4, Gardening 0. BFDI 5, Bridge Crossing. Pumpkin 2.0. 16 years of Jacknjellify. BFDIA 13, Well Look Who It Is. BFDI 24, Insectophobe's Nightmare 2. Teapot 5, Fishes and Dishes. BFB 17, X Marks the Spot. X finds out his value. BFDI 16, Bowling, now with explosions. Dear viewers. Teapot 6, The Great Gwicken Bake Off. Why is the BFDI mouth everywhere? BFDI 1A, Take the Plunge. BFB 22, Who Stole Donut's Diary? Thanks for 4 years. Thanks for 1,000 subscribers. BFDI 2, Barriers and Pitfalls. Teapot 3, Getting Puffball to Think About Roller Coasters. BFDI 6, Power of 3. BFDIA 9, Catch These Hands. Lo-Fi Beats to Yoil to. Claustrophobe's Nightmare. BFB 16, The Escape from 4. Rock My BFDI. BFDIA 5B, 3,000 subbies. Thanks for 20,000 subscribers. BFDIA 12, Insectophobe's Nightmare 4. Thanks for 1 billion views. BFDI 13, Don't Lose Your Marbles. Teapot 12, What's Up Bell String? Baller! BFDIA 6 Deleted Scenes. BFDIA 1, Yahoo, I Wanna Know. Eliminating BFDI. 6,000 subscribers. Thanks for 600,000 subscribers. Let's keep BFDI casual. Oh, that means we're halfway. BFDI 12, A Leg Up in the Race. BFDI is back. BFDI 15, Vomit Taco. BFB 5, Fortunate Ben. BFB 13 this Thursday. Revenge, except every syllable is from BFDI. BFDI 21, The Glistening. This is BFB, Season Recap. BFDIA 3, Insectophobe's Nightmare 3. BFDI 19, Rescission. BFDI 9, Insectophobe's Nightmare. BFDIA 4, Sweet Tooth. BFDIA 7, Intruder Alert. BFDI 25, Return of the Hand Glider. BFDI 10, Crybaby. Jingle Bell Rock. BFDIA 4, Zeke Boogie Doog. BFDIA 2, Get Digging. BFDIA 8, Meaty. BFDI 23, Hurtful. Counting on Christmas. BFDI 18, Reveal Novum, 2 Trucks. Pie vs. Pie, The Pie Day Massacre. BFDI 14, Half a Loaf is Better Than None. BFDI 8, Cycle of Life. BFB 10, Enter the Exit. Thanks for 800,000 subscribers. BFB 9, this episode is about basketball. If Xmas in Among Us was a BFDI challenge. BFDI 20, Gardening Hero. TPOT 11, Out of the Blue. BFB 8, Questions Answered. BFDIA 5D, It's a Monster. TPOT 8, Balancing Pact. BFB 2, Lick Your Way to Freedom. Paper Towel, Fish and Chips. BFDIA 5C, No More Snow. BFDI 17, The Reveal. Teapot 9, Outbreak at Stake. You're a loser, but... BFB 3, Why Would You Do This on a Swing Set? Thanks for 900,000 subscribers. Thanks for 1 million subscribers. Thanks for 2 million subscribers. BFDI 11, Lofty. Message to Loser. All I Want for Xmas. BFB 4, today's very special episode. BFB 6, 4 Goes Too Far. Aw, seriously? Thanks for 1,500,000 subscribers. BFDI 22, Don't Pierce My Flesh. BFB 12, What Do You Think of Roleplay? BFB 11, Get to the Top in 500 Steps. Not even a joke, but if it counted for the list, Kuboa 1 would rank right here. BFDIA 5E, The Long Lost Yo-Yo City. Teapot 2, The Worst Day of Black Hole's Life. BFB 1, Getting Teardrop to Talk. BFDIA 6, Well Rested. Teapot 1, You know those buttons don't do anything, right? BFB 7, The Liar Ball You Don't Want. Teapot 10, Wonderophobe's Nightmare. BFDIA 5A, Get in the Van. BFDIA 14, Pointy Pointy Pointy. Yes, it's really that good. Teapot 7, The 7 Wonders of Goiki. BFB 15, The 4 is Lava. IDFB 1, Welcome Back. BFB 13, Return of the Rocket Ship. And finally, BFB 14, Don't Dig Straight Down. And there it is, everybody. Worst Trend's official ranking of every episode, song, and short in BFDI history. But before we move on, I want to take a look at some of the statistics this ranking has given us. So I put every video I talked about into one of 11 categories. BFDI, Original BFDIA, Revival BFDIA, IDFB, Pre-Split, Post-Split, Teapot, Shorts, Number Shorts, Music, and Prelude. Prelude is just X finds out his value. By taking the placement of every episode in a category and getting its mean, we can find the average placement for each category, and thus find out which of the 5 seasons I like the most. I'll even throw in BFB and BFDIA as a whole for fun. With that said, let's count them down! The categories of IDFB and Prelude are disqualified from the ranking as they only have 1 episode each. I'm doing this because then IDFB would get first place by a long shot since its only episode is in 3rd place overall. Kinda ruins the suspense. Number 11, to absolutely no one's surprise, is Post-Split. With a whopping average of 125.87, it is by far my least favorite season of the show. But I've already talked about this enough, so let's just move on. Please. Coming at number 10 is the shorts. I was a little surprised this was so low, but looking back, the shorts were always the mixed bag. There were some really great ones like Aw Seriously and Fish and Chips, but there were just as many, if not more, bad ones like the Wiki Comments video and the First Among Us video. A lot of the shorts ended up somewhere in the middle, but the truly bad ones really weighed it down. At number 9 is Music, and it's pretty much the same story as the shorts. It's mainly the YTPMVs that do it. Most of those are at best uninteresting, and at worst, ear bleeding. I probably should have separated the normal songs from those, but there's a lot of things in my life I should have done but didn't. Number 8 is BFB as a whole. The entire season being ranked this low makes me realize that Post-Split is more awful than Pre-Split is great. Amazing. At number 7 is the very first season of BFDI. BFDI. I don't have a problem with season 1 at all, I think it's great, but the first few episodes of the season are really boring and definitely drag down the later episodes that are actually really good. This is probably the most consistent season in terms of quality. The highs aren't that high, but the lows aren't too low. A lot of these ended up towards the middle of the ranking. Number 6 is the BFDIA Revival. Wow, you probably didn't expect this season to be ranked so high. And you know what? Neither did I. Truth is, BFDIA 6 and 14 hard carried this season. As it stands, the season has an average of 70.78, but without those 2 episodes, it goes all the way down to 88.5, which would land the season at number 9 overall, just barely beating out the short's 87 average. That really goes to show how amazing those 2 episodes are compared to how mediocre the rest is. Up next at number 5 is BFDIA, the whole thing. Not much to really say about this placement other than I like the original BFDIA a lot more than the revival. That leaves us with 3 seasons left that could be the contender for my favorite of the entire show. Original BFDIA, Pre-Split, and TPOT. Ooh, I wonder which one it'll be. I think it's TPOT. TPOT eating a cake, maybe, because I might send it some extra. That's right, TPOT marks our number 4 spot on the list. While this season does indeed have some absolutely fantastic episodes such as 1, 2, 7, and 10, the Dark Age episodes, as well as 12, push the season as a whole a lot more to the middle in terms of average placing, receiving a total of 51.66. Pretty solid, but not solid enough. That brings us down to Pre-Split and the original BFDIA. Are you on the edge of your seat yet? Because I sure am. And the season that isn't my favorite is BFDIA. Look, man, I absolutely love BFDIA 5. As a whole, it is one of the best episodes of the entire series. The journey that the contestants went on, to this day, has not been topped in terms of scale. As I said, that TPOT 15 released, I can't have shit! Episodes 1 through 4, while not bad per se, are nowhere near on the level as BFDIA 5. But damn it, is BFDIA 5 great. Even though not every episode was amazing, they're all at the very least entertaining. Securing BFDIA at our number 3 spot. Wait a minute, number 3? Oh shit! Number 2 is the number shorts. I don't know why I made this its own category, but I love these things that deserve second place. Number 1 is Pre-Split, baby, and it wasn't even close. The original BFDIA has an average score of 46.44. The number shorts had 41.5. And then Post-Split jumps up with a staggering 23.6 average. See, and now you know why I was so harsh on BFB 30. I mean, what can I say? Pre-Split is just so good. Its worst episode is just kind of boring, which is pretty amazing considering every other season has at least one downright bad episode. And I know that this is a super unpopular pick for my favorite season. Every time I see a poll, TPOT always tops the charts. But I don't care. For the time being, Pre-Split is going to be my all-time favorite season in all of BFDI. I think I might know the reason why the Dark Age of TPOT and, to an extent, Post-Split were so negatively received. Look at this graph. On the x-axis, we have time, and on the y-axis, we have quality in terms of character and story. Starting with Season 1, it starts off very low, but as things go on, it gets a little higher. Then in Season 2, this trend continues, getting higher and higher. Then we get to BFB, where it at first keeps the same path, but then about 10 episodes in, it starts to jump up very high and very fast. This peak right here is BFB 15. That gray line I just drew is how high the bar has been raised. This bar represents the level of quality people now expect out of BFDI. That bar, this line, can never go back down. It can only go up. No matter what happens in the series, people will always compare whatever comes out to the very peak of the show. We'll skip past Post-Split because it's not very important to this discussion. But then we get to TPOT. The first 2 episodes do very well, getting very close to the bar. Then episode 3 hits. Then 4, then 5, then 6. These episodes aren't that bad, but the bar is way up here and they're way down there. People expected this, but they got this instead. Thankfully, the series later picked up and, according to some, raised the bar even higher. So yeah, this is why I think I, as well as many others, did not like the Dark Age episodes at all. Before making this video, I remember these episodes on par with Post-Split episodes. But after rewatching them, they're fine. They average like a 5 out of 10. Sorry if I went off on a bit of a rant there, but it's just something I thought of and decided to share it. And that's it! Every episode and extra in BFDI history has now been ranked. Here you can take a look at all the statistics from the season. Take a minute to pause and look at it if you want. Take your time, we've got all day. And with that, we are finally halfway done. We still got the characters to talk about, remember? You heard me correctly, we still got the character ranking to get to. that means only 9 hours left. For this, it's going to be done similarly, but a little different from the episode ranking. I'll talk about each character one by one, and at the end of each segment, I'll place them on the tier list. In terms of characters that are included on the tier list, it's going to be the 64 contestants from BFB plus winner and price tag, as well as most, but not all of the hosts in the show, but only the important ones. Sorry, but the bugs from BFDIA 12 will not be considered. The dislike button is always there if you need it. Also included are any notable side characters such as Purple Face and One. Speaking of One, the Elder Brilliants from the shorts won't be included because they don't have a very big presence in any canon episodes. And as an extension of that, Webs for Evs.
This is the world of BFDI shipping.
I do like these guys, but if I included them, I'd have to include a lot of other people to be consistent, and I just don't want to do that. No, I will not include Rusty Coin. You can't make me! Also, none of the failed Teapot debuers. I know that Teapot short and some other episodes gave them personalities, but most of them are still planks of wood. Look, all I'm saying is that if they're not good enough for Apoy, they're not good enough for me. I was having trouble deciding which order I would talk about the characters in. I was thinking chronological order, like Season 1 contestants first, then the Season 2 guys, and so on. But other than that, there's no definitive way to sort them any further. Like, do I talk about Bubble or Ice Cube first? Hurry up, I'm losing sleep over this! I could sort them by order of appearance in the show. That's way too much damn work for this. Okay, how about alphabetical order? No, that's not enough work! So I eventually decided that I'd talk about all 78 characters in random order. I've got this wheel here with everyone's names, so let's just spin it and see who we get first. Needle. Like most Season 1 characters, Needle started off with a single character trait and not much else. The "don't call me needy" bit was never my favorite. I think it's a good thing they dropped that after BFDIA. Or did they? It's weird because it feels like they can't decide if they want to stop using the trait or keep it going. Like in BFDIA's back, which is canon, she's more than fine with being called needy, even asking Quenya to call her that. But in IDFB, she starts slapping again after being called needy. Then in BFB, it doesn't get brought up once, and it seems like it's done and over with. But no, in Teapot 8, they just start it up again. Why? In Teapot 6, they have this scene.
Good idea, Needle.
Don't call it a good idea! Call it a great idea!
And that just feels like a little nod to a retired trait. But just 2 episodes later and it's back. I don't even know. In BFDIA, she gets better, but still isn't super interesting, and the same thing goes for BFB and Teapot. She's fine. I understand why so many people like her, but I just don't really get the hype that much. One cool thing I noticed recently is that in IDFB, Needle says this to the balls.
Whatever it is, you can't do that! Why? It's secret, but it's because of Free Smart.
I always thought this was weird because Needle was never connected to Free Smart in the original BFDIA, but in the revival, she gets forced to swap over. As of recording this, she's still involved with Free Smart, and the IDFB thing makes way more sense now. That is some amazing foreplanning, Carrie. It's actually very impressive you remember that little detail. This is why IDFB is so interesting to me. There's so many characters that act completely different in BFB compared to BFDIA, so it's up to IDFB to fill in the blanks on what happens. In IDFB, Needle seems like she's still in Free Smart, yet in BFB, she seems completely detached from them. Like, it's just so interesting. Like, what's the story? What happened? So I just remembered I'm supposed to be ranking the characters here. Damn, my bad. Needle's okay. Don't love her. Don't hate her. C tier. Cloudy. The best part of Cloudy was definitely his friendship with Balloony. It's still baffling that the writers thought that guy could stand on his own in Post-Split. Without Balloony, Cloudy wasn't the most interesting character, but I still enjoyed him quite a bit. I would much rather him stay over Bottle or Rocky. His collection was cool, I guess. I wonder if they're ever going to do anything with those explosive blueberries. It's only been 7 years. Not really much to say. He's a fine character. B tier. Price tag. I don't know, man. Price tag's okay. They started off as just Naily Part 2, but now I'd say they're a little different. That difference might be mediocre, but hey, it's different nonetheless. They're just okay. I'm sorry that this is all I've said for the 3rd time in a row, but I just don't have strong feelings towards this character. They're kinda boring, not gonna lie. I prefer they get eliminated over anyone else on Just Not. D tier. Profiley. Profiley is super annoying, yet still one of the best Post-Split characters. I think it's been confirmed that he really has been around the whole time, which is a little dumb but a fun concept, I guess. I would have taken Profiley over Teardrop joining Teapot any day of the week. E tier. Lie. She's kind of an interesting character outside of universe. Like, she started out in some random short that may or may not be canon to some extent. She got stuck in the exit early on, and then once BFB split, she was set as sort of the poster child for the exiters. She was the one that wanted to go through the door. She's the one that made the plan to escape. She's the one on the TPOT 11 thumbnail. But weirdly, in TPOT, she's not really shown as the leader she was set up to be in BFB 11, 16, and TPOT 1. It's more Pencil who's taking charge, which I guess makes sense since she's been there the longest. But Pencil already has a lot going on with the Free Smart / Ions gang. All Lai really has is Foldy, Stapy, and the exit. So I don't know why they would throw yet another thing in Pencil's ring. There's already so many reasons for people to vote Pencil to join TPOT, but Lai, not so much. Foldy is gone, and if Lai joins, then Stapy would be separated from her. Pencil and Bracelety, the other two most popular exiters, have other characters that they want to get back to, such as Ice Cube and Ice Cube. But Lai doesn't really have any connections outside of the exiters themselves. Maybe it could be interesting to see her react to the new life pack that Fanny and Black Hole made, but the pack was never really focused on that much in BFB, especially when she was still in the game. She never really formed any meaningful relationships with any of her team members, at least on screen. Something interesting that could possibly happen would to have her go back to being a killing machine like how she was in her past, but that's pretty much just what Robot Flower's been doing. I do like Lai, but maybe her joining TPOT isn't the best possible outcome. I'd like to see it be Pencil, but it'll probably be Bracelety. Oh, Pencil's already in BFDIA. She doesn't need to be in TPOT. Shut up. That's the same line of thinking that got Golf Ball eliminated. B tier. Robot Flower. I always thought that Robot Flower would serve the same purpose as regular Flower as she went on to do her character arc or whatever. But other than the tree scene in BFB 1, that wasn't really the case. The fact that she was a robotic version of Flower was never taken advantage of. That is until TPOT 7 when the writers finally decided to do something interesting with the character. Her wanting to be like the original Flower is not only a cool idea, but it also makes complete sense for her to want to do this after everything that's happened in the past few episodes. This is like the one plotline the Dark Age felt like doing, and it did it extremely well. What's funny is that they almost did that thing where they forget to explore the idea until the integral characters are eliminated. It happened with Coiny, it happened with Eggy, and it almost happened here again, but thankfully, Belle got out instead. One last thing, in an old BFB episode, we see the back of Robot Flower, and it looks like this. But in TPOT, it was randomly retconned to just look like her front again. That's a little lame, honestly. I like the old back better. What the f am I talking about? B tier. Blocky. Ooh, our first member of the Post-Split Mangling Club. What a treat. Blocky was never my favorite in Season 1. He was, say it with me, just okay. I'm beginning to sense a pattern. He was the prankster and also like evil or something. He killed people all the time. Post-Split saw this and said, hey, what if we completely change him to the point of unrecognizability? Oh, my bad. They actually said that 15 times. He starts off alright, bullying Woody more than ever. This makes sense considering there's only a couple options at the moment and the best one is right on his team. But then in BFB 21 we get this beautiful scene.
Why have you been so standoffish lately?
Have not.
It's because Woody got his way, huh?
What do you mean?
You don't like that. You gotta stop defining your successes on how much others fail.
Dude, stop.
That may have worked in the past, but it won't work in a team setting like ours.
Yo, stop trying to psychoanalyze my mind. It's creepy.
What point is the show even trying to make here? It's like they're trying to do the Rick and Morty thing, or II thing, where one of the characters just throws out why a character acts the way they do. Wow, I can't believe you did that. This must be because your father never showed you any affection, causing you to grow up in a non-loving household, forcing you to seek any modicum of praise from anyone. See, like that's just stupid. Not every character has a PhD in psychology, and even if they did, they wouldn't just say that stuff out of nowhere. Show, don't tell. I don't even know what my point is right now, because I'm saying this like Blocky really is some super deep character, whose actions and motivations were planned out by the creators of the show, because clearly they weren't. What Taco says here is just a collection of somewhat analytical lines that, if you're not paying attention, do make Blocky look like a deep character. Why don't we look back at these lines again? You've got to stop defining your successes on how much others fail. That may have worked in the past, but it won't work in a team setting like ours. Hey Taco, what kind of team setting exactly? Because I've seen you make no effort to actually make the team a better place, aside from acting like Blocky's mom at every given opportunity. Also, defining your successes on how much others fail, when has he ever done that? There's never been a scene in this series that's shown that before. Even if Blocky does define his successes this way, they've done f*** all of showing it. Then in the next episode, Woody does a tiny prank, and then after that the two are best buds from now on. I suppose it's a smoother transition than most of the other guys. And the arc overall is definitely one of the better ones this season, just like how Stalin was better than Hitler. Blocky's lame, like what does he even do now? When he eventually goes back to rejoin the Teapot gang, Pen and Eraser are going to laugh at him for how much of a wimp he's become. E tier. Lollipop. Oh wow, another one. Dude, I absolutely hated Lollipop back in the pre-split days. You can bet that I voted for her back in BFB 14. Huh. Yeah, I kinda just realized I never told you guys who I voted for in each episode, even though I said that I would. That's my bad, I just forgot. Well, no reason to go back and rewrite the past 30 or so episode reviews. I'll just list them all out after the character ranking here. But I remember a time when everyone hated Lollipop. But still, there was this pretty big fan base that adored the character. It's a role Pillow took over now that I think about it. But yeah, I absolutely hated Lollipop back in the day. But once she switched over to Post-Split, things started to change. I began to actually like the character. No, I swear this isn't a bit or anything, I'm dead serious. In Post-Split, Lollipop stopped being a supreme asshole and became a lot more reasonable. After that, I was actually able to enjoy her sarcastic comments a little bit. That straw joke in BFB 20 is still really funny and honestly the only thing from that episode worth watching. But then the shift in BFB 23 happened and every character became flanderized beyond belief. Lollipop was already pretty different compared to her pre-split self, but after this she was a completely different person. She became so generically nice and only ever interacted with Gelatin and Teardrop. Which, side note, that friendship with Gelatin was so forced. At no point did they ever feel like real friends. She went from bad to alright to boring. We've got the whole spectrum with this character. E tier. Winner. I'm not gonna mention anything about the debut because I've already talked that to death. And before you ask, yes, I would prefer non-existy. Winner was never the most interesting character to me. I definitely didn't hate him, but I just don't see why they're so popular. That is until you talk about his backstory. The whole thing with Loser is really cool and even a little sad. And I like how Clock gets brought into it and everything. That whole plotline, both Clock's and Winner's, was done extremely well. I don't know guys, I could say more, but then I'd just be repeating stuff I've already said. And that's gonna go for a lot of these characters. C tier. Pencil. I like Pencil. She started out just whatever in Season 1, but I really like how she came to be in BFDIA. She became more mean and bossy, which is ironic considering her biggest enemy is Golfball. I really like the dynamic between these two. Just Free Smart as a whole versus Golfball was a topic I wish they explored more often. Like that one scene at the end of BFDIA 12 is a good example. It's just a face-off between the two. Then in the revival, Pencil became a little bit more in line with her Teapot self. This makes sense as that's how she would be in IDFB, but throw all of that out the window because she becomes her worst in BFB. In IDFB, Pencil talked about how needy Match was, and what's interesting is that Pencil began to act nicer to her Alliance members once Match was gone. Like in BFDIA 9, Pencil tells Ice Cube to get in the Smashers, but doesn't force her. But rewind back a couple episodes and I could see Pencil just throwing her in. It's possible that Match is just a bad influence on Pencil, but maybe I'm just picking up on something that isn't there. I don't know. In Teapot, she's more of a leader. I already talked about that enough earlier though. Great character though. This is one of the few times they actually get the hype. A tier. X. Here we go, the first host we'll be talking about today, and what an alright one to start out with. I like X, I really do, but damn it does he get annoying in Post-Split. Much like 4, he started out as a horrific abomination, but I actually think X peaked near the end of Pre-Split. His character became a lot more rounded out and really likable. He can be really sweet at times. But then in Post-Split, he just became really whiny and dumb, which were traits he had in Pre-Split, but they were just magnified too much. We haven't seen much of him in Teapot, but hopefully he's getting back on track. C tier. Gatey. So if you guys remember the teardrop video from over a year ago, holy shit time is fleeting, you'll probably remember how it started out. There are many characters in BFDI that I don't like. And let me tell you, I had so many people, like at least 2, ask why I hated Gatey. I already explained it all in the Teapot 8 section, but you know what, just play it again. I don't love the 2 and Gatey stuff. I think it's a little manipulative to the viewers. Not anything near Post-Split levels, but it's like, wow, Gatey is such a nice person for helping 2 through his emotional struggles. Never mind the fact that she does almost nothing else besides this, and rarely interacts with her own team members anymore. Wow, she becomes 2's personal therapist and does nothing else. How awesome. It's just kind of a cheap way to get the viewers to like Gatey. She's a perfect character at this point. But yeah, that's all I really have to say about her. I wish they explored the friendship between her and Saw though. It probably wouldn't have saved the character or anything, but it definitely would have helped both of these guys. E tier. Pillow. Pillow, pillow, pillow. You know, I almost wrote an entire analysis about Pillow. I even teased it at the end of one of my videos. And why didn't you, every human on the planet says simultaneously? Well, because after I started writing, I realized I had very little to actually say about the character. The only thing that I could really come up with is that she knew exactly what she was doing in TPOT 9. I'll be blunt with you. I totally just copy and pasted that TPOT 9 section in this video straight from the cancelled one. What can I say? It's not plagiarism if you steal from yourself. But yeah, that's the only thing I really feel strongly on about this character. I don't like her because whenever she's not self-sabotaging, she's being really annoying. Like, could someone on the team just stand up for themselves for once? It's infuriating watching a character walk all over everybody without ever getting any repercussions. I guess it's better than how she was in Pre-Split, considering her personality was non-existent, but I don't know, she still sucks. I don't care how many evil Woody videos you make up, alright? I just fucking, I don't know, man. E tier. Evil Leafy. This is the first character on the list who's already got their own video, and I think it covered just about everything I could say about the character. I really like Evil Leafy. She works really well as an antagonist and gives BFDIA its iconic darker tone. She's definitely not the kind of character that could ever work as a contestant, but still one of my favorites of all time. She hasn't appeared in anything after IDFB, so she is sadly dead most likely, which is a real shame. Maybe for the finale of the entire show she can come back and like team up with one or something, and I don't know, I think that'd just be pretty cool. But I did forget to say, hey, what is going on guys versus trends here in that video. E tier. S tier. Marker. I'm probably gonna be the first ever person to talk about this character without mentioning Find the Marker. Son of a bitch! He's okay, I find him mildly amusing. I'd take Remote or Lightning over him any day though. The idea of Marker being in the final 10 makes me really sad. I don't even hate him or anything, it's just... why? C tier. Ruby. I really like Ruby. She's fun in BFDIA and she's even more fun in BFB. I was pretty sad when she got eliminated so early in Post-Split, but looking back, it's probably a good thing she got out of there before things got ugly. Not much else to discuss. She's been consistently funny and entertaining for the entire show. Definitely one of my favorites. S tier. Gelatin. Gelatin was decent in BFDIA, especially those first few episodes, there wasn't much to him. He always had these syringes with him, like freeze juice and anti-poison. I wish he had more gadgets throughout the series, those were always fun. He definitely got better in BFB when he became a bit more of a trickster, throwing forks and whatnot. I liked him for sure, and I can see why he got so far in Post-Split. Speaking of Post-Split though, unlike a lot of other characters in the season that got really bad, Gelatin just got fucking boring. We've gone full circle, he's back to how he was in early season 2. Similarly to Lollipop, he's generically nice without any of the spunk he had in Pre-Split. And I think the change in voice actor definitely contributed to this. While the new one definitely does a fine job, it's nothing compared to how energetic and bouncy the old one was. The new voice actor feels a lot more chill compared to the more bubbly voice of years past. He's not a bad voice actor by any means, but he just doesn't fit Gelatin. I think the change in voice might have affected the writing for him. I know firsthand that as you're writing a line for a character, you imagine them saying it as you write it. And when you're writing for a voice like this,
I would say it's pretty rad. The grass here is softer than before. And if you squish it with your feet in the right way, it makes a cool squeaky sound. Watch.
You'll have him run around and bounce off the walls because that's the impression the voice gives off. But with this,
we need to think of a way to get insanely high into the air.
The voice is a lot more mundane, meaning you'll write him more mundanely. Now that I think about it, BFB episodes seem to not have much action near the latter half, so maybe that has something to do with it. Or maybe I'm wrong and the voice has nothing to do with the writing. The point is, boring, fun, really boring. E tier. Basketball. I never loved basketball, to be honest with you. She was always just decent and still is. I like how she cares for Robot Flower, and I would say that I liked her rivalry with Golf Ball, but it's barely ever explored. The Robot Flower stuff is pretty cool, don't get me wrong, but I just don't feel that much towards this half of it. It sucks too because I feel like I should like her a lot more. She has so much going on and is arguably the most important contestant in Teapot's story. I know I should love her, but I don't. I guess all I can say is, I'm really sorry, Imperial Red. She's still really important though, so B tier. Foldy. It's Foldy, dude. What do you want me to say? She's so boring. And that one scene in BFB 11 was kinda stupid. Stapy cheated, dude. He deserved what he got. Ever since she got eliminated in TPOT, I haven't thought about her a single time. D tier. Fiery. I find it really funny that the first ever iteration of the show was named after the character who would later win the first season. Like, what are the odds of that? Well, about 1 in 20. In BFDI, he was good. In BFDIA, he was good. And in BFB, he got boring. I'm not exactly sure why they decided to do this, but in Pre-Split, Fiery was given almost nothing to do. Like, he had the ignoring Leafy thing, but just because he wasn't talking to her didn't mean he also had to not talk to anyone else. They even point this out themselves in BFB 11. Luckily, in BFB 15, they threw us a crazy curveball where Fiery and Leafy finally interact again. I love this scene, as well as the one in BFDIA 13. BFB 22 was the only episode of Post-Split that was almost good, and that's only because of the diary stuff. It's a good thing he got out when he did, because he had a perfectly cohesive art finish the episode before things would start going off the rails. I think Fiery probably came out of Post-Split the least damaged. I might even say that he came out a better character than he did coming in. Hell yeah, 1 out of 14. I like Fiery, but I was not sad when he got eliminated. This is the perfect example of a C tier character. B tier. Rocky. It's Rocky, everyone. I think he's fine for the most part. He can be funny every once in a while, but he's definitely overstayed his welcome by the time we got to Teapot. In an alternate universe, Rocky got eliminated in BFB 10 and David got to stay. Coincidentally, in that same universe, the happiness index is up 5,000%. Again, I don't really hate Rocky or anything, but I would rather him go than anyone else in the entire show. Even the characters I hate, because at least they do something. He literally hinders his team more often than he helps. And with that said, go kick rocks. E tier. Spongy. I really liked him near the end of Season 1. He was actually pretty funny. In BFDIA, he wasn't anything too special, and that goes for both eras. But something I do want to talk about is his derailment in BFB 14. So in episode 12, Team Ice Cube isn't able to figure out that Spongy was the imposter. Once the challenge is over, Spongy complains that the team doesn't even know anything about him. 2 episodes later, when the team is getting chased down a tunnel by lava, Spongy pulls out his personal rocket ship and refuses to fly anyone to safety. In BFB 15, Team Ice Cube is put up for elimination, and of course, Spongy gets out. This directly allows Loser to escape the exit and rejoin the game. Now here's the question. How much of this was planned? While writing BFB 15, did they intentionally put Team Ice Cube up for elimination for the sole reason of having Spongy getting eliminated and getting Loser back in? That sounds dumb though, like clearly they could have found another reason to get Loser back, right? But if that isn't the case, then why would Team Ice Cube get put up for elimination in episode 15 at all? They just lost a member 2 eliminations ago, and it was very obvious that Spongy would be eliminated after what he did in BFB 14. I guess the real question is, when did Jacknjellify decide to split the show? Was it after BFB 15 released? Was it during the production of the episode? Maybe by the tail end of it? We'll probably never know for sure, but here's my theory. Jacknjellify must have decided all of this near the end of BFB 15's production. They must have known that putting Team Ice Cube up for elimination would lead to Spongy's elimination. But that would be seen as pretty unfair, which is why they immediately brought him back. This allows BFB 15 to have a team be up for elimination, but without it actually adding anyone to the exit. You know what? I think I just cracked the code right there. That's probably what happened. Ah, shit, this is supposed to be a character ranking, isn't it? He did jack shit in Post-Split. There you go. How's that? B tier. Book. I don't know why, but I have such little things to actually say about Book, which is really weird considering how much of a presence she has in this show. There's the Free Smart stuff and the Taco stuff, and then the Ice Cube stuff in Teapot looks like it'll be really interesting. But I'm sure I already covered most of that stuff earlier. But as for Book as a character, she's definitely an alright one. And that's all I can muster. C tier. Black Hole. Black Hole is a really cool concept for a character. I like how chill he is despite being able to destroy literally everything. I know I've said it before, but the Death Pact thing in BFB was just a way to make things more fair. And that was pretty much it. The Pact was rarely ever focused on in BFB, but in Teapot it was quite the opposite. Every episode besides Teapot 1 had the characters crying and whining over every death that happened. It was fine for a little bit, but by Teapot 4 it got way too excessive. Black Hole especially was way too pushy with this. This was finally fixed in the legendary episode of TPOT 7, where Fanny realizes that, hey, if we always focus on preventing death instead of the challenges, we'll get eliminated from the competition and won't be able to prevent death regardless. Then TPOT 10 happened, but I already talked about that enough. For a minute there, I started not liking Black Hole, but he's definitely back on track now. A tier. Eraser. Eraser was just kind of alright for me for a long time up until TPOT 2. He starts going out of his way to be a dick to everyone, and I really like it. He's kind of the new Blocky if I'm being honest. He's an asshole and constantly makes life harder for the other teams. Not because he wants to help his own teammates, but because he likes messing with people. But he still gets his comeuppance frequently. Huge contrast to Teardrop, who's just an egotistical bitch that never gets any retribution. It's weird because I usually really don't like asshole characters like Lollipop, Play-Doh, and Third Example. What I think it comes down to is that Eraser isn't full of himself. He isn't putting people down because he thinks he's so much better, but because it's fun. And I think he can be really funny at times. And I like how they immediately undid his character development from TPOT 9. That was such a good move. S tier. Cake. He started out as a loser follower, and that was pretty much it for a long time. I remember that everyone hated Cake for a good minute after that one BFB 13 scene, and then just suddenly stopped caring by the time episode 15 came out. In Teapot, he was definitely better, but I can't say I ever really cared for him. When he got eliminated, I was like, oh, okay. Contrast to Rocky. Yeah! He's a fine character, and I can understand the appeal for a lot of people, but personally, he's just whatever. I guess I'll give him a 5 out of 10 for being C tier. Yellowface. I really like Yellowface. I just think he's so damn—
For being a sweet guy!
I really like Yellowface. I just think he's so damn funny, especially in the original BFDIA. It's not just that though. In BFB and Teapot, he has proven himself to be a pretty capable contestant, and he's helped his team many times. But ever since Teapot 7, it seems like Jacknjellify has been trying to get him to lose fans. He's the sole reason his team lost in episode 7, and he steals limbs in episode 8. He also becomes a bit more of a jerk for no reason, boasting about his new limbs all the time. If he were to become a bit more of an antagonist, that'd be perfectly fine. Everyone knows that BFDI fans love villain characters. But it's like he stopped doing anything in recent times. Like, sure, he's always been there, and in Teapot 12 he was pretty helpful, but there's a noticeable lack of vote to save moments for this character. And by that, I mean he hasn't done anything that would make people want to vote for him. Insert my short about him here. I literally took what I said about him in this video and turned it into a short, so just go rewatch that, I guess. Also, I just want to say that I totally predicted Yellowface's loss in relevance in my Teapot 7 review. I nailed that.
I have this theory that Jacknjellify are going to derail Yellowface because he's a joke character. Yellowface is super popular, and I'm pretty sure they don't want a joke character in the finale of the biggest season in the show's history. That's just my theory though, I hope I'm wrong.
Now all that's left is for my Dream Island isn't real theory to come true. I will die on this hill. S tier. Leafy. It's crazy just how much of this character is defined by that stupid ass twist in BFDI 25. Because of it, she couldn't join BFDIA, she was still an outcast in IDFB, and was the only major plotline in Post-Split. Besides this though, I really like Leafy. When BFB started winding down, I was rooting for her to win over anyone else. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. I definitely think that whatever they do with her in BFDIA is gonna be really interesting, especially when you bring Evil Leafy into the picture. She was solid in Season 1, bloodthirsty in 2 and 3, and in Season 4 she was the best option for there to possibly be. Carrie Huang hates me, something something Teapot 13. A tier. Coiny. I like Coiny, but I wasn't sad to see him go in Teapot 9. I think that my reaction was something along the lines of, damn. Wait, how the hell is TV still in this? He was at his best in BFDIA, especially episode 5. In the revival, it felt like they were pushing way too hard at his relationship with Pin, which is nice, but it's like all he does for a good 3 or 4 episodes. And he was just okay in BFB and Teapot. Damn, it sure would have been nice to hear more about that nostalgia thing he had. Nah, that's too much work, let's just eliminate him instead. It's weird, whenever I think about Coiny and Teapot, I fall asleep. But whenever I think about him in BFDIA, I'm jumping up and down, cheering and yelling, and having the neighbors call the cops on me. Same thing goes for Pin, to be honest. I was about to put him in C tier, but after thinking it through, I'm going A tier. Bottle. I'll say it, I never liked Bottle. I always thought she was annoying in Pre-Split, and that opinion has only grown as time has gone on. She's a silly little quirky goofball that loves to have fun! Yeah, we've already got someone that fills that role. It feels like Bottle got a bit of the post-split treatment in TPOT 12. She's completely oblivious to everything, and her bubbly and fun-loving characteristics have been cranked up to 11. She feels like a hyperactive 6-year-old in this episode as opposed to just a normal person in early TPOT. We don't need another gelatin. I get the appeal, I do, but I just personally can't stand this character. I was so confident that she'd get out in TPOT 13 once I saw that she was in the bottom 2. But no, she stays so she can just walk around and get used as a container. The more I look at the final 25 roster, the more I realize it kinda sucks. E tier. Puffball. What most people don't realize, mostly because BFB 9 had a terrible cake at steak ceremony, is that Puffball was in the bottom 2 of that episode. It wasn't a close battle or anything, Stapy was definitely getting out no matter what. But she got more votes than Yellowface when all she did was push the fake buzzer over. I don't think she even had any lines that episode. Anyway, she was decent in BFDIA and really boring in BFB. She had a really natural setup to be interesting in Teapot that they kind of went through on. Her and Golf Ball being in the bottom 2 is a damn crime. How the hell is TV getting away with it? He can't keep getting away with it! A tier. Robody. Robody is a super boring character, but I find it hilarious just how much special treatment he gets. He has his own little lore in the waterfall area. He gets kidnapped in Teapot 12 and gets to be the one to defeat 4. And in Teapot 13, he's the only one of the failed exiters to still hang around the hotel. Speaking of which, I really hope he gets something interesting to do. Or even anything. I'd love if he just hung around. Like, not as a contestant or a chef or a co-host, nothing like that. But he was just in the background of every episode and interacted with the contestants in extremely inconsequential ways. So basically a failed debuter. I could have just said that and saved us all some time. It would be the ultimate insult to the fans of all the other exiters. Like, yeah, the rest of the exiters could stay at the hotel, but we're only doing it with Robody, and he's not gonna add anything of value. I'm not being sarcastic, that is comedy fucking gold. D tier. Ice Cube. Kind of a boring character if I'll be honest with you. She never really did much. This is the rare character whose relevance peaked in season 1. I think a big reason for this is the lack of a voice actor for her. For 3 whole seasons, they just recycled the same half-dozen lines over and over again, which, as you can imagine, doesn't leave much room for creativity. And every once in a while, they'd get her a new voice actor, like in BFB 13, but then after a couple episodes, they'd be back to reusing lines. I liked it when she actually did something in BFDIA 6, that blew my fucking mind. Even in Teapot, she hasn't done anything all that memorable yet. I'm sure they're cooking up something cool with book and pencil, but it's yet to be seen. D tier. Fiery Speaker Box. So out of the 10,000 different hosts that season 2 has had, Fiery Speaker Box is definitely my favorite. I really can't explain why I like this character so much. He's a good host, he organizes challenges well and gives the contestants what they need. But he's also just kind of a dick sometimes. Like in BFDIA 7 when he just doesn't tell Free Smart the challenge. Just because. He's ruthless and mean, but he's also very fair. He treats everyone equally bad. He's able to be sarcastic and antagonistic towards the contestants just like the announcer, but since his voice is in text-to-speech, he can convey a lot of emotion. It sucks that they got rid of him in episode 8. I really hope he comes back one day.
Oh yeah, you got Fiery Speaker Box chopped up into 7 pieces.
Okay, you know that's not what I meant. B tier. Taco. Oh, Taco. What a tragedy of a character. In almost the entirety of Pre-Split, she was just the one who abandons her team. I mean, she did other stuff, but that was the main thing. Then in BFB 13, they took this admittedly really stupid arc and took it seriously. This was really cool until it got cut off. BFB 16 separated Taco from the rest of her team right when things were looking to get really interesting. Same thing could be said with Clock, but we'll get to him. This really cool plotline was suddenly resolved in a single conversation, and the whole ordeal that's been going on for 10 episodes disappeared like nothing. But maybe it'd be worth it if Taco got to do other cool stuff in Post-Split. So you know how a lot of friend groups have the honorary parent? You know, there's always one person that's very responsible, always making sure everyone gets home safe after a night on the town, you know, overly cautious. Well, take that and crank it up to like 49 because Taco just becomes Blocky's mom. I could just play that clip from the wiki video again. I mean, that random commenter said it better than I ever could. Again, there's that really dumb moment in BFB 21 where they try to analyze Blocky as a character, trying to be super deep and meaningful without having any actual evidence to back up Taco's claims. Like, she just says things about Blocky that could be true, but there's been no actual setup in previous episodes that match what she says. There's a previous version of that episode's review where I just went on and on about this for like 3 whole paragraphs. Then I ended up just ranting about it anyway in Blocky's segment, and that's when I realized I may have a problem. So many people are gonna make fun of me for taking this so seriously. I'm getting a bit off topic. Taco is a character that in the 2 halves of BFB has been defined by a gimmick, abandoning and then nagging. But at least in Pre-Split, she did something different every once in a while. For example, I love the opening of BFB 13. 2 characters from 2 different teams casually interacting is rare in this show, and it feels so natural. I don't think these characters have ever talked to each other before, but after watching this, I can totally buy that Taco and Barfbag are friends. Well, maybe that has something to do with the amazing writing of late Pre-Split, as opposed to Taco as a character. But regardless, Taco did have more to her in Pre-Split. She was a little competitive and strategic like in BFB 1 and 6. I'm not saying that Taco was some excellent character in Pre-Split or anything, but in Post-Split, it was incredibly rare to see her interact with anyone other than Blocky. Again, it's tragic because I could see a lot more being done with this character. D tier. Loser. I know I already talked about Loser quite a bit, so I'm gonna keep this segment brief. Very brief. People don't like Loser. Loser out. Loser gets 2nd place in rejoin. BFB split and Loser come back because there be no 2nd rejoin. Loser be mostly the same but slightly lamer. Loser randomly become arrogant, Loser out. I thought the idea of a character going from super humble to super cocky would be kind of interesting, but that just wouldn't work out in a cast as small as this. In Pre-Split though, I liked him quite a bit. His speech at the end of BFB 7 is one of the best character moments of the season, and I wish we had more time with him as this super nice stand-up guy. People didn't like him because he's popular because everyone likes him. You know, until they retconned it. Either way, I think that's a cool trait for a character to have. B tier. Eggy. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Wow, that sure is an impressive video, Paul. I never liked Eggy. Way back in Pre-Split, she was one of my least favorite characters by a long shot. I damn near tore my hair out when she was safe in episode 7. And in TPOT, they had all the ingredients to make something super interesting, but didn't. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think there's that much character to actually analyze. It's a fucking egg, guys. I'm a little embarrassed to say that I still haven't gotten around to watching that hour-long analysis. I just don't care enough. That's my excuse. We cool now?
Yeah, we're cool.
Apoy never watched my Andy and Lele video, so I'm just settling the score. I'm joking, of course, and I think it's only fair to both the character and Apoy that I finally give that video a watch. Let's do it. Alright, I watched it. Okay, I don't want to sound mean because I know this video means a lot to Apoy. And it is an extremely impressive and well put together video. But the thing is, it's just not that deep, dude. I'm sorry, but that was my main takeaway. He brings up a lot of interesting ideas, and while these ideas are definitely a really cool way to think about the character, there's just no way this was intended by the creators. And sure, have any headcanon you want about Eggy, but I just find it hard to believe that Carrie and Michael, in the least complex era of the show's history since its conception, put this much thought into one of the 64 characters of the show. And because of this, the reasons he gives on why you should like Eggy are just assumptions. And the assumptions are cool, I want to make that clear, this is a great video, but it just doesn't work for me. If you are, however, okay with twisting some of the events of the show to believe that Eggy is as great as Apoy says, then yeah, this video would definitely get you to like her. In that manner, Apoy makes some fantastic points. Except for one. Early in the video, Apoy makes the argument that Eggy's outburst at Clock in BFB 6 was reasonable because she was scared of getting eliminated. And then he compares it to having a team member on MasterChef burning their dish? What? That's nowhere near similar. Bro, did you even watch the episode? No. Literally every single member of the team, except Cake, was looking right at Bill. Clock was just in front. That would be like if you were in MasterChef and a fucking nuclear bomb teleported into the oven containing everyone's food. But then when it explodes, the entire blast is absorbed by just one of the meals, for the sole reason that it was the closest to the bomb, leaving just the one meal charred and causing the team to lose. Like, yeah, sure, technically it was that one guy's meal that caused the loss, but you can't blame him for putting his food in the spot he did, because if that bomb teleported just 2 inches to the right, that would have been your meal in the blast zone. I'm really sorry for bringing this up. This is the only part of the video that's not scholarly and philosophical. But this is also just like a stupid argument. Look, Apoy, I love you, man, and I know that you tried your best, but you just cannot defend this. It was simply a bad thing on Eggy's part. Also a bad thing on the writer's part, but yeah. Sorry, just had to get that out of my system. It's been a long time since I've gotten to complain about something that doesn't deserve it. To be completely fair though, that's only the first half of the video that's about BFB. When he starts to analyze TPOT, it works a lot more because the creators of that show, at least for the first 2 episodes, did in fact make each character deep. Dude. And yeah, when he talks about Eggy and TPOTs 1 and 2, it did for maybe a tiny fraction of a second get me genuinely fascinated by her character. Then the TPOT Dark Age hit and you know the rest. But the question still remains, did this video make me like Eggy? No, obviously. Did you even listen to me at all? D tier. Hey, I'm just kind of adding this part in here, but I kind of feel bad about revolving this segment around Apoy because, you know, I know he's really sick of the jokes. Like, it's impossible to talk about this character without Apoy getting brought into the conversation, much like Marker in his Roblox game. Damn it! But I kind of had to do it because I needed an excuse to watch that video. And also without it, I would have just talked about the character for literally 3 sentences. So I just want to say that this is the last time I'm ever going to add fuel to that fire. And I'm so sorry that you're forced to revolve your life around one character. Fanny. I was an OG Fanny fan. Ever since episode 1 of BFB, I thought she was hilarious. The way she said every single line so aggressively was just hilarious to me. The charm of that has since worn off, but she's made up for it by being a super good character. I don't want to get all character analysis-y, but I really like how she stuck up for Bubble in BFB and argued against Teardrop's inclusion in TPOT. I swear I'm not just saying that because it's Teardrop. Fanny just wants everything to be fair, and I respect that. In TPOT 1, Fries had an offhand comment about Fanny having the spirit of a leader. When I first saw that, I was hoping, praying, begging that Fanny would become her team's leader. But after the Dark Age hit, I was totally ready for this idea to never resurface. But lo and behold, in TPOT 7, that very thing happened. Fantastic character, unironically deserves a spot in the finale. S tier. Dora. I like Dora. I think her existence, much like Robati, is hysterical. But unlike Robati, Dora is an actually good competitor. I honestly wish they went all the way with this idea. She's a stupid stick figure with an annoying gimmick, but she absolutely carries her team every challenge. That would be so cool and divide people so hard between loving and hating her. But as it stood in BFB 15, she was eliminated to save Lollipop, and now resides in the exit. I know that this is starting to get outside the realm of this video, but I was really happy to see just how many votes she got in TPOT 13. 4th place against these 3 titans is nothing to scoff at. A tier. Bubble. She's okay, I guess. She was decent in Season 1, very underutilized in both halves of Season 2, and decent again in BFB. I suppose that she wasn't massacred too hard in Post-Split, but that mainly comes down to 2 things. For one, she got eliminated in the same episodes where things started to get really bad. And 2, she never really did anything at all. They mentioned how she never got over her frenemies phase with Leafy in BFB 17, but they never do anything with that. Ruby was pretty much the only person she ever talked to, and once she got out, that was pretty much it for her. I'm never gonna get over how much they screwed her over in BFB 22 though, that was so rigged. C tier. Naily. Okay, who else forgot Naily existed? I sure did. Naily is one of the few characters that I actually enjoyed more in BFB than I did TPOT. It's not like she was super amazing in BFB or anything, but I find her TPOT self to be a bit boring. She just kind of becomes Price Tag's friend and nothing else really happens with that. I really liked her feud with Fiery Jr. for as short as it lasted. D tier. Flower. Where do I even begin with Flower? Flower is the crown jewel of Post-Split's destruction, the purest representation of every awful decision made, the epitome of the scummy corporate side of Jacknjellify. I can understand if you like Flower, and that's perfectly fine if you do, but I personally cannot stand this character, especially when she could have been amazing. In Pre-Split, you can tell that Flower was genuinely attempting to become a better person, wanting to help out her team, trying to befriend the Alliance, and overall being a realistic evolution of her Season 1 self. Like, remember BFB 11? Remember what I said about that? Yeah, just insert that here. Post-Split Flower's popularity was so artificial. Instead of having the character do actual things to get people to like her, they just baited for sympathy episode after episode. But there was still an opportunity here for cool stuff. After BFB 7, the show sort of forgot that Flower and Ruby were supposed to be friends. And I think that now the cast is so small, that Post-Split would have been a great time to bring that back. Maybe when Taco initially rejects Flower's idea for an alliance, she goes to form a cross-team alliance with Ruby instead. Or better yet, don't organize your teams by f***ing colors and place everyone with characters they can actually play off of. Putting Flower with Ruby and Bubble would have been way better than what they actually did. I don't remember any significant interactions between Flower and any other members of the Have-Nots. Yet she's restricted to interacting with the people she can actually talk to. And because of this, the Final Four have absolutely no interesting dynamics with her. Like, sure, Teardrop's a dick to her, but everyone else is a dick to her too. This means nothing. Instead, maybe you should put Flower on the Have-Cots so she'll have people she'll actually interact with, and then move Teardrop to the other team so that way their rivalry can form naturally in the early stages of the game. Okay, I'm just gonna stop there because this is kinda turning into how I would fix all of Post-Split. Maybe I'll give that subject its own video someday. Let me know if you'd be interested in that. If I'm gonna be completely honest, Flower isn't a terrible character. Her arc, while manipulative, in a vacuum is inspiring and continues her development from Pre-Split, giving a finale to this season that's just as heartwarming as it is contrived.
Tough guy, taken out in Season 1 for being too mean, learns to be a nicer person and wins Season 2. Thought it was a strong arc.
But it's what she represents that makes me hate her. Greed, manipulation, and a forced narrative. If Jacknjellify ever stoops this low again, it'll be the last time I call myself a fan. F tier. 1. I think 1 is really cool. I love the idea of an evil Elderbralian going after 2's power. That's like the thing they're battling for. I love her voice actress. She does a great job. She makes horror games apparently. Some like needy streamer overload type thing. I don't know, looks right up my alley. This is what my alley looks like. In TPOT 13, when counting down, 1 says
4. Oh.
Okay, so clearly some resentment towards 4 there, that could be cool. Or maybe not clear, maybe she's just upset that basketball was taking a while. Really could be either. I really like 1. I like how she kidnaps the contestants, I like how she has no arms for some reason, and I love needy streamer overload. Just kidding, I fell asleep watching a playthrough. B tier. Nickel. You ever have something really good before and then one day someone else just fucks it up? I know I've already talked about it so much, but damn it dude, they ruined Nickel. He was one of the best characters in BFDIA and perfectly represented how unnecessarily cruel the world was in that season. He was cool, he was funny, I really loved this version of Nickel. But now he's a completely different character. If you changed his name and design for BFB, no one would be able to tell. And like, his new personality is fine, I guess. It's annoying at times, but I don't really hate him or anything. But why would you even try to fix what's not broken to begin with? I want my Season 2 Nickel, I want my asshole character, and I want my 5 fucking plushies, damn it! C tier. Belle. Belle sure is a contestant. I used to really not like her because I thought her voice was annoying, but now I'm indifferent to her. Her being mean to Taco and BFB was weird, and now that she's out, literally nothing in my life has changed. You could pretty much consider TPOT 12 to be a single elimination. D tier. Saw. 8! 8, guys, 8! I love this gag. It's probably the 8th best joke of all time. I think I'll place this character in 8th place. Oh, would you look at that? It's 8 o'clock on the 8th day of the week. How many people have I skinned alive? 8! It is astonishing to me that they thought this 8-bit needed to go on for as long as it did. Not only that, but they did nothing with it. If you wanted it that bad, you could have at least done something interesting with it. Like here, how about this? Saw notices that her number yelling urges have made it so people don't like being around her. So she tries desperately to stop it. She stumbles across a flower one day and remembers her happy thought from BFB 15. She then spends hours smelling it, hoping that it will eventually make her breathe out the fumes, to no avail. With the 8 yelling continuing to drive her friends away, she decides that she'll stop talking altogether. And I have a few ideas on where it could go from here. Maybe she befriends Teardrop since they're both mute and the two teams could be allies. Or maybe Saw's team is in danger or something and Saw needs to go communicate with 2 in a way that would force her to yell 8. She's torn on whether to yell the number and save her friends or stay quiet, scared that the fumes are still there. Then maybe when she finally gets the courage to say it, she doesn't yell 8. For whatever reason, staying quiet for a couple episodes allowed the 8ness to pass. Then she's finally able to enjoy herself for the first time in years. Or better yet, in Teapot 1, Saw just asks to if they can remove the 8 yelling, and they do. Then from here on out, she could just be a normal character. It's so easy to do something interesting with this character that I'm just gonna throw out another idea. In Teapot 1, Saw laments on how she misses Lollipop and Taco, but Gady reassures her by saying that she's still there. Saw, without any other friends left, only ever hangs around Gady, but then 2 starts to occupy more of Gady's time. Saw is once again left alone. From then on, she could try to befriend other people, separate Gady in 2, or just be depressed. Look, all I'm saying is that there are hundreds of ways to give this character an interesting plotline, but they chose instead to go with the shitty running gag. What a joke of a character. I know a lot of people really don't care about Saw, especially now, but as I said before, Saw used to be my very favorite character, and seeing my favorite character slowly go from a real person to a one-note joke character kinda made me sad. She's nothing now. She has lost all substance and likability. She has been degraded to 1 trait and is a character of the likes of David or Rocky, but at least those 2 are funny every once in a while. Saw isn't a character anymore. She's just 8. F tier. Donut. I like Donut. He's a very respectable individual. He didn't really have much going for him in BFDIA, but that doesn't mean he deserved to be kicked off so early. I'm excited for the eventual IDFB episode that focuses on him. I'd like to see him go from being more of a jerk to an all-around great guy. I love his dynamic with Golf Ball, and he pretty much replaces 8-Ball in that old pre-split arc. I hope he makes it far. S tier. 4. 4 is a very interesting character in this series in the fact that he has 4 distinct eras. The first era was very early pre-split and contains all of the episodes before he's multiplied by 0. In these first few episodes, 4, as well as X, are super weird and creepy. Their animation is unlike any of the other characters, the way they speak is alien, and their overall vibe is one of an eldritch horror. 4 is super violent in these episodes too, zapping and screeching people all the time. It's a hard decision to make, but this might be my favorite 4 era. Just look at him at the end of BFB 2. It really sells that otherworldly abomination feeling the early episodes had. The only downside is that he's not much of a character here. He's more of a gimmick and sometimes plot device for wacky challenges, but it's definitely the most unique of the 4 4s. The second era is from BFB 10 to 15. This is when 4 came back and was a little less violent, a little less unsettling, and a lot more of a character. This is classic 4, probably the version that everyone comes to when thinking about the character. It does lose some of that uniqueness that early 4 had, but I can't deny that this is the objectively best version of 4. He's mean, but not cruel. He's funny, but not repetitive. All around great character. Now here's the part where I say something along the lines of, I can't wait for them to fuck it up, but I've already made that joke like 20 times at this point. In BFB 16, 4 just kinda lets 2 take his contestants away. He doesn't do anything about it really. We later find out that 4 is stronger than 2, so I really don't know why he just sits there and lets it happen. You know, other than the fact that the plot demanded it. Post-Split did 4 so dirty. A lot of Post-Split characters didn't start getting worse until a few episodes in. But 4 is just a little early bird, isn't he? At the very start, he begs the contestants to help him get X back.
Flower, the answer was, is, and will always be no!
Dude, episode 1-4 would have like horrifically mutilated Flower in front of everybody. He's just a little bitch now. He whines all the time and lets everyone push him around. I know that later on they explain that X is trying to get 4 to be nicer, but you could have had a middle ground there. And he gets this dumb character arc at the end where he learns to be nice to the contestants. But he was already doing that, guys! At the end of BFB 30, 4 is unrecognizable as he was in BFB 15. This character arc doesn't work because it wasn't set up well, but also because this isn't 4 anymore. This kind of character arc would never work with the real 4. BFB 1-4 would kick BFB 34's ass. It wouldn't even be a competition. Get it? Competition, like the competition show. And that leads us back to Teapot, where I actually like this version of 4. They completely undo his character arc, which is hilarious. Recently, they struck a bit of a middle ground between the first 2 eras of the character. One where he's his own person, but still weird and creepy. Same thing goes for X too. The 2 of them act really unsensible at times, which leads to some funny moments. I can't believe it, but Jacknjellify actually fixed 4. And all it took was completely ignoring everything from Post-Split. Amazing, they should do that more often. B tier. Tree. For a character this prominent in Teapot, I have a shockingly small amount of things to say about him. He's such a neutral character to me, I really don't care at all if he stays or goes. I have this theory that a lot of people only like him because of his voice. That's a C tier. 8-Ball. I honestly feel really bad for 8-Ball. He had a shitty rushed arc, got eliminated, then he had the least to do out of the Exiters in every episode, got his own arc ripped from his hands and remade in an infinitely better way, and then to top it all off, got dead last in the rejoin. I really don't hate 8-Ball or anything, but there just isn't much to him. D tier. Bami. In BFDIA, Bami was the most boring character of all time. He literally did nothing the whole season. His most memorable moment is running away from a bowl of petunias, and that's also the only notable thing about him that season. They even pointed it out in IDFB. I mean, they still didn't do anything with him, but calling attention to it definitely makes it better. In BFB, he was once again pretty unnoteworthy. There was a little bit more to him, but not enough for me to be able to think of anything to say here. But most of that changes in Teapot. In episode 9, he's just kind of a Chad. Of course, his last stand against Pillow is iconic. That "oh no, I just lit my fuse" is one of the coldest lines of all time. He gained my respect after that move, and I started to like him a lot more after this. But the more I think about it, the more I realize that that's the only reason I really like Bami this season. He never really does much. But then again, standing up to Pillow was pretty badass. I can already tell I'm gonna have a really hard time trying to place him on the tier list. But then in the BFDIA revival, he's unbelievably different to how he was in the original BFDIA, and Teapot for that matter. He talks so much, and he's so energetic and bloodthirsty. Why was he so quick to kill Pin in episode 12? We'll never know. I mean, to be fair, he was a little more aggressive in early Teapot and BFB, but also, I don't know, just something about Revival Bami just rubs me the wrong way. It's so weird for me to love and hate two versions of the same character at the same time. Maybe it's because he does too much. It's possible that his personality is just hard to stand for any more than a few lines per episode. After all, they sure do love to give Bami screen time in that season. For the tier list, I don't know. My thoughts on this character are so complicated that I can't decide if he should go in B tier because I like him or D tier because he's an objectively mediocre character. Well, I guess there's only one solution to this. C tier. TV. Teapot did a really good job giving almost every character something interesting about them. Even the contestants that got eliminated early on still had their moments. But there's a select few characters that Teapot just fumbled the bag with so hard. Barfbag, Saw, and Clock, for example. But they never fumbled the bag with TV because they never bothered picking it up in the first place. I don't even hate TV, I can see the potential for him as a character. But the writers just flat out refuse to do anything of substance with him. In this episode, he makes popcorn. Oh, really breaking new ground there, guys. I'll admit that I was a little harsh in my TV video. I was missing the part where I say something along the lines of, if you like TV, that's perfectly fine. Your opinions are valid. But also, you can't deny that in terms of contributing to the series as a whole, other characters deserve to stay over him. And you know what? I did have a section like that in the video, but I cut it out. Why? To give the ending more punch. That ending wasn't even that funny, it wasn't worth it. Because of how negative I was in that video, a lot of TV fans doubled down on their opinion, saying that they're going to vote for TV just to spite me. So I just want to take this time to say that I'm sorry for everyone I made mad with that video. It wasn't right for me to straight up bash a character and fan base that really didn't deserve it. Still boring as f though, F tier. Stateby. Stateby is yet another character I have nothing to say about. He really didn't have much to do in Pre-Split. He had his Stapler Instincts thing, which sucked and was annoying. I'm glad they dropped that. But then in the most unfair viewer voting in the series, Stateby is put up for elimination after cheating. Now tell me how the hell he was supposed to survive this. And then in the exit, he's just whatever. Sorry I don't have more to say about him. D tier. Bracelety. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. I do find Bracelety to be pretty funny. Her entire purpose is worshipping a random character, which is already a little humorous. But the fact that Ice Cube is yet to have a single conversation, hell, even acknowledge her existence, is really funny to me. If she had joined Teapot instead of Lai, I would have definitely been okay with that. Not Pencil though, she's not that good. She has a lot of potential, but in terms of what she's done so far, there isn't too much to write home about if I'm being honest. She's pretty fun at times, and now that I think about it, she's kind of just a better bottle. Still the worst Team Jingle though, are you kidding me? B tier. Match. I know that we already talked about how much Pencil has changed over the course of the series, but it's weird to me just how consistent Match has been. She is very similar throughout the whole show, even season 1. She's basically a valley girl. That's
your personality.
Even in BFB 11, when it looked like she'd have a big change, she's back to basics in the exit. Baldy's basics, that is.
Hi, I'm Baldy. Nice to meet you.
It looks like they're cooking up something good for us with the end of TPOT 14, though. I swear, though, if it takes them another 7 episodes to get back to this like last time, I'm gonna be mildly agitated. C tier. Announcer. The announcer is a pretty interesting character in the show. For a lot of season 1, he's really unnoteworthy, just being a generic host character. But about halfway through, he starts to gain a lot of personality. He has a lot of season 1's best jokes. I think it's the combination of his deadpan voice and the power over the contestants that does it. He also has so much mystery behind him, more so than almost any other character. Will it ever in a million years get expanded upon? Nope. He's only in BFB for 3 episodes, and he's fine there. He doesn't do anything all that memorable, aside from moving the plot forward, but he's not really ruined or anything. I'll say it now, if the eventual season 6 of this show has 4 hosts like they teased in BFB 30, it's gonna suck. You know what, I'm just gonna take the rest of this segment to complain about the non-existent season 6. Like, how many times can these same characters get put into a reality show? Everything up to this point works, but a 5th competition would feel forced or be way too convoluted. In season 1, the announcer gets his cast and starts his show. After the prize goes missing, he runs a 2nd season immediately after for the same prize. These both work. After years of nothing, a powerful being who was obsessed with BFDI comes to the contestants and runs a 3rd competition for them all. This works because it's separate from the first 2, and it's actually the first competition for a lot of the characters. Later on, another powerful being swoops in and splits the cast between 2 shows. This is technically a 4th competition, but from the TPOT contestants' perspectives, BFB 1 to present day just feels like one long competition. This works. But what about a season 6? Where would you go from here? You can't just have 4 old characters host another season. This is nothing new. We've seen this all before. And what would the prize be? How could you possibly top godlike powers? The prize can't be just another Dream Island or $1 million or something. The expectations of the contestants and the viewers are way too high for that. I'm gonna be honest, guys, I think that after TPOT, it might be time to throw in the towel. I mean, sure, they could do another non-competitive season like IDFB, but I'm sure that a lot of viewers would be turned off by that. The only idea that I have, though, is one trapping some of the contestants in her pocket dimension and forcing them to compete. But that would feel forced, like I said. And also, it would force the season to have a perpetually dark and hopeless tone, which would wear thin after a while. If any of you guys have an actually good idea for a season 6 gimmick, let me know because I'd just like to see if you could. B tier. Puffball Speaker Box. Honestly, Puffball Speaker Box is overrated. She's not a bad character, she works well as the host, but she really is just Puffball again. She has like a total of 2 minutes of screen time in the original BFDIA. And the revival, they cranked that way up as well as making her unkind and a little bloodthirsty. I suppose that it's nice they try to make her more unique, but since it's so different than how she was before, it doesn't even feel like the same character anymore. Overall, she's a decent character, a fine host, and the best thing she ever did was getting stabbed so Fiery Speaker Box could take her place. D tier. Teardrop. There are only 5 characters in BFDI that I absolutely despise. And Teardrop's 3 of them. I'm not gonna say much here considering there's been no new Teardrop content since I made that video on this creature. I think that video still does a fine job representing my thoughts and feelings towards the character, and anything I left out I'm sure I mentioned here somewhere. I wish I could say this is the last time I'd be talking about this character, but I know in my heart that's not true. Fucking F tier. Non-existy.
Oh shit, here we go again.
So there are 2 different ways you could interpret non-existy, one where he's real and one where he's fake. The fake interpretation is when characters act like there's someone there, but there isn't. And the real one is someone having a consciousness, but not a body. Let's look at that first one. This one kind of works like a sort of mythical but fake being, like Bigfoot or EDP. Somebody in-universe invented the character of non-existy, and everyone else either believes that this character is real or just plays along for fun. This is probably the version that most people think of non-existy as. I mean, there were tons of commenters in my video on the character that said something to the effect of, "But if non-existy actually did something, that would ruin the joke." And yeah, in this interpretation, it would. Non-existy is some urban legend that doesn't really exist, yet no one can prove he's not real. But the characters really believe it. To date, there hasn't been a single time where a character has implied that non-existy isn't really there. Just look at Belle in TPOT 9.
No, you don't think undead non-existy is pulling us down, do you?
That's not the face of someone telling a joke. She genuinely considered the idea of an undead non-existy. Overall, this version of non-existy is a pure joke, even in universe. He is quite literally non-existent. And that's all well and good, but this second version of the character is where things get interesting. Let's say that non-existy really does exist, but only in the form of a consciousness. Or maybe he does exist, but just not on the same plane of existence as everyone else. There is so much potential with this. You could literally do anything with this idea. Remember that TPOT 6 theory where people thought that the voice directing Just Not was non-existy? Getting revenge on Price Tag for taking his place? That's a cool as shit idea. I want to see that. Imagine the amount of havoc that could happen if he was an actual contestant. At first, his team could be pissed off that they're one member short, but as episodes go on, things just start to happen. Objects change locations in the blink of an eye. Tasks get completed out of nowhere. And over time, he'd start doing more and more. Like someone on the other team is right about to complete the challenge, but then they just vanish out of nowhere. And then when he gets eliminated, all hell breaks loose, and then the rest of the episode is just centered around that. I know that this idea has strayed very far away from the original character, but you have to admit, that would be pretty cool. If non-existy really was non-existy, then how can people even keep track of him at all? In BFDI, Ruby says that the announcer missed him during the fling. In TPOT 1, 2 acknowledges the character and even says that he's bigger once Price Tag and Winner move. The fact that he's flung into the LOL in BFDIA and is considered to still be in there during IDFB means that he has some form of presence. If anything, there's still that weird peanut butter bit. You know, maybe I'm right, or maybe I'm just desperately trying to convince myself that he's real because I really want him to be. I mean, I just went through so much to prove that he's real when, in reality, it's infinitely easier to prove that he's not. In BFDIA, it's stated that all the contestants not present may not compete, and that non-existy is removed from the board. And in that one Q&A video, someone asked why non-existy wasn't in BFB, and Satomi says that he just didn't show up. And maybe the same could be said for both debuts. As much as I want to argue against it, non-existy isn't real. Just fucking kidding! Jacknjellify said that if non-existy had gotten the most votes in the TPOT debut, they would have actually let him join the game. If that was the case and he became a contestant, then he would equal 1. Then the contestants would still be divided into 6 teams of 7, meaning that one of those 6 teams would have non-existy and he would count as a member. If he went up for elimination, he would have gotten votes, and if he got the least, he would be eliminated. Through Jacknjellify's own words, non-existy has to be real. The only other option is that he never shows up to the cake at stakes, never gets eliminated, and then gets guaranteed at least 2nd place in the finale. So Jacknjellify, it's up to you. Either he's real or he's a finalist in season 6. Take your pick. A tier. Remote. It's a little shocking just how early Remote got eliminated in TPOT. I remember that back in the BFB days, people were predicting that Remote would make it all the way to the final 10. I was never the biggest fan of Remote, but I wouldn't mind at all if he was still around. I mean, I like Fanny more, so if it had to be one of them, I'd keep Remote eliminated. But I'd still definitely pick her over Mark or Retrie. Remote seems to have the biggest following for a potential TPOT rejoin, aside from maybe Lightning. And there are currently some eliminated contestants that I want back more than her, but I'll still vote for her just to prevent someone else from joining instead. B tier. 2. I think 2 works as a host. They do their job well and can be pretty charming at times, but they're also just a little bit boring. Like, say what you want about 4, but you can't deny that he's super memorable and interesting in literally every aspect. But 2 is kinda just a guy. There's not really anything all that intriguing about him to me, to the point where I'd almost prefer any of the other Eljabrilians were the host instead of them. They're not a bad character at all, I do like them, but I just have nothing to say about them. I'm sorry, I really am. I know that 2's fan base is huge, but... See, I can't even finish my sentence, that's how boring they are. D tier. Pin. I can't believe she was in the bottom 2 in BFDIA 16, that was kinda crazy. Aside from that oddity, Pin is an extremely popular character, and I could definitely see her being in the final 4 of BFDIA. Now actually winning the season? I mean, she's a good character, but I don't think she could, nor do I want her to. I'm a fries and tennis ball finalist kind of guy myself. She's somehow more interesting in BFDIA than she is in TPOT. I don't know what it is, but I just don't really give a shit about TPOT Pin. Maybe it's because of the lack of characters she's actually friends with. Coiny and Needle are both gone, so she doesn't really have anyone left to play off of. I remember in TPOT 14 when they tried really hard to make it seem like Pin and Gady were good friends, but I just wasn't buying it. Either way, I would not be heartbroken if she got sent away. B tier. Tennis ball. Look, I love being a contrarian just as much as the next guy, but not even I can hate tennis ball. He's fun, he's cool, he's interesting, he's a good competitor. His relationship with golf ball is unlike any other in the series. In BFDI, he's a classic character. Gets shit done, makes it pretty far, then gets robbed. It's a tale as old as time. In OG BFDIA, it's a pretty similar story, only this time without the thievery. Then from BFB to modern day, he stayed largely the same as a fan favorite. He's a great asset to whatever team he's on and can help out in a ton of challenges. And of course his dynamic with golf ball is perfect. I love tennis ball on his own, but when he's paired with golf ball, come on. Come on, S tier. Golf ball. Speak of the devil and he doth appear. Remember near the end of my change of plans video when I said, in fact, the very next video after this is going to be about BFDI, and a longer one at that. As most of you have probably figured out, I never did end up releasing a big BFDI video after that. In fact, the only BFDI video I've released in between that video and this one is the TV video, and that was an off-the-cuff idea after TPOT 13 came out. So what was this mystery video? Take a wild guess. I Love Golf Ball was the video. I started writing it when I saw her get eliminated in BFDIA 14. It was during that elimination when I realized that she was my favorite character. My reaction when Ruby got eliminated. Aw, damn it! My reaction when Golf Ball— No! It was supposed to be a half sequel to the I Hate Teardrop video, hence the name. I was gonna follow the same format of talking about the character in each season, but once I got to the BFB segment of the script, I decided to scrap it. Believe it or not, it's a lot easier to talk about why you hate something than why you love something. The reason I like Golf Ball isn't deep. It's not some intense opinion I had to unravel to convince people like Teardrop. The truth is, I like Golf Ball because I like Golf Ball. I find her really fun and a great addition to the roster. I do find it genuinely difficult to put into words why I like her so much, but I do. Needless to say, S tier. Snowball. Another ball? Damn. Snowball has gained a very fortunate standing in the TPOT cast. At this point, it doesn't matter what he does because he will be safe second every single time. Only ever beaten out by Grassy. Yeah, before you say anything, I know this shit aged poorly, alright? I watched TPOT 16, alright? We all know that the only reason Grassy is still in the game is because of the 9-year-old army, but is Snowball the same? I don't know for sure because I haven't seen anyone talk about it, but he's gotten so many votes every single episode, yet I barely hear any OFC YouTubers talking about him. But I still do like Snowball. Less so now because I think he's gotten a little bland since he became friends with Grassy. Definitely a great character back in BFB though. I hope he returns to that someday. Just another reason for Grassy to get voted out. I mean, it's gotta happen someday, right? Tell you what, if the final 3 of TPOT are TV, Marker, and Grassy, I'll delete all my videos and replace them with the BFDIA 13 reaction. Sound like a deal? B tier. David. I wonder a lot how David specifically would do in the vote to save format. I mean, the only reason he survived 2 eliminations in pre-split was because each time he was put up against the only 2 characters in the show more hated than him. If only Satomi didn't despise Nickel for literally no reason and he'd still be in the game. I like David a lot, but I do understand why he's so hated. It's not that everyone hates the character, it's that 90% of people would rather have him be gone as opposed to a real character. Pretty much the same situation as TV now that I think about it. Maybe we aren't so different, you and I. With that said, even I would be a little annoyed if he was in the final 20. I wish he got to TPOT, but he definitely doesn't deserve to survive any more than another 2 eliminations, if even that. He's really funny, but he doesn't do anything, and there's not really any potential there like Dora. So there's not much of a reason for him to make it to the merge. Still, B tier. Lightning. You know, Lightning is another character that I never realized I liked so much until he was eliminated. I remember watching the TPOT 7 parody and seeing Lightning get eliminated, and then just thinking, yeah, I prefer Tree. But then when the actual thing came out and Lightning was eliminated, I was like, what the hell? I said I'd prefer Tree! And now, I just want him back. I like Lightning. Out of everyone eliminated in the show, he'd definitely be my first pick to come back. Not much else to say, he's just a charming character. A tier. Clock. Oh look, the other Teapot 7 loser. Clock was one of my favorites back in BFB. I loved his small rivalry with 4 and how he was so assertive with everything. His love of loser was his worst trait, and it was clearly only ever there to throw him on the team. I really wish it didn't take them like 4 years to get around to that forgetting thing. No, seriously, it was over 4 years between BFB 15 and Teapot 10. I don't get you! I'm really happy that they didn't let his elimination get in the way of that though. That was a great moment. I don't know what Clock did while working in the kitchen, but foregoing from killing Clock and not recovering him for a year to literally having a shrine of the guy has to be the biggest turnaround of the century. B tier. Barf Bag. All I have to say about Barf Bag is that it's about fucking time she got out. I like Barf Bag, I really do. In fact, there was a time when she was my second favorite character in the whole show. Guess when that was? But since the very start of Teapot, episode after episode, the writers just refused to give her anything to do. I swear, she did more in BFDIA 13 and 14 than she did in any individual Teapot episode. Which is very concerning considering in one she's an actual contestant, and in the other she's locked in a box. The fact she was able to survive Teapot 9 is a miracle. That's a weird way to pronounce that word. And I completely understand if a character gets the shaft every couple of episodes. With this many, it's bound to happen. But it's not like they just forgot about her for a few episodes. She legitimately does nothing noteworthy for the entire season. Aside from almost ending the world, of course. Even in the episode that's supposedly centered around her, she still barely does anything. I don't know why they struggled so much to make Barf Bag anything other than boring, but they did. There was potential for S tier, but unfortunately, D tier. Woody. Something that I didn't mention in my BFB 22 review is that Woody's testimony is very much in line with his pre-split arc. Back then, his whole thing was desperately trying to become less scared of everything. And in BFB 22, he's very hesitant when doing his prank. He even looks a little wary high-fiving Blocky. The prank is very simple and just a repeat of what Blocky did. So you can definitely see this as Woody trying to be funny and connect to his fellow contestants for the first time. See, the problem is when the writers decide that Woody is now a pranking machine. He loses all sense of empathy and morals and just becomes an asshole after one unamusing prank. A better way to have done this would have been Blocky taking Woody under his wing and teaching him to be a funny doer just like him. Woody being very hesitant to follow Blocky's torturous plans, but going along with it anyway because this is the first time he's ever been friends with someone strong and popular. Eventually realizing that it isn't worth it and instead goes off to pursue what he really wants. And in turn, Blocky gaining a mutual respect for him. And I guess that's kind of what they're going for, but they never really showed that. Post-Split had some decent ideas, but it never explored them in any way that would actually make them interesting or realistic. What the arc needed was a single linear progression from Scaredy Cat to Brave, but instead, Post-Split was all over the place with him. If Woody had stayed on his trajectory that he had in Post-Split, I would have absolutely no problem with him winning the season, but as it stands, C tier. Fries. Isn't it weird that Fries was the first person voted off his team in Teapot, yet is the fan favorite to win BFDIA? I wonder if his early departure has anything to do with all the love he's gotten recently. Although I am a little bummed Fries got out so early, I don't find myself missing him ever. The reason for this is most likely because of him still being in BFDIA. I mentioned it earlier, but that's a huge oversight when running 2 seasons at once, especially when there's overlapping characters. Now, this doesn't apply to Fries because he got eliminated before BFDIA started, but Pencil, Golf Ball, and even Pin have experienced a bit of unpopularity in one of the 2 shows just because they happen to be in both. Anyway, I really like Fries. I always wanted Golf Ball to win BFDIA, but once she got the boot, I wasn't really sure who to root for. But then I saw a bunch of love for Fries popping up, and I said, sure. I think at this point, Fries is so popular that he's pretty much guaranteed to win the season. My prediction is a final 3 of Coiny, Fries, and Tennis Ball. In Teapot, he was pretty boring. Even in the 2 good episodes he was in, he didn't do much. I swear though, when I first watched the Teapot intro, I was so hopeful for the return of Rotatoes. He even loses his fries during the first episode. You can't blame me for thinking they would make a comeback, or at the very least we'd be able to see what happens to him after he loses all his fries. He seemed pretty nervous about being left with only one in IDFB, so clearly it's gotta be something interesting. Look, I know they're definitely saving those things for the eventual return of IDFB in 20 years, and I get that. But maybe next time don't imply everything 6 ways to Sunday tier. Balloony. I think that everyone in the universe understands that Balloony had no place being in Post-Split. Like, he was a well-liked character for sure, but he definitely didn't fit in with these fan favorites in Spongy. I think the reason for him being here was just elimination fodder. An easy guarantee out so the rest of the cast could actually do things. It kinda sucks, but I get why they did it. Someone had to go first, and they'd rather it be someone with less plot relevance instead of risking it with anyone else. But you know what? They never ended up doing anything with the rest of the cast anyway, so thanks for your worthy sacrifice, Balloony! He was a great character in Pre-Split. He was fun and unique, and the only member of BEEP that could actually accomplish a lot. If he stayed in TPOT like he should have, he could have made it very far, and saved Cloudy along with it. B for Balloony. And that's it for the Post-Split gang! I'm almost sad that this is the last time I'll be talking about them, and just so you know, by sad I mean f***ing relieved. For the final hurrah of this despicable cast of desecrated characters, I'm gonna rank all 16 of them from least massacred to most. Here we go! Number 16 is Spongy. The only reason he gets last place is because he's the only character to technically get better in Post-Split. He was a jerk in BFB 14 and 15, and then in Post-Split he was just normal again. Kinda feels like cheating, but you gotta hand it to him. They did technically improve him. Number 15, Balloony. He never got the chance to even do anything. Of course he's gonna be low. Jacknjellify didn't even get the opportunity to ruin them if they tried. Number 14, 13, and 12. Bubble, Ruby, and X. These three are all tied because they pretty much stayed the same. Balloony still gets a better spot simply because them existing longer in the season inherently makes them worse. I mean, X was a little annoying in BFB 19 and 20, but he was fine the rest of the season. And like I said, Ruby and Bubble were pretty much the same. Number 11 is Fiery. I almost put him with the three above, but then I remembered him trying to steal the BFDI in BFB 30. I can't in good conscience put him any lower than this because he was actually pretty good most of the season. But damn, that was bad. Number 10, Gelatin. The characters above this spot are the ones that came out mostly unscathed. They may have fallen a bit short in a few places, but overall they ended up more or less the same than they were in Pre-Split. Every character below this spot is the opposite, finishing the season far worse than they started out. But Gelatin? Gelatin just got really boring. Number 9 is Blocky. I already talked about him enough in the Woody segment. I don't feel like doing it again. Number 8, Lollipop. Lollipop, much like Gelatin, also became boring. But the difference is how much they deviated from her original character. Lollipop started out as a pompous asshole, constantly beating down on others for no reason. But then she just became generically nice. This sucks. I used to hate the old Lollipop, but now I desperately want her back. And stop trying to make Scribble Girl a thing. That was fucking stupid. Number 7 is Woody, and again, I just talked about him. Rewind back a few minutes if you forgot what I said. Number 6, Taco. Damn, dude, they did Taco so dirty. She became such a big, unpleasant person in Post-Split. She just cried and whined about Blocky and Woody all day long. It sucks. She's not even a fun character to watch anymore. After a single episode of this, it's already tiring. They abandoned the book arc for this. Blocky! Number 5, Leafy. Leafy was going so good this season. After everything, I was rooting for her to win, but BFB 27 just ruined everything. Remember in IDFB when she tried to kill people for no reason? Well, guess who's back at it? Number 4, Teardrop. See, I knew that wouldn't be the last time. They horribly missed the original intention of Teardrop. Like, just play what I said about her earlier again. She's more down on her luck, constantly being wronged by the world and not having a way to combat it. That really says it all. If they stuck with that approach, I could have been an actual Teardrop fan. Yes, you heard that correctly. Me, the number 1 Teardrop hater, could have actually loved the character. It's a story as old as time. She becomes an overpowered, cocky, ultra badass, and thus makes me hate her. She deserved to get eliminated. I hope 2 forgets about her and she stays locked up and alone forever.
Go fuck yourself. And then go die.
Number 3, Loser. Looking at surface level, it doesn't seem like Loser was that bad this season. Sure, he was self-centered in his elimination, but other than that, he was pretty good. This is true, but you have to remember that the egotism the writers gave him in BFB 21 shaped his character permanently and set him on an ongoing 5-year losing streak. It technically isn't Post-Split's fault what they did with him in TPOT, but I don't care. They literally went back and retconned him to be a horrible person all along. Like, this sucks. I loved him in Pre-Split, and a lot of other people did too. The whole reason they brought him back in the first place was because of how popular he was. Number 2 is Flower. Yep, not last place. That's reserved for someone special. And I think I already said everything I could earlier, so I'm just gonna skip this. And finally, number 1 is 4. This should be no surprise. As much as the other characters were mutilated throughout the course of just Honestly, just 8 episodes. None of them can even compare to 4. The difference between episode 1-4 and episode 34 is night and day, but only if day was blistering scalding hell and night was frigid bitter Neptune. 4 is absolutely the most massacred member of Post-Split because this personality shouldn't even be possible. Flower Speaker Box. You know, I think that Flower Speaker Box is a pretty underrated host. She was just kind of Flower again, but she had a good dynamic with the Fiery Speaker Box. It sucks that she got killed. I hope she can make a return with the other Speaker Boxes one day. C tier. Grassy. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Much like Rocky, I don't despise Grassy, but his inclusion in the season does annoy me. Jacknjellify have tried their best to make this character interesting, but it doesn't work. Even when he does things, it doesn't add anything to the episode, and I always forget everything he does 2 seconds after he does it. He's not quite as annoying as he was in Pre-Split, but he's definitely not perfect. Fun fact, out of every character in all of BFDI, this character is mentioned the least amount of times in this script, with me saying his name a mere 9 times. 2 of which were in this segment, and 5 of which were in Snowballs. Really goes to show how much of an impact he left. E tier. Pie. Okay, I know I talked a lot of shit about TV and Foldy, but we can all agree that Pie is easily the most boring character in the show, right? In the short centered around her, which I really enjoyed, the entire joke is that she's boring. Even the show agrees. Like, name one thing she did. Well, she waved her arms in BFB 13, she jumped around Black Hole in BFB 11, she got electrocuted in BFB 6. Name one interesting thing she's done. She defeated Pie. Not canon, doesn't count, L plus fatherless, E tier. Fiery Jr. I'm gonna take this time to explain my theory on what I think Fiery Jr. is. So I think that everyone took one look at this character and immediately thought it was Fiery's son. I guess it's never been said that this isn't the case, but come on. I mean, come on. No dick! So what probably happened in universe is that there's this main group of 20 guys, and then there's all these other people that try to join the show. One of which is a piece of fire that was also most likely named Fiery. And so, in order to easily differentiate the two of them, they decided to nickname the smaller Fiery, Fiery Jr. Other than that, though, I do really like Fiery Jr. I just think he's charming. They definitely did a good job making him feel like an actual Fortnite-loving, Dorito-eating, Twitch-streaming 15-year-old.
Oh wait, that looks really bad.
Definitely wouldn't mind seeing him come back someday. Oh wait, looks like he did come back.
Ow! Morons! Stop!
Wow, that was fun. Anyway, I definitely wouldn't mind seeing him come back someday. B tier. Purple Face. I find it amazing how after 9 years, Justin Chapel was able to perfectly replicate Purple Face's voice, yet Michael couldn't do Yellow Faces after just 2. Purple Face is simply annoying as hell. Every time he appears on screen, I get filled with this unmistakable dread that ruins the next, I don't know, like 2 minutes? Unlike other characters like Teardrop or Flower, the reason I hate Purple Face is not complex at all. Teardrop? Yeah, I could talk about that asshole for 20 minutes straight. Purple Face? I'm struggling with 1. He sucks. The best thing he ever did was getting written out of the show. I'd like to give him the Teapot 1 treatment if you know what I mean. F tier. Pen. Okay, yeah, underwhelming ending for this half of the video. I don't know, dude, it's Pen. Remember in the BFB days, everyone thought he was gonna win the whole show. And while he's still very popular these days, I'm not hearing anyone say that anymore. I like him, that's it. C tier. And there you have it, the official Worst Trends BFDI character tier list. What placement surprised you the most? Probably price tag. But now that I have every character ranked from worst to best, I can give each of them a number based off their placements from Golf Ball at 1 to Teardrop at 78. And using these numbers, we can look at some statistics because I'm a nerd. What we can do is take the placements from each character on a team and average them out to find out what my favorite team is in BFDI history. Just like how we did with the show's seasons a while back. The roster of teams we'll be looking at is all of the BFB teams and both sets of Teapot teams, as well as the Grapes, Cherries, and another name. All of these teams will be looked at in their first iteration only. I had the idea to find the average of every iteration of every team in the entire show, but that's fucking psychotic. The only exceptions are Teapot 12's teams that will include Pencil, Lion, Robot, Flower on their respective teams. The BFDIA teams move around every episode, and episode 1's teams are a little odd. So for this, I'm gonna rank them by how they were in their most iconic episode, BFDIA 5. Unlike the season ranking, this is entirely unnecessary, so I'll go a little faster with this. In dead last at 28th place is Teardrop, who would have guessed? It only has one member and it's my least favorite one. At 27 is the Newbie Alliance. Yeah, I don't know if I should have counted this one, but screw it. It's got some absolutely despicable characters on it. At 26 is our first pre-split team, that being Cube. Kinda weird, honestly. I remembered loving this team back in the day. But looking at the roster, it's got Saw, Lollipop, Teardrop, and Gady. And the others don't fare much better, all being C tier or lower. Except Dora, she's a real standout on this team. Then there's Just Not at 25, the strongest team on Earth at 24, Have Nots at 23, Death Pact at 22, Team 2 at 21, another name than that at 20. At 19, Have-Cots at 18, then Teammates, VS, Squashy Grapes, and Team Ice Cube at 17, 16, 15, and 14th place respectively. Again, I was a little surprised to see Team Ice Cube this low. My first thought of this team is always BFB 14, and they all worked so well off each other in that episode. Kinda sad how a lot of them fell off not too long after that episode. Then is Beep, The Losers, Free Food, Death Pact yet again, Squishy Cherries, Death Pact again, and wow, in 7th, 6th, and 5th place are all 3 BFDIA teams right in a row. Free Smart, then Woe Bunch, then Team No Name. Kinda crazy how it worked out like that. And that leaves us with our final 4 teams. At 4th is Iance. Really did not expect this one. Whenever I think of Iance, I always think of the Alliance, which I didn't think I ranked too highly. But looking at the list, other than Flower, everyone on the team has a solid rank, and it even includes 2 single-digiters in Fanny and Ruby. Iance takes our number 4 spot and is the highest team on the list to not include Golf Ball. That's right, our top 3 teams are 3 out of the 6 teams Golf Ball has been on in this series. Number 3 is Cloudier. Before I actually got the stats, I thought this would be first place. I mean, come on, it has Golf Ball, Yellowface, Pencil, and Donut. That's 4 members in the top 15. But unfortunately, Winner, Barfbag, and especially Pillow drag it down. Definitely still a great team though. And here we are, in second place is Another Name. Wow, that might be the most forgettable team in the show. But with only one of its 5 members being bad, it gets a pretty damn good score. Which means that my all-time favorite team in BFDI history is Are You OK? Really? That team never really stuck out to me while making this. I really did not expect them to be here. I mean, it's just a slightly upgraded version of a better name. How good can it be? Well, Basketball left and took 2 of the team's lowest ranks with her. And with Blocky and 8-Ball being gone, that leaves room for an S and 2 A tiers to come in. Also, Pen is here. The real only blunder on this team is TV. I never really thought about it before, but wow, I guess Are You OK is the greatest team in BFDI history. Who would have guessed? Almost over. So now I'll show you who I voted for in every episode of the show, including the episodes I haven't talked about here. Like I said, in BFB 12 I voted for Nelly. I don't know, she was mean or something. In BFB 13 I voted for Saw. Who cares, it wasn't a real voting anyway. And in episode 14 I voted for Taco. I did this because I hated the abandoning arc, and I wanted Taco out so it could just be done with. Why the hell did I not vote Lollipop? I hated her. In episode 15, I voted for Barfbag. What the hell? Literally, why did I do that? She did nothing wrong. You know what? My decision-making skills in 2019 goes in E tier. Wow, I am just loving this tier list gag. S tier. Okay, this is going too slow. Here's a Google slide for the rest. Wow. I can't believe he voted for Marker in Teapot 1. Stop bullying me! Oh, and one more thing before I start wrapping things up. If you enjoyed this video and want more long-form object show rankings, a few weeks ago, a YouTuber named Marley made a video ranking every episode of Inanimate Insanity. And even though I don't really like that show, it still breaks my heart to see a video with this much work and love put into it have 5,000 views. So definitely make sure to check that one out later. Wow, I can't believe it. It's really over now. With the amount of time I spent working on this video, ever getting to this point felt like a distant dream, but we did it. We made it to the end. So let's do a quick recap of all the counters I've been keeping track of throughout the course of this video. First up is the gratuitous ice cube violence, with our final number being 4. Wait, what? That can't be right. Well, there's the one in BFDI 3, BFDI 8, TPOT 2, and TPOT 5. Well, shit, I guess that is right. What'd I say, like 25? Hold on, this has gotta be a Mandela effect or something. I swear there was way more. I mean, even the TPOT 7 parody mentioned it. And also, our count for the amount of BFDIA time wasters is 8. But now onto the counter that everyone really cares about. Our final number for the amount of times traveled 2,760 miles is... this. It's completely possible that I missed a traveling or two, or even counted something I shouldn't have. But I don't think it matters too much, because I think we can all agree that anything above 1 is already too much. Stupid YouTubers, dumb opinions, don't even know what... What was that? Well, You talked a lot of shit today, you know that? But I bet if you were in Carrie and Michael's shoes, you couldn't do it any better. Oh, well I guess we'll find out soon enough now, won't we? God damn it. Because now that I'm finally done with this big ranking video, I can finally begin work on my own object show. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't know how far I'm gonna get into this thing. It's gonna take a miracle for me to actually finish the season, but hey, I'm just gonna do what I can and we'll see what happens. Since episode 14, BFDIA has gotten a huge boost of quality that it's stuck to. Every episode since has flourished, many of which being deemed as some of the series' best. Meanwhile, TPOT has only gotten better and better since I talked about it. And its world, story, and characters have been the focal points as it was always meant to be. Needless to say, the future's looking bright. And before you comment saying that I'm taking this show too seriously, if you've watched this far into the video, then clearly you care a lot about the show too. The people that say I can't get mad at this show are the same people who've been worshipping TPOT 15 the past few months. And just for the record, I made a graph. In all seriousness though, no matter what I said in this video, I love BFDI so much. It's one of my favorite things on this stupid website, and it's inspired me to do so many things. I know I've been really harsh on a few episodes, but that's only because I care about it so much. Seeing such an amazing show fall from grace makes me sad. I don't know what else to tell you. Well, since BFDI loves its references so much, I thought I'd do one myself. Carrie, if you're watching this, thanks for everything, man. You too, Michael. Don't think I forgot.
And eventually I just say, you know what, I'm taking off my underwear.
And thank you to all of my viewers that stuck with me after all the time it took for me to make this. And thank you to all the YouTubers I've watched over the years that have inspired me to make videos. And to Apoy and all the OGs, thanks for getting me here. I couldn't have done it without you. I'm Worst Trends, and this has been the ultimate BFDI retrospective. See you guys next time. Hey, Nuclear Bomb! Wouldn't it be cool if the very first and very last spoken words of the video were the same?